now. But Sheyi now, coming back to you, just since I know you. So, but Sheyi, coming back to you, you gave a very, there was a scenario we gave to Jess, which she answered, which was why she answered like that. Sheyi, when somebody becomes a king, what compromise
is he making?
I want to ask you because now you like love. You say if you love each other, the way you talk the love,
true love.
True love. He said the way he said it, true love. Sheyi, please, the king. When you become a king, true love, please. Will you say you will not marry more wives?
Which is
No,
what
he'll tell the wife that he loves her.
No. When I was giving that example, I was not on the side of the king.
That's not what we're asking you, Sheyi. We're talking about compromise here. Sheyi, as a king, they give wives to you, they give them to you, say take. I mean, why you love your wife. And your wife is telling you that, baby, you see this love we get, I'm not ready to share you with any other person. If you want to be a king, that's fine. But you are not allowed to marry anybody. Sheyi, please compromise it here.
So the compromise is the king. You take the kingship and you don't have to marry. You don't have to.
No, but you must marry.
Sheyi, you must marry. It comes with that throne.
You allow her
So will you leave? So will you?
So why you not ready to compromise, Sheyi?
Denounce it.
No, that's what we're saying.
Sheyi, compromise. Divide yourself into two.
You allow her go. She's allowed to
Why
choose herself.
Why don't you give
her?
her?
The king.
You don't. No, Sheyi. No, let me tell you. What she's afraid, what she doesn't want is for you to give your affection to somebody else and give your manhood. So why don't you just say, you know what, take my manhood?
And I will take the affection.
And I will take.
No, but
Sheyi, what you do is you have to denounce the whole kingship.
Yes.
Because there's no way you be king without having more wives.
More wives.
So you denounce the kingship.
You denounce
and that's what I'm trying to
it. You
say
don't
about
want
the
it.
political aspect of you ascending in a higher place.
And guess what? Before you denounce, that has been your long life dream.
Why not compromise
Ambition.
and say, wait now, guys, you guys are making it. Why not compromise and say, you know what, marry other wives, but you see that first lady's stool, it's going to be mine.
Which can compromise? That's not the same. That's not. She doesn't care about those things. She doesn't want to share her husband with another woman.
Everybody can go their separate ways.
Which is what Jacinta was saying.
Everybody can go their separate ways. No. So that's the thing, right? I was just playing the devil advocate, which is there should be a midpoint. You know, because what Jess...
Real love.
Wait now, leave this love matter. Let's talk. You know, because, you know, Jess just went straight to the end point. I was just trying to bring her back to the middle point where you must have gone past the conversation of compromise.
But that's what we went. That's why we gave this example.
Yes,
There's nothing to even have a conversation about with the example you just gave.
Yes.
There's nothing to discuss. The lady loves her husband. The man has done everything in this world, and he sees himself as a king already. And then they now bring it. The woman didn't say anything about it because she felt it would never happen.
Yes.
But then one day, the man is just sitting down romancing his wife, and they say, Oga, come and be king. Sheyi, what level of conversations are you guys going to have? How many years are you going to have that conversation?
Yeah, well, it depends on what you guys have built.
Sheyi, please break it down.
It's a bit difficult to be honest.
Yes, did you hear him? He said it's a bit difficult for him to break it down.
I heard him.
There's real love,
and that's what I was saying. And this is what I was saying about choices. So there are consequences to every choice. If the man decides to be the king, then he loses his wife, who has already told him that I am not ready to be wife number one and have different women. And it's okay for her to say no. And then, so at the end of the day, she's either she leaves and he goes to be the king, whatever. It's still choices that are being made every day, and people are making these choices every day. So all I'm saying is, it might go well. The man might then regret the whole kingship thing, and with all the 10 wives, and wish he was just, by himself with that wife, And the woman can go on, maybe sad, and maybe later, maybe marry someone else, of course, or never want to be married. Whatever it is, however it goes. I'm just saying that be ready for the consequences as much as you're ready, for the great times, or the extraordinary that is waiting for you.
So
Yeah.
Also,
okay.
yeah, also what I wanted to, or what I was trying to add is also to say that um, those kind of decisions are also different for, um, regular friendship. Because for regular friendship, I don't need to sit down with you and be talking about compromise.
No,
Ah,
Shay,
no, there's some very
no.
good friends. No,
Shay,
no,
there's
Shay,
some
that's
very
not
good
true.
relationships.
There's some
Shay,
very
there
good
are some
friends that
very
are
good
so. But let me
relationships
ask you a
that
question. Before you get married, yeah, most of the time,
I'm talking
aren't you
from a
friends?
guy's perspective. Like,
But don't you
um,
have guy friends that are like brothers, like very
oh yeah,
amazing friends?
I do, fantastic friends.
Yeah.
but they're not growing with you.
A couple of my friends are going with
You
me.
don't get it. So the scenario we're creating is like I know someone. He's my very good friend, and then he comes from a very like when they say his background is really bad, when a really bad background, as in. But guess what? He's a star right now, as in he has worked his way to the top, like big boy. But if you see the set of people,
Around him.
no, if you see the set of people he grew up with, so if he's here now, they are here. A few are meeting, but he has met people as he was growing. He met other people who are his friends and all that. So for a very long time, he was trying. You could see the struggle. So he would make sure he goes to where they are hanging out and everything. He will put himself there trying to belong, and he
Fake
won't complain.
fake humility.
But guess what? He enjoys their company. Because based on they have a lot of stories together, they have things to share and everything. But guess what? He's always coming to tell me, say, Franca, see where we go. I don't know why these guys, and then I can't always pay all the time because it will look like I'm trying to show off. If I say we should go to this place, they'll be like, Ogbeni, we don't want you to pay today because everybody is trying to say, Miss, if I did where I did, you say if you did, things like that. But guess what? At some point, he just got tired and said, you know what? To hell.
Where they should have also made a compromise and say, you know what, one day maybe we go that place where you serve they go.
So he just even said, you know what, to hell. If he's having any event, if he's having any party, he would call everybody, if you want come. But I'm going to do things to my standard. I'll make a few new friends, yes. But guess what, if you call me, are they available? Why not? And trust me, Sheyi, he would miss those guys sometimes.
Of course.
Because there are days that you want to be in your space, and those are
Those
the
are
kind
the
of
ones
friends
that
you
will
need.
get you.
So in that kind of situation, you can't say you shouldn't be thinking about love. Do you love yourself in those kind of situations? Do you think you're thinking, Omo, these are my people, and are they gbadun these people properly? Are they gbadun these people well? Should I leave them completely or just to keep them around for a while? So that you're telling yourself, keep them around for a while, keep them around for a while. When do you let go of these people? That's the question. So when do you let go?
I think when you've exhausted all options.
And you have thought, you see, when you were saying, I don't think with friendship, you get some kind of solid relationships that, and guess what, you'll be shocked that maybe while they were hungry, they used to go do things together, they hustle together, but God answered your own prayer. And then in this situation, there are also some people that, in growing, when you made it, you try to help those people, but they didn't understand what you were trying to do. They refused to grow. You would leave them.
Yes, you would.
You would leave them because at that point they thought, they will continue to suck you. It just be like, even in families, Sheyi, it's not just relationships and marriages. Even in families, I have a situation that my cousin relocated. He had his brother and another cousin. We are all cousins. But he was very close to a cousin. He did everything for this guy to relocate. That guy started continue to play him 419. He will send money, the guy will eat the money. He will send money, the guy will eat his money. He didn't know that guy was getting to his limits. My other cousin was getting to his limits. To the point where it was that cousin that begged his cousin to attend to his own brother. He did for the brother, everything, arranged everything, the brother left. No problem. It was still remaining this cousin. That one thing say, if they do juju, say the thing they work. Do you know now, after this thing happened in the 80s and came into the 90s like that, do you know now, the cousin that he thought loved him so much, that would not see his call and not pick, they look a message now and just off his phone and drop it. He has moved on. And that's like cousins. So it happens in every relationship. Sometimes you just get tired. Sometimes you stretch it for a very long time. Sometimes you're stretching this thing for 20 years, which is not even healthy. You know, so it happens in different kinds of relationships, you know. So have we
Yes, you guys
we,
have helped
we have
me.
helped change your thoughts
I've
on.
I've been a student on this show. Thank you so much.
Jess, what do you have to say? Your last thoughts? We'll soon go.
So I would say that, of course, how you know that you've outgrown people is you feel a drastic disconnect. It just like buzzes off. And then, but what I would say, lastly, I would say that authenticity over fitting into the crowd, meaning that authenticity, be yourself at all times, you know. If that place, if it's over, if you're done with it, choose yourself. You don't have to do it because everyone is doing it. You don't have to be there because, oh, they will think of me in this way. They'll say that, oh, I made money, that's why. No.
It makes sense.
Choose yourself. Yes.
Yeah, making sense.
Like if you're
So,
happy.
yeah,
No, like if you're happy hanging out with your guys at the
do it. Yeah, that's fine.
If that works for you. If you're not
Yeah.
happy, do you. Just do you.
Just do you, exactly. So please, do not bear your burdens alone. Send us an email on counsel@vedaconsult.com. Send us WhatsApp messages on our WhatsApp number and we will get someone to attend to you. See you tomorrow.
Well, this is the lounge, the TW Conversation Lounge, where we talk about everything and anything that matters to you and to everybody at home, but to us, more importantly, is our opinions we share. Now, today we're going to be talking about the other woman. Today, I am the main woman. These are the other women. So I'll quickly introduce my other women very quickly. And in the house, we have Ifeoma Edigbe, our one and only financial analyst who has a bee in her bonnet for men because of our foundation that's called Boys to Men. And then sitting right next to her is my, I keep saying this Aburo thing, right? This is my Aburo, looking very yella. Yella, serial entrepreneur, banker turned businesswoman, great event coordinator today, producer, presenter of the event show. And then on my immediate left is my sweet baby, you. Looking very elegant. You know, when you see all these people from the middle belt, there's something about them, their voice. You know, it's kind of like mede. You know, Mariam Longe is a co-host on the TVC show that's called Your View. Today we'll be hearing her view on the other woman. And of course, my one and only woman who takes care of women who are having babies for the first time through her own, Anne. Anne is the newborn coach, but also she's a budding producer, budding presenter, mother and wife, and a lawyer by training. Gracias. This is the Conversation Lounge. The conversations will begin shortly. Welcome back to the lounge. We're speaking about the other woman. There's so many perceptions, negative, positive, so we want to just have this conversation. Who really is the other woman? Let's start from there. Yeah, let me start by saying you didn't even want to talk about this. I don't even know why. No. Eh? Nah. Are you the other woman?
You don't want to imagine having somebody who's the other woman around your government, right? So.
No, but I think maybe definitions are right, because I was the one that brought up this topic.
Okay.
And the reason, why did I even think about it? I feel that the other woman is so demonized. When you say the other woman, I mean, I don't know whether I'm correct or wrong, the first thing that comes to your head is, this girl is nasty. She wants to get my guy. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. But is that always the case?
Well, I don't, you see, it's not, of course she's nasty. Wow. And of course that's what the case is. But that's the truth. Do you understand?
She's nasty.
She is nasty. Because, I mean, you know the guy is married, right? But a lot of times, it's also what the guys say to them. I mean, they come at you and they say to you that, oh, I'm having troubled marriage. In fact, it's really over between my wife and I. So they lure them. And because women are can be gullible, and with what's going on out there, that there are more men than women. More women than men, sorry. So the women are desperate. They want to, and then the stories they hear, they fall for it.
I'm not sure in absolute terms there are more women than men, but I think there are more suitable women than men. So the kind of woman you are, there are certain kinds of men you wouldn't date. And there are many men that you wouldn't date. So the number that you date, there are more women who would date a smaller proportion of men. But having said that, the issue of the other woman is any woman who is dating a married man. And it's not about his being in a polygamous situation. She's not married to him.
Married men? Exactly. What about the boyfriends?
Okay. So what we say, they're all together there.
But you know he's with somebody.
The other woman, we sort of even make her sound sophisticated. She's the side chick. What is the side chick? What I mean? Yes. I do not understand that why a girl would want to be a side chick, because I think most people look at a man and they see what he has, which is he has the house, the wife, the kids, and everyone sort of wants that. Nobody wants to be on the outside looking in, and then whatever crumbs that's left is what you get. So maybe the side chick is there. Maybe the only benefit for her will be she's there and it just puts her closer to her destination. But I don't see how, you know, any well-meaning human being would want to be the side chick.
Sometimes that side chick is a main chick, man.
But shall I tell you something? I think that there's a lot to be said for being the other woman. No, I'll tell you why. She's not bothered about the children and school fees.
Exactly.
And he can't come home and tell her, So she's just enjoying the benefits of being the person that is taken on trips abroad when he's going for meetings.
No, but some of these other women that already have their kids and all that.
That's different. But you know, but the thing is, so this, but if a single other woman, even a married other woman,
that's
when they go abroad, the Gucci bags he may not buy for his wife, he will buy for her. The designer clothes he may tell his wife he's not buying, he will buy for her. Because there's something in a man who is dating that other woman who wants to prove to her, his ego needs to prove to her that I can do it.
I can take care of you.
Yes, I can take care of you. You just stick with me. Don't worry about my
Are there
wife.
circumstances that have sort of encouraged, and I'm not saying it's good or good. I'm just saying, are there circumstances that are maybe the wives, are there things that we've done as wives that have encouraged the man to go out in search of, or are there discussions, are there things that have led to this?
Maybe this is the point I should share my own personal experience. In technical terms, I was the other woman at some point in life. You're dating, you're young, and then there are guys who chase you. And then I remember a married guy, it didn't start with chase. We worked in the same environment, right? And I was 22 or 23. And I was working in entertainment, and all he would talk about is how his wife is wanting, she's too fat, she's wanting, telling stories, and he's telling you how good looking you are. I mean, of course you think that goes into your head. And you start feeling like, oh, I'm the one that can solve this man's problem. And then he's taking you out for dinner, for lunch. But you know what? I told myself, come on, they're dating a married man. Even if he's dating just to go and eat his dinner, as far as I was concerned, I'm chopping his money. Doesn't really matter. And there was no function of saying maybe I had to sleep with him or whatever. But the point is, it slowly creeps on you, and it could have gotten to that level. But I could call myself to God and say, what am I even doing with this guy? He's not even getting married. Where is he leading me? So that's why I keep saying that when you become the other woman, I don't know. I'm like...
Well, I have a story. My very good friend, she was the other woman. We're serving at the time, so we're quite young at the time, doing our national youth service. And she was with this man, and she'll come back home to tell me how this man is suffering, his wife, she's so wicked. To the point she said, do you know even her children don't love her? You know, so yes, so here she is, you know, the defender of the universe, here to rescue the man. But, you know, and he, of course, promised her marriage and everything. Well, it's been nearly 10 years or more.
Are they still dating?
No, they're not dating. He's still with his wife.
Yes.
And her children very much love her.
Their mom.
And she had gone on to get married to someone else. I'm just saying, yes, they'll give you stories, but you should be smart enough to know.
But the truth is,
for
some people, it ends up well. Unfortunately, they end up marrying them. They do end up. It's happened a lot of times. That's not well. No, but guess what? You asked a question. You said, are there things that lead, circumstances that lead to? And I always say to women, when you get married, always remain relevant. Always remember what got him attracted to you from the very beginning. I mean, first from your looks, you know, it would always fade one, but don't relax and just keep. See how hot you are now. I mean, how? Do you understand? No, trust me. Because I'm telling you, I believe in keeping men on their toes, your husband on his toes.
He should keep chasing you.
They should keep chasing you. You should never stop. Yes, see.
They will say you keep them on their toes too much, so they need to look for the one that doesn't keep them so much on their toes. There's always a reason. There's no
I don't think so. Well, and also because of the fact that, I mean, a friend of mine shared something with me yesterday. Her Bobo sent it to her and said, her husband said, now wow. Solomon married 700 wives, had 700 wives in the Bible, and also had 300 wives. And God still loved him. Meanwhile, in Africa, the man, we follow house girl, and the whole world will want to come down.
Yeah, but he said God still loves you. God will still love you. Does not mean I have to love you. Thank you.
I love you. Is the other woman always a bad woman? What if she didn't know that she was the other woman?
You know, that's what I said at the beginning. Sometimes, what if she didn't know she was the other woman?
Okay, like my story.
Men are good at hiding
Okay, so like my story would be, I'm married to a much older man. Of course, so immediately people see us. I'm judged as the other woman without hearing. They don't know the backstory.
Yeah.
Oh, she's much younger. She must be the wicked witch that came and destroyed everything.
Yeah.
So there are stories I know also of people who have been deceived into being the other woman. But of course, once you get enough information, but although sometimes it happens that maybe you've gone so far as to have kids with this person.
No,
and then, so what happens
have
then?
Kids with somebody that don't know has another wife? Is that possible?
Some people have been able to do that.
But what men do, that's the truth. Like you said, a lot of women are deceived into. A man can hide. Haven't you heard the stories where the man dies and the funeral that
kids
he had
just pop
4
out of
kids, 3
nowhere.
kids? Yes.
No, but Ifeoma, do you agree with all these stories? Doesn't the other woman that is having those children for the married man, that she's so ignorant, right? Do we have a right to judge her?
You see, for me, I don't even think, even if she were aware, I'm not sure this conversation is about judging. I think it's about looking at the situation. And the two sides, as far as I'm concerned, are guilty. A lot of
the man and the woman.
Yes, the wife and yes, because you see, yes, I believe that, like Ndidi said, women should look after themselves. Yeah. But I think that marriage is more than about just looking after yourself. There's a bonding that has taken place. Does that bond mean nothing to you? And then, okay, you now go to another woman. Supposing you didn't even lie. You said to her that you're married. It's that thing your wife has shaped you up to be that she finds appealing. So your wife has now prepared you for somebody else to enjoy the better part of you.
So what happens in this
That is what is painful. I think wives find the other woman painful because she's taking from them or in their husbands what they should have and enjoy. And then she enjoys it. You know?
She reminds me of Acrimony. You remember the movie Acrimony?
I was on their show to talk about Acrimony.
But you know, I would never forget, this actually happened. You know, I had this client that wanted, this stylist that came to me, she wanted to style her clients for a photo shoot.
She also runs a store, by the way.
Yes, and I said to her, I said, can I see the pictures of these people to her? The man is in his 80s. The photo shoot was for the other woman who was in her 40s.
You see?
And then I see a picture of this man, his first wife, who is also almost in her 80s, looking like she was 100 and something. In the picture with the
40-something
other woman. You know, it broke my heart.
So what are particular?
It broke, because all I could see was this poor woman that has suffered, just like what you're saying, with this man. And he finds her also whatever now, and has gone for...
I have a friend that says she will never leave her house for another woman. Right?
But okay, now, I have a problem with that. Because I say to women, do not condescend that low. I'm sorry. He's decided to take on another woman. Move on. And that is and I stand by it.
I think that's a good place for us to take a break.
What?
Let's take a break.
Okay. Why do we have to take a break?
So before we went on the break, Ayo, you said you were going to say something.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Look, the bottom line is, right now, it seems like we are all just demonizing the other woman. And quite sincerely, the reason I brought this topic is because the other woman is a woman, right? It's not a function of who's right and who's wrong. And like somebody did point out to me sometime, that sometimes the other woman doesn't really want your husband. The other woman just wants to be able to pleasure herself sometimes and share in the money or whatever. But she's not taking... So we're looking at her as somebody who's coming to take your husband.
But we're not, though. We're not looking at... You see, what is taking a husband?
Exactly.
I don't think we are.
Or sharing your husband.
What is taking a husband? The way I look at it is this. If I'm the other woman, then there's something his wife isn't giving him that I may be able to give him.
Can't you just be greedy?
No, it may not be a matter of greed. It may, you can't have everything you want in one person.
Yes.
Okay,
so which means that different people can provide different things. In the same way, can I have another man?
Exactly.
Can I have another man?
In fact, I remember saying that we've been socialized to believe that when you get married, as women in Nigeria, for instance, you sort of cut off your other relationships with... Okay, so if you're talking to a guy, it just seems wrong.
With the opposite sex.
So you just, cut off all those relations, stick to women or stick to married women. Even if you're friends with single girls, they're like, oh, they'll spoil you and everything. But your husband is allowed to have friends that he people he grew up with, understandably so. So are we the ones that are shooting ourselves in the foot by allowing
us women?
Yes, us women. Are we the ones
That's
shooting because it can be that we can maintain... Because we need different types of relationships to be whole.
But going back to putting sort of trying to trying to be the other woman or thinking like I'll being in her shoes. Well, there are few reasons why people do become side chicks, I guess, apart from wanting to get in a marriage with your husband. I'm a young girl, 18, 21. I want to travel the world. I can't afford it. Yeah. And I want designer clothes and bags, maybe, you know.
And then when she's old,
that's exactly.
They call it something else now, though. I don't know what it is. It's not sugar daddy.
So
anymore.
that's the only way I can understand why someone, I mean, without demonizing her,
Dirty old man. No, but there's a funky way there's a name for it too. I just don't remember.
No, ma'am, you see, my bit with that is maybe because when it comes to relationships, okay, I believe even in marriage, I believe you should get married for the right reasons, which for me, first and foremost, is love. Now, when you start to look at the financial gains, then you're ready to take any crap, even as the main wife. Now, you find out that your husband has a side chick and you want to remain in it, then be ready to take the crap he's giving you. But if you decide that I own myself. This is me. This is what I stand for. If you have a side chick,
but he may not be giving you crap, though, and he may actually be a better husband because he has somebody else.
Care of you.
Well, this is the interesting thing. No.
Okay, so can I do the same?
That's the only question. You see,
that's the main question.
A man is actually a better husband
when he has
somebody else with whom he exhales.
Can I tell you? Can I share? I know
it doesn't make it, which is the reason why it's not about it's right, it's wrong in many ways. It's about
what's accepted in a particular area.
Not even know. What is it that we see?
But is it a two-way thing?
It's not really.
Is it a two-way thing? That they can't really, you know, when you're with your wife, you're thinking of bills, school fees, and all of that. When you meet somebody else, even as women, when you meet a guy outside and you have an interesting conversation that had no hold back. It was just you feel good. So it usually starts off as that. You know, you meet somebody and then the person is just so civil and everything is just perfect.
You see something else in her.
Then maybe we women are able to cut off at a point, and then maybe men just don't know when to draw the line, and then it grows from one thing to another. So maybe that's another thing. So we can't really be that person that they don't, because I mean, the bills are the bills. The children are there. It's not going to.
But then there's something else. I think there are people who are allowed to marry more than one wife.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
So if you're, like mostly the North, you're Muslim, you know your husband is likely to have
a third or fourth
wife. So usually you're growing up, you're socialized to think that can happen. Okay. So you can accept it. And yet, you know, people still do not, even though they know that could happen,
it's still painful.
It's still painful. See, the word for like a second wife or a third wife or a new wife in Hausa is kinshia. And that comes from the word kishi. Kishi is jealousy. Yeah. So to be described as second or third as the kishi, like maybe the jealouser or the one that brings on jealousy. So, you know, even though it is acceptable, but they also recognize that it's tough for you to call it.
I think if we had a society where, like the Muslims do, where it's accepted, then it would end a lot of, you know,
no, but are you not hearing what I'm saying? Setting. It's
because I was just going to say,
cultural setting.
Do you know that even both of you, in some parts of the East, women marry for their husbands? Because you get a particular age in the past.
But yes, not from the East in any event.
Okay, that's I'm sorry. I just say, Southeast. We are South. It's like saying I'm from the East. But the truth is, I have heard of where women marry. For example, even if you cannot have a child, for example, you can marry for your husband. Even if you are rich women across the Niger who marry for their husbands.
I don't think it's only even across the Niger. I think in many cultures.
Oh, really?
Yes, in many cultures, if another woman has a child, then you have a child if you don't have children.
No, that's different.
No, it's the same thing. If you get a woman and her children become yours, if you even read history and the cultures, it's a very common thing. Even in cultures, people will say to women, this is the other part of it. So there are other men too, because women whose husbands can't give them children, their older relatives will tell them, go and have a child with a man outside. But your husband knows he can't have children. He knows that child can't be his, but he's okay with it.
But you have to be discreet. He can't be discreet about it.
Exactly.
Well, it's
because of our society.
It's what tradition is.
That actually brings me into saying that a lot of people have actually said these days that women aren't keeping quiet anymore. And that a lot of the side chicks now are also married women.
I was just going to say that. I agree. That is so true. Even the men are going for the married women because they think the side... Thank you. Because they know... exactly. And they know that the side chicks that are married are not looking to, take you away like that.
That means there are women who are
married women
main chick here, And side chicks there.
But and guess what? I hear that their relationships with their main husbands, it's more fun for them. Yeah, it helps because I think the idea of variety is the spice of life.
Just shaking my head.
But it's happening. It is crazy. It is happening.
This conversation that we're having, it simply means that people are doing exactly what they please. So we can say what we like. We say it's like, who is the side chick if your husband spends all the time there? The woman you call the side chick is the main person. So you don't. So the idea of using that word, it simply means that the relationships, whether you're married or not, a man decides with which woman he feels most whole.
So should a woman be able to decide that?
So there's no such thing. You might be the married side chick.
But you see,
your husband.
When we're looking at side chick as, you know, the whole sex thing being involved.
It has to be.
No, sometimes. You see, which is why it can be a bit difficult. You, as a married woman, you might start to lose that communication thing with your husband. And you find another man that you can actually open up to. You're enjoying that. That's it. There's something brewing there.
You know, talking about demonizing the side chick. But you've heard of cases where, okay, a woman leaves her home because of a side chick. She's divorced, but ends up being a side chick to somebody's husband. So it's acceptable. I mean, it's unacceptable when it happens to her. But then when she's available, but she's not avenging on her husband.
No, I don't understand this. So look at Miriam talking. Miriam, you're second wife in terms of you're a second marriage.
I'm first wife.
You're only wife. Sorry.
Only wife.
But everybody will still be looking at you as if you are the cause of the breakup of the marriage.
But it was different. The man had been.
Yes, it's true, but I mean, people just assume. So we'll have to sit with you and tell you, I met him 4 years after.
Because you know the truth. I think it's for those that know that, okay, I've
So I want to ask this question. Would it make it less offensive to a wife if she was allowed to do hers as well and have her own side boy or side
definitely.
man?
But why are we taking this to only marriage? There are people who are dating and talking about side chick and main chick.
I'm just acceptable when you're dating, really, because for me, you're single if you're not married. So if you're single, you're single. I mean, you have to be married.
But they shouldn't lay claims. During courtship, it leads to something.
But it shouldn't lay claims.
I don't think you can lay claim because if you're dating someone and they happen to meet someone else after you and prefer the person, it may be sad for you. But they're not obligated to
No, but I remember when I was dating my husband and he started trying to toast these babes and I found out. I walked away. I'm like, to hell with you.
You see what I mean? He came back when he chose you.
Then he begged. So that is it. Yes, but if I just sat there and said, I will take it like that. In marriage, he will try himself. So you need to be able to stand your ground. I don't think the moment you're dating, it's already, because if you're dating me and I do the same and you find out that I have one or two, and for women, it's even safer when you're dating to have one or two. Because you don't know what the man is saying.
I agree.
He will keep you for 10 years. And waka, yes. So you're better off, because you never know. But
what are your final thoughts on this?
How will you summarize it?
Well, I mean, don't be a side chick, I guess. I don't know.
What if it happens to you?
Try not to be the source of another person's pain. Don't let a woman kneel down because of you.
No, but
if you are aware, I mean, if there's anything you can do about it, I'm not judging him or anything, but I mean, people find themselves in situations. If you are aware and there's anything you can do to lessen the pain of somebody else, by all means.
I think it's really do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. And if you feel that you're comfortable with it, it means that perhaps if somebody else did it to you, you'd be comfortable as well. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these things we talk about are societal constructs. We decide. So society has decided that from a woman's perspective, the other woman shouldn't be. But from a man's perspective, it should be. It can't be one-sided. It means that if we allow it for men, then there will always be other women.
I think for me, just like Mama said, do unto others what you want done to you. So if you know, for the men first, mine is not even from the side, because it takes two to tango. So the men should learn to be content. Do you understand? And if there's something that you don't find in your woman, okay, that is true, but don't, because that's actually where it stems from. They look outside, they start to, and from them, it's like joke, it's as in like, let me just try. One night thing. And the side chick wants to enter. You're thinking innocent, yes, and bang. So let's not even, don't even create room for that in the first place. And you, the women, do not settle for less. Why be a side chick when you can meet the main one? So wait for the single somebody.
Well, I'd say you be the side chick, be the main chick. Exactly. Don't give anybody chance. Exactly. Color be the thing. Even though really, like my husband always says, no polygamy. But it depends on the negotiations that you have. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you can do side chick, then I can be side guy. I can have my own side guy if I can take care of it. But that's what, the conversations are done here. They're done here. But they can continue online at TW Conversations, and we'll continue talking here. But at the end of the day, whether you're a side chick, whatever, just know that the other woman is a woman, like you. Don't deal with that. If the man is the problem, deal with him.
Yes.
I beg, Kekwano.
I know if you to wait the money, so I will take and establish myself, start business. So now that I go fit do that, so because if I carry the money, say I don't go lavish, I don't go, you just spend the money now. So I don't value the person. That is, I don't value what you do. You understand? So I don't ever value what you do. So if I call him family, I will give the money to his family. But say I don't know everyone in the family, so just they make friends. So you just keep the money for myself. So I just saying that instead of me to damage the money, I'll take and start business. So just keep myself company. So later, if I call them family, I feel appreciate the family. That's all.
I will return the money to the family.
It has conditions. Number one, if to say that my friend there, he be Adenuga family, I don't go return them because I know say Papa don't get plenty money. But if the person is from a poor background, I may go to the person's mom or dad that my friend left this so amount with me. That what are we going to do about it? Even though the family go say they are going to you to take some of it, so that is the way we are going to share it. I think that is the best decision.
Money, I'll give it to if I happen to know the family, I'll go and give it to the family. Or if I don't know the family, I'll give it to the appropriate authorities, probably the police.
30 million naira is a big money. I cannot keep it for myself because he meant well giving me. I will not keep it. I will return it to the family. In a case that I don't know the family, what I will do is that, go to the TV stations or radio stations, and then so person, stay in so place, give me so amount, and now it's no more. I will return definitely I must make sure I return the money.
Eat the money because if I should know his family member or anyone related to him, I'll return the money because I didn't know how he gets the money. I didn't know how. So I can't just eat his sweat just like that because he's there. So I will return the money to his family. So if I didn't know any of his family member, I can take it to station. Maybe if they can contact his family member. That's all.
I cannot return any money, yo. Me, I will chop the money. I'll carry some and go to the bank. No, go to the bank. Maybe I'll just carry some and go to the bank. Then spend the remaining one. Maybe start buying other things that I need, like landed properties and the rest of them. Who do I tell? Who do I tell that someone drops money? I should go and give the family member. Mbao, the money is my own.
I'll return the money to their family so that at least they can be happy and they will not lose hope. At least they will say, it's hard to trust someone. Nowadays, it's hard to trust someone and you return the money. At least God will favor me too. So it's not good to take what is not yours.
You're welcome to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Reme Paulson.
And my name is Nyamgul Agaji. Welcome to a brand new day, and we're glad you're having breakfast with us this morning.
That's right. It's Tuesday, the 18th of February 2025. And interestingly, today is Travel Africa Day. So you need to explore Africa, your continent. So even if you can't go to, the United States of America, or you can't go to the UK or anywhere else, or explore what your continent has to offer. And Africa is really, really beautiful.
Yeah, Benin Republic, you can go on foot in case you're saying you cannot have visa or you cannot have one thing or the other. Once you are in Badagry, you're just a walk away from Benin Republic. And you might see it as being funny, but when you step into another country, the diversity or the difference will hit you so much so that you would know that just staying in one place doesn't give you the requisite experience to say that you have really lived your life. Yeah. So just go out there. Whatever place is affordable for you, just go there. It doesn't have to be, like you said, USA, Canada, or the rest of those places. Africa has got a lot to offer. There are places you can go on canoe. On boats.
I think traveling is so important, because what traveling does to you is that it sharpens your mind, right? When you go into a different space, you get to understand why they are the way they are. You get to see their culture. You get to taste their food. Something different, something that is totally out from what you're used to, from your comfort zone. And then when you come back, for some weird reason, you find yourself refreshed. You find yourself that you find out that you have something new to even share with the people that you're coming from. And it's super important that everyone just tries to travel. I know that the budget in Nigeria
might not help you.
So it doesn't have to be so expensive. Exactly, because there are places, there's plateau. There's so many places in Nigeria that you can visit. There's Obudukato Ranch, for instance. But what we're just saying is make sure that you're exploring Africa today, since it's Travel Africa Day. And coincidentally, it is Pluto Day, but we're not telling you to go to Pluto anyway. And then Pluto has about 6.37 the size of the Earth. Can you imagine that? Anyways, let's get straight into the breakfast show. On today's breakfast show, we'll be looking at several hot topics, one of which is, Sharia panel in Southwest Park controversy. Much later in the show, we'll be discussing the fact that there's been 100 days in office for Okpebholo's administration, and we're reviewing the renewing hope in Edo State. We'll also be taking global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies, as well as some top trending stories. But first, let's see our points of the day. And our quote says, "Don't become a slave to technology. Manage your phone. Don't let it manage you." And that is according to Richard Branson. He is the founder of Virgin. And he says this morning, don't become a slave to technology. Manage your phone. Don't let it manage you. It's so sad that in this era of social media and all of that, everybody, I think our phones manage us. Because you wake up in the morning, before you even brush your teeth, before you even pray, you're already on your phone. Oh, what's the latest? What's the new thing? And I would not lie, I'm also, part of that bandwagon. But every day you're striving to be better. And you have to understand that, you can subject your mind to what you want it to be. So don't let your phones or technology overtake you. Still have that human connection. Because a lot of times, most people would rather just send a text or make a phone call and say, you know what, I've connected with all of my friends and my family. But how about you go the extra mile? How about you take them to lunch? How about you visit? You just spend time, even the hugs, hugs does something.
Lunch.
Oh my goodness. Hugs do something to you. So it's important that we're not just fixated on technology. I know that technology has come to assist, it has come to aid certain things, because imagine someone living in the US now, and before I probably couldn't communicate with them. But now that I have a mobile phone, I can do that. It's easy for me. But do not let it overtake your entire life, whereby everything that you do is on social media. You're not even thinking of spending time with the people that you love. Human connection, super important.
Yeah, the generations are changing. In our time, I can boldly say that we used to have what we call diaries, where we wrote our secrets. Now the secrets of those things that we wrote in diaries and called them secrets are on social media. Your marriage is on social media. You did one funny thing is on social media and all that. But let's not give it another name. It is called addiction. If you are so fixated, you cannot do without your phone. It's called addiction, just like drug addiction, sex addiction, all the addictions you can think about. So if you call it by its name, maybe you know the danger of it and what it is doing to you. And, you know, I just did a random study. You know, some people are doing 100 days fasting, which I think is unnecessary anyway, but that's a story for another day. And I was asking them, what are you fasting from? You know, you know that it doesn't have to be only food. Can you pick up your phone and say, okay, I'll be fasting from going to my phone from morning till like 2 p.m. You can eat your food. And they said, no, I'd rather go a whole day without food than to go without my phone. And I think that really is a problem.
So, because I understand the concept of fasting is being able to, you know, sacrifice something.
Those things that hurt you.
Yes, that you feel like you need every single day. And it's okay to fast your phone. In fact, when I was in uni, the church I used to attend, the lady told me that, oh, she was fasting from TV. And I'm like, what? It was a culture shock to me because I'm coming from Nigeria to the UK and someone is telling me that they're fasting TV and their phones. And I'm like, where I'm from, you fast food. So you don't eat from 6 to 6. But you know, it's different. And that just really opened my mind that a lot of people are addicted to their phones. A lot of people are addicted to TV, whatever it may be. And sometimes you just need to, the word is unplug. You just need to unplug from certain things. It's okay. If some people, if they lose their phones right now, they are going berserk because they don't know how they're going to function. But you should be able to tell yourself, I can do without these things. I know technology is great, but do not let it manage you. Manage technology.
The phone is an enabler. It is not your life. So don't leave it. Don't leave your phone. Leave your life. Your life is what is more important. Technology is good so that it helps you do some things that you ordinarily cannot do. I know a lot of relationships that ended, a lot of things that went bad, businesses that also went bad because of letter writing that never got to where they were because our NIPOs didn't do well. Now we are happy that we have telephone, but don't let it rule us.
Exactly.
Accept your business is in the phone, but even at that, you cannot be staring at your phone 24/7.
It's not good for your eyes.
It should not happen. That's why we may find a situation where more people in their 40s might be having eye issues in the next 20 years or so. So because this generation is just looking at the screen all the time. So it's really good to unplug, like you said, and think of other things and make sure human contact is paramount. There's nothing that can replace that.
At all. You can't beat that.
No video calls, nothing that can replace
It's different. The hugs are different. The snuggles and the cuddling, totally different. Anyway, let's move on to our top 20 stories this morning. First one says, Lagos Assembly passes vote of confidence in Speaker Mojisola Meranda. The Lagos State House of Assembly on Monday unanimously passed a vote of confidence in Speaker Mojisola Meranda, putting to rest speculations about her possible resignation. This move comes amid growing political tension and rumors surrounding the potential return of former Speaker Mudashiru Obasa as the chamber's leader. Lawmakers sought to reaffirm their trust in Miranda's leadership and ensure stability within the assembly. The motion was moved by Oladipo Ajomale, who represents Oshodi Isolo constituency 2, during plenary session. Ajomale emphasized that the House remains united under Miranda's leadership and dismissed external pressures, suggesting a shift in power. The decision aims to maintain legislative focus amid Obasa's ongoing legal challenge against his removal from office, which has further fueled political speculations. The development follows heightened security concerns within the assembly complex, with reports of a clash between the Department of State Services, DSS, and the legislative workers earlier. As tensions continue, political observers are closely monitoring how Miranda's leadership will navigate the unfolding dynamics in Lagos politics. Well, more details on this situation are expected to emerge in the coming days. So we'll definitely see how this goes. Obviously, we all know the backstory. Obasa was, impeached. He was removed. And Miranda, who was now the first woman to actually assume that office. And people are just saying,
Well, my problem is we should not even keep talking about Miranda as being a woman, first woman. Let it not be like it's something that was given to a woman. She earned it and all that. There are so many sides to this story. There might be a unanimous vote of confidence on Miranda, but if the process to removing Obasa was wrong, then Obasa was right to go to court to seek redress, and he might just have it his way. But the thing is, I also know that even if Obasa returns as the House head, there will be another move to remove him, not impeach, but remove him. And when they remove him, it's a possibility that his political life is dead. So I don't know what the opportunity cost will be. Whether I should advise him to say, okay, just stay away and accept it because your people don't want you anymore, or fight this cause and make sure that after that you are politically dead. So I don't know. It's between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Right.
Obasa may be right. If the process was wrong, then it is wrong. Lawmakers shouldn't be the ones to break the law.
Exactly.
Yes. So
my point.
He should go to court as he has said, but he should know that the people don't want him, and he's going to come back and only face the right procedure to removing him. Either ways, he has lost.
Yeah, because you see situations like this where people don't even want you anymore, especially your colleagues. If they come together against you, they will literally frustrate your administration.
And Obasa should know that it's not only those assembly members that are making this move. There are bigger people who are
pulling the strings.
So if it goes to court, the GAC, which is the Governing Advisory Council or so, is in support of Miranda. The lawmakers are in support of Miranda. And I'm sure from Aso Rock, someone somewhere in Aso Rock is in support of Miranda. So what are you coming back to do in that place? So I think
it's quite dicey. It's quite dicey. And
fight for your right, but how much will your right take you sometimes, you know?
Sometimes you just have to look at the bigger picture and say, should I lose this fight to win the war? Maybe he can come back for something else, you know, become another political figure.
But also you could decide that, okay, even if I become politically irrelevant, but I'm going to maintain my name. I'm going to fight for my name, to clear my name. So after that, maybe I will not be a politician anymore. So that
it's just a very hard decision.
You set a precedence so that others will follow. Let it not be like, in Obasa's time, this was what we did, and we went away with it.
True. There could also be that as well. Yeah.
Okay, so we have this U.S. to deport 201 Nigerians amid crackdown on illegal migrants. You know what is happening in the United States now. It has announced plans to deport 201 Nigerians as part of its ongoing crackdown on illegal migration under President Donald Trump's administration. This was disclosed during a meeting between Nigeria's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, and the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, at Tafawa Balewa House, Abuja. According to Mills, the first batch of deportees will consist of convicted criminals currently serving sentences in U.S. prisons, as well as individuals who have violated immigration laws despite exhausting legal appeals. Odumegwu-Ojukwu expressed concerns about the deportation process, emphasizing the need for a dignified return for affected Nigerians. She highlighted the emotional and financial toll on deportees and their families, especially those with dependents in Nigeria. According to her, approximately 85 of the 201 individuals have already been cleared for repatriation, with U.S. authorities confirming that Lagos will be the designated drop-off point. The minister urged the U.S. government to consider allowing deportees time to settle their affairs before being forcibly removed. She questioned whether adequate provisions would be made to ease their reintegration, particularly for those who have not committed violent crimes. The Nigerian government is reportedly engaging with U.S. officials to ensure that the repatriation process is handled with fairness and humanity. Well, 201 and 85 or so already facing. My concern is, okay, when these people come, no matter what we are saying, we as Nigerians should not see this as a laughing thing. A lot of these people left. Maybe the circumstances may not have been exactly what we wanted them to live in. Like somebody was saying, one girl ran with her jaw money and left. Now she's going to be deported. I wish that she would be deported. Well, what I'm saying is when these people come back, they have faced enough trauma out there.
Yeah.
So when they come here, we should not exacerbate what they're going to face. We should welcome them and see how this reintegration will go smoothly. Like you said, when you travel, you get experiences and all that. So they are going to bring experiences, no matter how small it is. So it's going to help in making Nigeria grow. So we should welcome them with both hands, no matter the circumstances that made them to leave.
I completely agree with you. I mean, it's quite unfortunate that this is their story now. But for anyone who is even thinking of going, it's important that you go through the legal route, because that's what this is. Most of them are people who have gone there. They don't have the right documents. They don't have the right papers to stay in the United States, aside the ones who are criminals and, have committed violent crimes. But every day, most Africans, they just have it in their head that I want to find greener pastures. And those greener pastures are going to the United States, going to Canada, or going to the UK. But how about you try to start to cultivate your own greener pastures here, right? Because you don't want to go somewhere that you're illegal there and they can send you back. And guess what? You're not even going to live the best life there, because most times you're going to be looking over your shoulder, knowing that, oh, I don't have the legal documents to be here. So you might not be able to live a full life. But if you're here, this is your home. No matter what you do, United States of America will never be your home. No matter what you do, the UK, for instance, we talk about Kemi Badenoch, right? She's Nigerian, but she has taken the whole coat of many colors that she's British, right? But guess what? She's still black. She's still Nigerian. She still looks like me. So no matter what you're going to do, you can be their lap. Let me just finish. You can be their lapdog, right? You can do whatever they want to do, whatever they want you to do. But you are still that same person. So how about you stay here, develop your nation the way it is over there, create your own greener pastures here, and you don't have to now face the shame of being repatriated back.
Even the blacks who do not know their roots, that have been there for forever,
try to trace.
They still are considered second-class citizens.
Yeah.
They are called Black Americans. Who are the Americans themselves? Just people who are white, that's all. Because some of these people are people who cannot even also trace, but because they are white, they are white.
I don't want to go into the whole...
So they are Black Americans.
America.
So what are you going? Yes, there may be greener pastures there, but you see, some things that make them commit suicide there are the things that we feel are enjoyments to go and get to. So the cultures are different. You can actually cultivate. You have cultivated greener pastures here, but you're going to where someone has decided to water their own pastures. So why not stay here and water yours?
Yeah.
So this is not to say that there are no people who went there because legitimately they needed to be there. Yes. And there are people who, a lot of people back home in Nigeria depend on them because of what they're doing. There are people who have established businesses and all that.
Come on, look at all the doctors and the healthcare workers there.
Not only other things, but also the dollars coming back home. We saw billions and billions of diaspora money that came into Nigeria just last year and all of the years. We know how those things are. But the thing is, now it's a wake-up call for our leaders that you should sit up and do the right thing. See Canada denying our highest military person visa to go watch the games that are being played by his people, his army men. So it's an insult as far as I'm concerned, no matter the circumstances. So we should begin to think for ourselves and do the right thing and make our place conducive enough. Let the government not say, we told you, don't go, this is our land and all that. They left because of your carelessness, they left because of your negligence of the right things that you are supposed to do. And these people, unfortunately, can still
Imagine
go to
people
America.
moving through the Sahara Desert just because they want to. No. Please, let's just do better in Nigeria, stay Nigerian, and it'll just be great.
I go to America every day in my dream.
Oh, Lord.
I watch movies and all. But the bottom line is Nigeria is the sweetest country you can ever.
It is your home. It is your home. Right. Our final top trending story says reps move to regulate police orderlies for government officials. The House of Representatives is considering a bill to amend the Nigeria Police Act 2020 to regulate the deployment of police officers as orderlies to top government officials. Sponsored by Lagos lawmaker Wale Raji, the bill aims to limit how long officers serve in such roles and ensure their reassignment to core policing duties after a set period. The proposed amendments to Section 18 of the Act introduces new subsections defining which public officials qualify for police orderlies. It sets a 3-year limit for officers assigned to elected officials, after which they must return to regular duties and training. Officers attached to the president, vice president, and governors, however, may serve throughout the official's tenure. To enforce compliance, the bill prescribes penalties for officers who violate the rules. It aims to curb the abuse of police personnel attached to VIPs and enhance the professionalism and effectiveness of the Nigeria police force. The bill will return to the House floor for further debate in the coming weeks. So the truth is, in fact, I've heard that most of our policemen, they are with VIPs. So we're not even seeing as much people maintaining the law and order of the state, because guess what? They're already with VIPs and they need the money. But I think I like this bill because it makes sense. We're not saying we're not going to give you the orderlies, right? But after a while, you need to come back. You need to come back for training. The reason why we're seeing a lot of mayhem is because these people are not even well trained. Or sometimes they forget what they were trained in the first place. So I like the bill. Come back, go and do whatever you want to do. If you want to make money on the side, why not? But after 3 years, you come back. You come back to your regular duty, because what you were trained for in the first place was not to go and be guarding somebody. And have you seen how much they abuse this? Whereby a policeman will be holding a woman's handbag. Like, that is your job, right? Meanwhile, you're supposed to be maintaining law and order in the community.
Pessimist me says it will not work. You know why? To be a MOPO, mobile policeman, is to serve in that capacity for a number of years, maybe 3 years, and after that you come back to being regular. Just to give you some sort of combat experience, as it were, and then after that you come back to becoming a regular policeman. It's some kind of training. Do you know that there are people who have been MOPO all their lives? They just, from regular, once they enter MOPO, that's the
end. The money now?
Because the money is there, and they've not been able
to... So we have a picture. We have a picture right here of this is a police officer. Imagine carrying a food for like that is your job now. Imagine. So they've turned these policemen to their errand boys.
So I think that should have been what the bill should have been hammering on, the duties of a police officer. And once you are seen doing anything other than that, if you can't stand your ground, it's either you are removed from that place because your boss is trying to make you into a servant, or you're sacked if you are the one who is allowing yourself to be not to withdraw. If I have an orderly, for instance, and I'm serving in the National Assembly for 2 tenures, there's a time that I will get to, and I begin to trust you as my orderly. I wouldn't want you changed. So if you're talking about removing after 3 years and changing people like that, I will have trust issues. So I think it should be that, okay, if you're serving this person and the person feels comfortable with you,
so maybe renewal.
Yes, you can continue. But once you leave that person, you come back to being a regular person and you get the training that you're supposed to get. Because I need to trust one person. I can't be changing orderlies all the time. My life is in your hands, as it were. So, but we should talk about how many people should be there, what their functions should be, and the penalties if they don't stick to their functions and all that. Beto Kun, the current IGP, came and said he was feeling like a tiger, that he was going to remove all the orderlies from these people. So I was thinking that maybe it will get to a time where politicians and other celebrities will be patronizing private security firms. But he didn't do anything like that. No. So if he's going to talk about training, I am in support. But if we're talking about training orderlies...
Even the orderlies... Imagine,
it's thought to the whole country, not just the police force. They should make it so strict that you go there to wherever you're going and your duties remain constant.
There are certain things you can't do. Carrying food, carrying handbag. Why? For what? All right, that's it for our top trending stories. We'll go on a short break. We look at the weather. When we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us. Staying with us, you're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to take the global stories that have made it to the front pages of our national dailies this morning. And joining us to review the papers is Chris Kehinde Wandu. He's the executive editor, CKN News. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Good morning, sir.
Always a pleasure. All right, so we begin with the Punch this morning, and in fact, it's the main story for all of our papers this morning. And on the Punch, it leads with chaos crisis in Lagos. DSS lawmakers bicker over daylight assembly invasion. Another writer says Miranda refuses to resign, Obasa plots return. GAC to meet Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu security changed. On the Nigerian Tribune, it says chaos in Lagos Assembly, DSS invasion of assembly premises, entering of chambers spark outrage. Lawmakers, assembly workers, indigents storm assembly, scuffle with security personnel. Leaked memo shows DSS was invited over need for enhanced security measures. Miranda gains support, sheds tears amid confidence vote by 36 lawmakers. On The Guardian, it says Lagos Assembly crisis worsen, reveals deeper cracks in state's power dynamics. What's your take on all of this? Because this is a major thing. Of course, we know the story. Obasa was removed, even though he says he wasn't removed in the legal or the legitimate way, and he's trying to come back. But of course, Miranda has already assumed power as the leader of the House. Right now, we're seeing whereby there's a little bit of scuffle, a little bit of crisis with the Lagos State Assembly. And right now, everybody's asking, what's with the power dynamics? What's your take on that?
Well, it's quite unfortunate what happened or what is happening within the Lagos State House of Assembly. What is going on is more power tussle. But the interesting part of it is that it seems that something is fundamentally wrong. And the president seems to be losing his hold or his political base, which is Lagos, after he has relocated to Abuja. Lagos is a state that was practically under the total wrap of the president when he was the #1 man, as I would say it, leader of the party in the state. But it seems that his relocation to Abuja seems to have opened these flags for so many reasons. Let's start with even going back. During the 2023 presidential election, for the first time, for a long time, the APC, of which the president was the presidential candidate of the party, lost in Lagos State. If you remember that vividly, the president lost the election in Lagos State during the 2023 election. It was that Lagos State was won by Labour. It was the governorship election that came in later that the APC won through the incumbent governor. So taking that further, we thought that all was well until this issue of removal or no removal, Mr. Mudashiru Obasa as the speaker came up. And before you knew it, things are falling apart and the center cannot hold. And there have been so many things, so many rumors, nobody knows which is which, that the president was not happy. Some people say the president was not happy, that he was not consulted. We read other sort of rumor where they say, okay, they are going to placate the president by going to beg him and say that what has happened has happened. And everything took a head yesterday when the DSS practically took over the assembly complex. What we heard later was that actually that the Honorable Speaker, through the clerk of the House, wrote to the DSS, inviting them for security that they had. That within the rumor means that Mr. Obasa will be coming with his supporters to the assembly yesterday for whatever reason, and it was based on that that the DSS obliged them. But what later happened is that the DSS on its own went beyond his mandate as if he had his own written script. By going around, the same people that invited you, you went to lock up the office of the speaker, lock up the office of the deputy speaker, even the clerk that wrote the letter of invitation to you, you lock up his office too, and wouldn't allow members to access the assembly. Don't forget, prior to this, some week back, either a week or two ago, based on the petition written to the DSS by Honorable Obasa, the deputy speaker, the current deputy speaker, was invited by the DSS and practically detained until some members of the House members went to Magodo office of DSS to get him released. So a lot of interest. We don't even know who is in charge. We don't know what to believe. We don't know, and that in itself is a big problem. So the APC in Lagos State seems not to be getting its act together. And so yesterday, in order to avoid all the necessary bickering, the lawmakers passed a vote of confidence on the speaker, and now adjourned Sendai, as we say, indefinitely. So we are still waiting. Even this morning, there's still the rumor coming in that Obasa and his Obasa has only 3 members that are supporting him out of about 39 members, supporting members of the House of Assembly. There's no rumor that he may show up today, but let's wait and see. But I think it is for the president to be able to step in and show leadership and make sure that this issue is settled once and for all.
Still on political crisis, we move to Osun, still on Punch. Osun mayhem, ex-councillor chair, 6 others shot dead as Adeleke Oyetola supporters war. What do you make of the situation in Osun State? People are already dying.
Like Lagos, like Osun, and that is why we are saying the issue of Lagos should be sorted out as quickly as possible, so that we don't, it does not degenerate into bloodshed and where people have to lose their life. We saw what happened in Osun yesterday. Prior to that, the governor of the state, Governor Adeleke, had come out 22 hours before that to say that there is an attempt by the former governor of the state, Gboyega Oyetola, to cause mayhem. And what is the issue? The APC in the state, of which the Oyetola was leader, said that there's a court injunction, a judgment of the court, restricting the former local government chairman to go back to their offices, of which the PDP-led government of Adeleke said, no, there's nothing like that. And a court of appeal on its own also has dismissed the former local government chairman, so there's nothing of such. I thought that security agencies would have been mobilized to make sure that there was peace, and most of these things are nipped in the bud. But the police, as it were, dropped the ball. Probably they were waiting for the gladiators to clash and kill themselves, because I expected that by yesterday, because of what happened, just like it happened in Rivers State, where the police quickly went to the local government to lock up the local government and take control of the local government. The police, as if they are playing some kind of sides of some of the gladiators, just kept a limbo, stayed off the secretariat, and there was a free-for-all, during which we are being told now the local government chairman has been killed. About 7 or so Nigerians have also killed. Now you ask yourself, wasn't this avoidable? Where was the Inspector General of Police? Where was the DG of DSS? Where are the other chief security heads within the state and even at the federal level to be able to make sure that some of these things are nipped in the bud? But as it were, it seems like it is politics, and in politics you will see people taking sides as well. So as of this morning, we don't know the situation. We don't know whether the police have taken over the local government, because from the press release issued by the governor last night, he was calling on the police to take over the local government security within the local government secretariat, so that some level of peace can be. But it still goes back to those. The governor is not in charge of the police, and that is why some people have been saying that this issue of state police, whether it's going to work or not, the governor cannot give directive to the commissioner of police. The commissioner of police takes directly from Abuja. Abuja could be Asoro, Abuja could be IGP, but that puts him in a precarious situation where he cannot be able to maintain law and order in the state. So if there are some vested interests within the state, then the governor has practically had next to nothing. But there has been a Supreme Court judgment on the issue of local government, and to me, that is the supreme, and that is what we should be able to adhere to. But for anybody to start using the issue of local government to start causing mayhem in any form, that is practically unacceptable, and the police and security agencies should be blamed for what happened yesterday.
Okay, just for now, it is not confirmed, but there's something just popped up that the Lagos State Speaker Miranda may have resigned. That is
No,
not.
that's a fake.
At all.
That's fake.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so we're still talking about some happenings. We're still there on the Punch newspaper. AGF bans police from parading suspects.
Well, it's not today that has been banned. There has been court judgment on that matter for long, and it is criminal for you to parade people just like that. But I don't know why the police are so quick at parading people even before they are investigated and or prosecuted. I don't know the rationale behind that, because most often than not, the same people you are parading, you have not prosecuted them, and at times when they get to court, the court sets them free. So what happens to what you have done? I totally disagree with that style of the Nigerian police, who are very, very quick. Not only the Nigerian police, but other security agencies. The EFCC does that as well. You will see the EFCC will be so quick to write, you see that blackboard that they write and ask you to stick it to your chest. And they start parading you. No, it is not done anywhere. So I would rather, and why they are getting away with this is that nobody has truly sued them on that and get effective prosecution and judgment on that. Even if they are, the problem with why our security agencies engage in this lot of impunity is that even when judgment is entered for an individual on the issue with the security agencies, and the security agencies are asked to pay certain damages, they don't pay. They don't, and nobody enforces that. I've seen instances where the police lose cases and are paid to pay the victim 10 million naira, 20 million naira, 50 million, even 100 million. Nobody does that. If there is that level of enforcement, and you ask yourself, who is going to enforce? Who is going to enforce the enforcer? Until we'll be able to do the needful, then we continue on this level of impunity. But I totally agree that this issue of parading people for the fun of it, just for the cameras and media trial should stop. But is the AGF, how will he be able to implement that? When is the same police that are supposed to implement this directive are the ones that are corporate and always parading Nigerians or whoever they call suspects? Because that is why you see us journalists, when we are reporting on issues like this, we always use the word alleged, allegedly, alleged, because the person, everybody is presumed innocent by the face of the law, by the 1999 Constitution, as amended, until proven otherwise. So the person you are parading today may tomorrow be innocent. Are you going to come back to parade the person and say, okay, remove what we put on chest? Oh, he is no longer no longer guilty and rest of. I totally agree with the GF, but a question will ask yourself, how is he going to implement that, and who is going to implement this particular order?
Interesting. All right, so let's just move over to the power sector. So still on the Punch, it says federal government plans 2.3 trillion electricity subsidy in 2025. About 178.03 billion electricity subsidy was done in January, despite the cash backing and all of that. And of course, the previous month was about 197.91 billion. So there's been a 10% decrease with what the government has had to shoulder for January. But with this right now, what do you think is the financial stability of the power sector if they have to keep paying this subsidy? I know that in other countries, they subsidize one thing or another. And in our country, it used to be fuel subsidy. But right now, the electricity tariff for especially low-income earners are now being subsidized. How do you think they might be able to stay through the course if they keep having to pay this amount of money?
First of all, the question you got to ask yourself, who are the people being subsidized?
Low income
earners, they say. I recharged my just yesterday, and I still got the same number of units. So who are the people you say, am I high income? Am I within we don't have what we used to have in the past, where we have middle income, lower income, everybody has been, they don't segment us. It's either up there or down. And me, I know I'm down there. I'm not up. So if you are subsidizing, I should be part of those that are subsidized. Now, within my area, in the past going to 24 hours now, I'm supposed to be on so-called banditry or banditry A or whatever they call it. I've not had light.
It's a banditry.
Yeah, banditry, yeah. In their so-called banditry. I've not had light. And I'm supposed to be on banditry A. So I just believe that all this issue, yes, we've always called for a high level of subsidy on electricity, power, energy that is being done across the globe. But it's only subsidized when you have a high level of surplus. A situation where you have just hovering between 4,000, not even up to 5,000 megawatts, a country of over 200 million people. So what are we talking about? Which is why some of us have totally disagree with this so-called bandit and no bandit, whether bandit A or bandit whatever. Everybody should be within the same level. Every Nigerian deserves to have electricity. Nobody ought to be discriminated upon. You don't need to tell me I'm a person. Even the so-called people that they are putting on so-called bandit and other, some of them are already crying out, we are not as big or rich as we say we are. A situation where we'll be spending practically close to about 40% or 50% of our salary on electricity. What is expected? So, yeah, subsidy is good, but who is being subsidized and how much it is, we need to know, because that is what I always see that these are just conduit avenue to be able to siphon money. Forget it. It's the same thing that they do with us with the issue of cash transfer. They identify how many people, 50 million Nigerians, who they'll be transferring 50,000 naira, 25,000 naira. And we ask, where is the register? Where is the register to? Nobody has come out to give us a clear-cut register and a list of who and who have been collected. And this thing started with the last regime. We have trillions and trillions of money we are embezzled. And you saw what happened within the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and the issue of Madam Betta Edu and her ministry. And an inquiry, a committee was set up to probe Edu. Until now, nothing. You have listened to the report of that probe. Has she been prosecuted? So I still believe that this is just an avenue until the government comes clean, and that's what we say every time. Until we be able to come clean and win the confidence of the people, no matter how you try to be able to make them believe that you are within and try to improve their lives, Nigerians that will not believe. We need empirical evidence to be able to match make this, that what you are saying is true. But for me, for now, I don't see any level of subsidy, except you have maybe they've subsidized you also. Maybe you can be able to tell us.
She's banned. Anyway,
you're a pantry, Abi.
When we talk about subsidy, we would expect that places like hospitals and other critical infrastructure will be subsidized.
Exactly.
But power outage
at the University of Ibadan and
yes,
most of the teaching hospitals across
the UCH resident doctors threaten indefinite strike.
The students hostel are not even part of it. They'll also be part in darkness. They're just talking about it. The students, the medical students, and even the staff, they don't still have light, and that's the problem.
They are threatening strike right now as we speak.
Yes, I agree with you. It's true. Yeah.
Well, it's I don't know. Unfortunate will not do justice to whatever we're talking about right now. Okay, so we move to Daily Trust. Saudi firm threatens to sue Hajj Commission over contract breach. Contract breach. We've been seeing a lot of things when it comes to Hajj, and within the country, even how many people have been sued or been made to face the panel for fraud regarding the money that was voted for Hajj and all that. And now a Saudi firm is threatening the Hajj Commission over contract breach. I don't know what you make of that story.
Well, I don't know. I don't know I've not read that story. I don't know what it's all about. But the fact is that we've always said on this program that government has next to nothing to do with Hajj. Pilgrimage is a personal obligation. If you want to go on pilgrimage, then arrange for yourself. If you want to go to Mecca, arrange for yourself. If you want to go to Jerusalem, it is your personal conviction. It has nothing to do with the government. So why should government be subsidizing and also be paying for certain people to go on pilgrimage? That is totally unacceptable. And because of that, some people are taking advantage of the situation. We saw what happened during the last Hajj, where the Director General or the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Hajj Commission was involved in so much pilfering, as it were, and he has to be removed. And it goes back to what we used to say. The issue of Nigeria is not be able to see where the problem is. We cannot be able to provide solution. The man that was accused, allegedly, to have stolen billions and billions of naira from the Hajj Commission, after he was removed, what happened? That is the question you ask yourself. Has he been prosecuted? Has he been jailed? If he has been prosecuted and he has been found guilty, have recovered that he allegedly, using the word again, allegedly stole. So if there's a contract, if there's a contract in law, that's what we call valid contract. A valid contract is a contract that is signed, sealed, and delivered. If there's a valid contract with certain organization or individuals towards the Hajj or whatever, it is obligatory that you must see that that obligation through. Once both of you have agreed and it has been signed, in the course of any dispute, that's what we call, depending on the clause within the law, that is what we call arbitration. So most often than not, in such contract, what we say, the first level is to say we will go on arbitration. Have they gone on arbitration? If they've gone on arbitration, was it resolved or was not resolved? It is only when you could not be able to resolve within the arbitration that you can proceed to court. But if there was nothing, there's no clause within that contract for arbitration, then definitely court will be the issue. And the question you ask yourself, if it's a foreign firm, where will they institute that court action? Is it Saudi Arabia or in Nigeria? It's a very, very, very intricate issue.
It's an international arbitration court that they're taking it to, and what they had done was they unilaterally cancelled the contract days to the closure of deadlines, or the deadline closure, and that was what happened.
Yeah, you know, that's why I said that within the clause, there is what there must always be arbitration clause. So if it's taken to International Court of Arbitration, then that is it. Then also in the CAP clause, as I was taught during my law program, in that clause, both of you are going to agree where the arbitration is going to take place. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
You are going to agree. If there is any dispute, this arbitration will not take place in Nigeria and it will not take place in Saudi Arabia. It may be said that we meet in Qatar, we meet in Dubai, and blah, blah, blah. So it's a very, very different. And the problem with arbitration is that even at the end of it all, if for any reason both of you are not able to resolve your issue within the arbitration, you have a right to go to court. So let's wait and see what happens.
All right. So there's one final story on The Guardian. It says Nigerians show approval of Tinubu's performance via defection to APC. What do you think the president's performance has been so far, and how come Nigerians are cheering? Maybe they are.
Please be very brief, because
yeah, we have 30 seconds for this. I know it's a
critical question that will make you talk on and on, please.
I should ask you both the same question. Are we not in Nigeria? So I should ask you, what is the performance? All of us know what the performance is. It depends from which side of the divide you are talking from. If you are an APC, still APC member, and somebody benefiting from the government. So we have done so well within the past 2 years. But some majority of Nigerians will also say, no, we've been impoverished, and that is the fact. Things have not improved. We've not seen any level of improvement from what we had pre-May 29th, 2023, and that's a fact. As the life of Nigerians improved within this period, I would say no. We've seen what happened within the energy sector, with the rise increment in the petroleum price, energy
price.
The
concern, Mr. Chris, Mr. Chris, the concern.
And the rest of them. Even this so-called 70,000 naira minimum wage that the government promised, some states are not even paying at all. So I wouldn't see any level of, but as I said, it depends on where you sit in between the divide. If you are pro-government, you say, yes, they've done so well. If you are anti-government, I won't even use the word anti-government. If somebody that just sitting a neutral person like you and I would say that there have not been any level of improvement between now and 2023. Probably before the government runs out in 2027, Nigerians might be able to see some kind of silver lining at the end of the tunnel. But they've told you already that there's no vacancy in Aso Rock. in 2027. So it is Nigerians to decide, and not just members of the ruling party.
All right. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you for your time, Chris.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
You too. All right. So we're speaking with Chris Kende-Wandu, who is Executive Editor, CKN News, and we've just been taking the global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing our first hot topic, and this talks about, well, it says Sharia panels in Southwest spark controversy. Please stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thanks for staying with us. It's time now to look at our first hot topic, and that's on Sharia. Experts are divided over the proposed Sharia arbitration panels in southwest Nigeria. Supporters, including the NSCIA, argue that the panels will help resolve disputes among Muslims, while critics fear they could fuel religious tension. Christian groups and traditional institutions strongly oppose the move, and state governments in Ogun and Oyo have rejected it. Legal expert Adam Oloriaje insists the panels are voluntary and have functioned peacefully in Lagos for 22 years. However, security strategist David Okoro and commentator Fola Ojo warned that they could disrupt the region's religious harmony. Critics also questioned the legality of the panels, noting that only legislatures can establish courts. With mounting opposition, the future of Sharia arbitration in the Southwest remains uncertain. Our guest this morning is Comrade Mark Adebayo, National Spokesperson, Coalition of United Political Parties. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Adebayo.
Good morning. Thanks so much.
Good morning.
Good
morning.
Okay, what's your take about the proposed establishment of the Sharia arbitration courts in the Southwest? Or anywhere else in Nigeria, apart from the north that we already have Sharia law?
You see, people are just busy doing things that are absolutely unnecessary. You want to bring Sharia to the Southwest? Of course, it will be resisted because it's unreasonable, because it's unnecessary. Because, I mean, how will Sharia help education, for example? How will it help health, for example? How will it help infrastructural development? How will it help security? Because Southwest is known for religious harmony, for religious tolerance. I grew up, I was born into a society where Muslims will go and pay a visit to their Christian neighbors or even feed there on Christmas days. And the same thing will happen during the Ramadan, in the Kabir, in the Fitri, and the rest of that. The Christians will go to the homes of their Muslim friends to facilitate with them. That has, in fact, the former head of state of Nigeria, General Yakub Gowon, once said that all the other parts of the country should go to Yoruba land and learn how to live together in peace, in religious harmony, because the Yoruba people have long ago. But you see, a couple of fundamentalists are rising up and trying to cause chaos. What is that going to bring to the table in terms of development, in terms of security, in terms of peace to the southwest of Nigeria, where we have been told by the state governors in Southwest that there are indications that elements of ISWAP and Boko Haram are moving down Southwest, so as to create, to cause another chaos. And now you are raising issues that will also even compromise the security and the harmony of the region by saying you are bringing Sharia. Look, Sharia should be left where it is. It is not. They shouldn't bring it here. Because you see, if you bring it here, There's no way you say, because we live together among ourselves, you say it's only between Muslim and Muslim. What of, there are situations in Yoruba land especially where a Muslim is married to a lady who still goes to church, who is still a Christian. We are that harmonious when it comes, we are that tolerant when it comes to, to religion. But if you bring Sharia now, you are going to create crisis. Because as a family, we are in the same house, Yoruba land, you have some children of the same father going to mosque, we have children of the same father going to the church. So we should leave it like that. We should not allow any fundamentalists to come and create unnecessary chaos. Because of the crisis, the Sharia law will clash with the regular law, with the regular court. There will be issues, there will be crisis. So, because the people who are so going overdrive, promoting these things, have a hidden agenda. They have a hidden agenda, and that hidden agenda will not see the light of day. Why don't you allow a sleeping dog to lie? What is the benefits of Sharia for anybody here in this part of the world? No. So it is. So that is why we keep saying that this country needs a new direction. We need a new direction. We don't need to be arrested within a circle of certainty, as promulgated, as propounded by Frantz Fanon. So we need to move ahead. We need to move forward. Even religion, the kind of things that religion creates, the crisis it creates, is beginning to make some of us begin to doubt. The necessity for religion at all whatsoever. Not to talk of now bringing Sharia that is so controversial. Even in the Islamic enclaves, it's even still controversial there. So that is it.
So could it
won't do any good to the Southwest.
So could it be that maybe they're losing confidence in our conventional courts? Is that why they're thinking of bringing this? And maybe there's been a precedent for this, because I know that in the past there used to be traditional laws whereby you go to Amadioha and you go and swear. We're in Africa. It's African traditional religion. So with this now, if they're saying they need to bring Sharia law into the Southwest state, at this point, do we also embrace, traditional laws as well, and then maybe Christian courts too?
You see, this country needs a new direction in thinking, new direction in governance, new direction in society, in community. We need a new direction from all this backward thinking stuff. If people need Sharia, let them go to where Sharia operates, not to bring Sharia to the Southwest. We are saying that it's going to be counterproductive, it's going to create crisis, it's going to create chaos, which we can ill afford at this. If they don't have confidence in the regular courts, they might as well say that they lack confidence in the governors, they don't have confidence in the president, they don't have confidence in the constitution of Nigeria, they don't have confidence in the country. Because all of us are in it together. Even where there's Sharia, there are cases you cannot take to Sharia. You have to still take it to the regular court. The Sharia will not determine election matters. Sharia will not determine certain criminal matters. Sharia, for instance, cannot try treason or treasonable felony. A lot of things that Sharia courts cannot do. So if you say it's only, and now they are giving excuses. That was what they said when they started this in Safara. And many people paid, but a teacher was stoned to death under the false pretense that she desecrated the Quran. If you bring it here, you will see you are going to now create another colony of massive Almajiris in the Southwest. It's going to be a total distraction. If they say they have lost confidence in regular court, that is the which they have not, a reason which they have not adduced anyways. It's not an excuse to bring Sharia to this place. Because it's not, you can see the resistance going ahead, you can see the protest going on. That is what you are going to see if you bring Sharia to this place. It is now that we know that external forces, although we have known that a long time ago, external forces are behind Boko Haram. The same thing is what is happening now. Is just the voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau that is happening now. That they are now advocating for Sharia to come to the Southwest, not to create unnecessary crisis, because there will be a clash. There will be a clash of cultures, there will be a clash of civilization, there will be a clash of interest if you bring Sharia courts to this space. It is unnecessary. What benefit? Okay, what benefits have they been able to adduce to bringing Sharia to the Southwest? They have not been able, other than religious sentiments and the rest of that.
Okay,
you leave it as it is.
So would you say that this is a governance issue, a legal issue, or a religious issue?
I think it's about religious fundamentalist issue. It's just because a few extremists. It's about a few extremists coming together to just look for trouble for the Southwest by raising this issue at this time. It's not about governance issues. It's about religious sentiments. That's all. It's about religious. It's about very parochial religious sentiments that is allowed these people, because a lot of people don't even know what they believe in. How many people even understand the religion they are practicing across the line, whether traditional, whether Christianity, whether Islam? How many people who are in those religions understand what they? There are some Christians who don't even know. They don't know where Leviticus is. They think it's in the New Testament. Some people don't even know where James is. They think it's in the Old Testament because they don't read the Bible except what their pastors tell them on Sundays. The same thing with especially with Islam, that you don't even understand the language. You need to go and learn the language first and begin to learn the alphabet, alif, ba, ta, sa, and so on and so forth. It makes it much more complicated. That's why the Yoruba people have a name for Islam as Imali. So a very difficult thing to learn. So now it is not about governance. It's not about. It's not even about politics. It's about religious fundamentalism. It is about religious extremism. And it's a threat. We must see it as that. We must see it as that. The people are already complaining. People have started protesting. They went to Adwait to protest. They went to Ibadan to protest. They went to Oyo North to protest. People are already protest. Anywhere they say they want to hold anything kind of meeting about Sharia in the Southwest, people gather and go and protest there, and they won't allow the event to go. That must tell you, all these people, Ilana Odua, Yoruba Nation, and co, are coming together, including the OPC. They will go to where they say they want to do anything about Sharia. You are now, crisis is coming. We shouldn't allow that.
Comrade Adebayo, I do not know how you're exonerating the governance from this issue. When Sharia came into Nigeria, I'm saying when it came into Nigeria because we remember when it came to the north, it was the governor who made it like it was first of all his campaign promise, and when he got into the office, he now said it was going to be implemented. That was a governor, not only maybe the governor doubles as a religious fanatic or something, but it also tells you what our leaders think about instead of the other things that will develop a country, like you were mentioning them. They think about religious things. In fact, we were talking this morning about how government was even having business with Hajj and all other things that should be strictly religious. So don't you think that governance and religious is being mixed in Nigeria? For instance, when you want to contest, they tell you this is a Muslim ticket, it cannot happen. Muslim Christian has to be and all that. And now, gradually, we have a Muslim ticket, which means that religion and governance have come together. Religion and politics have come together. So why do you choose to exonerate governance or politics from this?
You see, Yamgul, we need to disaggregate these issues. For Zamfara State, where Governor Yari started, it's not Governor Yari, that governor started this thing. No, you need to go and visit Zamfara now. You can't even visit Zamfara because the likelihood of you being kidnapped by terrorists is about 95%. It's about 90%. So I won't even advise you to even go to Zamfara. So what has become of Zamfara State today? Zamfara State remains one of the poorest in the country. Zamfara State has probably the highest number of out-of-school children in the country. Zamfara State has, terrible infrastructural deficit in this country. What the help has Sharia done for them? It's not a governance issue. It may be a governance issue for them there, but here in the Southwest, it's not a governance issue. Not the governor, not the commissioner, not the local government chairman, not even a councillor started this thing. It is some individual, extremists who came together and said they did it, and then we need to let Sultan of Sokoto remain Sultan of Sokoto and should not be interfering in the affairs of the Southwest. He is not a monarch that the Southwest is under. The Southwest is not under, so he should not be, interfering in a way that we escalate the crisis. The Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs should stay out of this. Is Southwest. This is not a governance issue. It's about individuals who came together, extremists and fundamentalists who say they need Sharia. If you need Sharia, you can practice it inside your house, your home, your family, your mosque, not in the larger society. what you are saying is that we are practicing Sharia. What has Sharia done for them? Like the Gen Zs will say, who Sharia help? You need to, if you see Zamfara, the crisis in Zamfara, the poverty in Zamfara, the insecurity in Zamfara, the terrible educational deficit in Zamfara, the terrible infrastructural deficit in Zamfara, the corruption in the governance system, where Sharia purportedly operates in Zamfara, is mind-boggling. It's humongous. So you cannot see, I don't see, if traditionally we are a society where they are naturally Muslims, that Sharia has not helped them. How do you think it will help a society that has never been under any kind of religious encumbrances or inhibition, like in the Southwest?
Okay.
Like the Southwest is a model.
Okay, we understand that. We understand that, Comrade Adebayo. We understand that. We know that there are some people who would rather have that religious background than the prosperity that you're thinking about, because they feel that maybe even when they die in their poverty, they might go to heaven and all that. But interesting aspect of history told us, or tells us, that even Islam entered Nigeria in the Southwest first before it went to the North. And I don't know how they... Sorry?
Or your kingdom first. That's where Islam first came in.
It entered here first before it got. And when you were talking about religious tolerance, I wondered why you didn't mention the president. The president has a pastor wife, and he's a Muslim, and that is how the Southwest is. My concern is, they have said that this Islam has been in Lagos State for this Sharia arbitration has been in Lagos State and operated for over 22 years. Why is the noise coming now?
Okay, if it operated for 22 years, what killed it? Why did it stop? It shows the resistance of society. It shows it's not a welcome development. It shows that it cannot survive within a community of people that have decided to be blind to religion, to be blind to wherever you go. Look at the typical example of our president that you just mentioned. His wife is a Christian, he's also a pastor. Some of his children are Christians, some of his children are Muslims. You understand? That is who we are in the Southwest. That is who we are. And now, go and study that Sharia very well. You will see that it will make interrelationship between Islam and other religions very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Because there will be no-go areas for you as a Muslim in the Sharia. So there will be no-go areas. That you will begin to see yourself that you not be. I went for a wedding last Saturday. The husband is a Christian. The family of the wife are all Muslims. So what did they do? In fact, the father is a Muslim. The mother of the girl is a Christian. So they brought a pastor and brought an imam to sort of consummate the wedding for them. That is who we are, and everybody was happy. When you are singing your Christian song, the Muslims are dancing with you. When you are singing your Islamic song, the Christians are dancing with you. If Sharia, look, you need to go and study. I don't want to go into too many of these things because I don't want my intervention to be misunderstood. So that is why I am saying that the harmony we have here, the peace we have here, together in the same family. We see in the Yoruba, you see somebody, a child of the same father is a traditional worshipper. The other one is a Christian. The other one is a Muslim. Another one doesn't even believe in God. Yes, nobody is exorcised. Nobody is exiled or sent away from the family. Nobody is excommunicated. All of us live together in harmony. Believe in what you want to believe. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about that. We will not discriminate against you on the basis of your faith. We will not discriminate against you on the basis of who or what you believe in. And we want to leave it at that. Don't bring a law that will now put people in the straight jacket. In the do's and don'ts. Don't marry a Christian. Don't mingle with other people or other religion. So, but it's a draconian. The Sharia is a draconian system.
All right.
We cannot accommodate that in the Southwest.
Yeah. Okay, so going forward with what you've said, because we're talking about religious harmony, whereby, especially in the Southwest, people can be Muslim, Christian, traditional worshippers, but they all, come together, they all stay together, right? So what are the alternatives at the moment? Aside, the regular courts that we have, what other alternatives can you suggest when it comes to dispute resolution?
I would want to say that our regular costs are enough to deal with whatever issues arise from between individuals. And if the crisis is bigger or something, but they can approach their imams to intervene. I mean, there are provisions in the Quran that allows for that. That your imam, your religious head can intervene and make some decisions and give interventions and resolutions about some issues. I think that should be, for me, there is no alternative than to allow our legal system as it is currently, as it currently operates in this way, to allow it to be. And you see, if we want to talk about governance issues on this matter, it's just to say that we need a totally new direction in this country, new thinking, new direction. We need a new direction for Nigeria to be able to function well. If we were to be thinking about advancement, if we are to be thinking about stupendous advances in technology and science, we will not be thinking about all this. For me, it's a negative distraction for us. Indeed, when we are discussing, when people are hungry, when people we have, even in the Southwest now, we are beginning to have dropout. We are beginning to have out of school children. The percentage is increasing. That should be our conversation. That should be our commitment. That should be something that should trouble us, not bringing things that is already creating argument, crisis, and controversy. It has not started though.
I do hope we don't get to a point where we implement policies that will divide Nigeria and further disintegrate us instead of unifying us. And I do hope that we'll emerge victorious out of all this crisis and learn our lessons, especially as we have begun to learn from what Donald Trump is doing in the US. But this is where we have to wrap up. Comrade Mark Adebayo, we'd like to thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your time this morning. Okay, we've been talking with Comrade Mark Adebayo, the national spokesperson of the Coalition of United Political Parties, and we were looking at the agitation or proposal for the Sharia panels to be established in the Southwest and the controversy it is sparking or bringing. We're going to take a short break now, and when we return, we'll be talking about Monday Okpebholo's 100 days in office. We'll be reviewing his Renewing Hope agenda in Edo. Stay with us.
For staying with us, you're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Right now we're discussing 100 days in office, reviewing Okpebholo's Renewing Hope in Edo. The first 100 days of a new administration serve as a key indicator of a leadership potential for this Edo State governor. His early days in office have been defined by leadership qualities that go beyond policies to create real impact. Today, our guest, the Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to the Governor, will provide insights into how these qualities have shaped the governor's achievements. In this discussion, we'll focus on personal motivations and leadership style that have driven the governor's success. Rather than just looking at policies, we'll explore how his personality has influenced the work he has done and the hope he has instilled in Edo State. This conversation will offer a unique angle on the first 100 days by emphasizing the leader's character and vision, showing how these have played a key role in shaping the administration's accomplishment and the renewed optimism felt across the state. This morning, we have our guest, Bugi Okwemo. He's a Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to the Edo State Governor. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Ruben. Thank you for having me.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. So as the Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, how would you describe the governor's first day in office? First 100 days rather in office.
Fantastic. I mean, it's been a breath of fresh air, considering where we are coming from. You know, I don't intend to spend too much time talking about the past administration, but for purpose of context, I might have to make reference to it from time to time. In the past, we had what I'll describe as a group of people with an elitist intention to commercialize the resources of Edo people for the benefit of a corporate few. These were people who were capitalist-minded, who focused more on profit, you know, enriching corporate elites. Today, we have a governor who's pragmatic, who's grassroots-based, who came from the grassroots, who's more welfare-oriented, who's more about providing practical governance, providing practical solutions, cutting out all of the bureaucracies and all of the, you know, technicalities that slow delivery to the people. Very proactive. He's somebody who's hands-on. He's somebody who's a very strong hard worker. He's somebody he looks for the quickest ways to achieve the results that matter. You know, we had a lot of, the former governor had a nickname. At some point, he was nicknamed the MOU governor. And the reason for that was because people heard a lot of that. Oh, we've signed an MOU, we've signed this, we've signed that, we've done this. And initially, in all fairness, when we heard those things, there was celebration and jubilation, but people waited. After a while, these MOUs were not impacting lives. He wasn't fixing roads. He wasn't providing security. You know, at some point, people realized that this is not what we want to continue with. And that was why Senator Monday Okpebholo was elected, because of his unique personality. He's somebody who has strong ethics in public service, in hard work. He's not given to too much talk compared to the last person that we had. He may not be the most flowery talker. He may not speak with the American accent, you know, but he gets the job done. He approaches governance from a bottom-up approach compared to the last administration that was more of a top-bottom approach where you say, I know what you need. I will give you what you need, you know. This governor would rather go and ask the people, what do you need? And how do we get it done in the quickest way? And those...
The quickest legal way, though.
Yes, of course, the quickest legal way. But you see, when we talk about the quickest legal way, I mean, government is still the creator of the legal ways. So whatever needs to be done, if there needs to be an adjustment of, you know, whatever parameters under which that will be developed, it will be done. But the bottom line is that what is the quickest way to solve the problems? And of course, he's leveraging on homegrown solutions for homegrown problems, coming from an administration that seemed to think that all solutions needed to be imported. We needed to bring in consultants to fix this. We needed to bring in people from outside. Quickest ways to solve the quickest problems.
Because we find out that sometimes when governors leave the seat, one of their problems that they have with the new administration is that of procurement processes. You know, they got things done in the way that it was not legally. No, that's why I'm talking about it. Even though government creates the style or the system with which things are done, they need to follow it to the letter. Now, what is the situation of continuity in Edo State right now? You talked about MOUs that were signed. We would expect that, as they always say, government is a continuum, that this administration will come and look at these MOUs and see how to put action to the words on paper. Is that going on in Edo State, or everything Obaseki is jettisoned?
No. Governance is about the good of the people. Once a leader has that consciousness, you put aside sentiment, you put aside partisanships, because your focus is on the people's welfare. Now, it's important to mention, for the benefit of our viewers, that the governor came in with a particular challenge, and that was the incomplete transition process, the transition process between the past government and this government that did not happen successfully for reasons that are out there. The cooperation between the team from the governor-elect side and the team from the outgoing governor couldn't. And I mean, the reasons are out there. Still the same elitist mindset where the past administration took the position of, this is what you need, we are giving to you. But the team coming in says, no, there's specific information we require for us to take off smoothly. Provide this and this and this, and they refuse to produce that. Still that mindset of, I know what you need, I'm giving to you. Don't forget, just before somebody says, oh, they didn't understand, or this was a team set up on the part of the governor-elect at that time that had some of the brightest minds and most tested administrators. It was a team headed by former deputy governor. It was a team that had a former secretary to the state government. had chief of staffs, had legislators. So there's nothing about government transition that they couldn't understand, that they couldn't have asked for. Now, because that didn't work out, when the government came in, time and resources had to be committed to assessing the situation and knowing what exactly was on ground. Like some of these MOUs you mentioned, what exactly are the terms of these contracts? On what basis were they executed? Which of what and what belongs to the Edo State government? And those reports have been copied out. The Assets Verification Committee that was set up by the state governor submitted the report, and I mean, the revelations were, it was shocking. Before I started by saying it was a group of people with an elitist mindset to commercialize the resources of Edo State for the benefit of a corporate few, it was because of some of the sordid revelations that have come out of that report. So, having done that assessment.
Sorry, I know Ruma is dying to ask you a lot of questions, but these reports that are coming, are they restricted to the Obaseki administration, or it also involves Oshomole? Because past administration,
we have to focus. We expect that the Oshomole administration handed over transition to Obaseki. So we are expecting Obaseki.
So what are some of these solid revelations that you found?
Okay, so we found out heavy commercialization of Edo State resources, Edo State assets.
To whose benefit?
Things, a corporate few, let's put it at that. The gentlemen in red jackets will get involved very soon, and I think more details will come out. But from what has been shown so far, a lot of things that were celebrated as achievements of the past government on behalf of Edo people, we are finding out it really wasn't.
Interesting.
And I give an example. So the last government celebrated heavily the construction of a 5-star hotel called the Radisson Blue Hotel. Oh, the Edo State government, and everybody was excited because part of the argument at then, or part of the justifications for that project was, oh, now we can host international competitions, and the state will benefit from it. The revelation from the Assets Verification Committee shows that, I mean, okay, the Edo State government provided land worth about 2 billion naira, and then went to the market to raise about, I think, 17 billion, if I'm correct, making a total of about 19 billion. That sum constituted 80% of the project cost, which indirectly meant the Edo State government and the Edo State people owned 80% of that business. A few weeks after losing elections, before the new government comes in, somehow, miraculously, the ownership, 80% of the ownership of that project was transferred to a company, a corporate organization. And as it stands today, Edo State owns 20% of that company, while that company owns 80% of that project. So how does the state that provides 80% of the sum of a project now own 20%? And we saw several other things like that. Several things we felt belong to the Edo people where.
Okay.
But like I said, I don't want to dwell so much on the past government.
Yeah.
This is about the new sheriff in town.
Yeah. So now that the new sheriff is in town, obviously, 100 days is something to celebrate.
Yes,
being the governor of a state, and like you said, governance is about doing what's right for the people. What are some challenges? Because of course, listening to this right now, finding out this revelation, that poses as a major challenge, not just even to the incoming governor, the governor of the state, but to Edo people at large. So what are some challenges that the administration has faced so far in the first 100 days?
Okay, the challenges will basically, let me start by saying, we have a very humble governor, very soft-spoken, very, left to him, he probably wouldn't have even been celebrating 100 days, but the achievements are just too much to be quiet about, and that's why we're
going to go to the achievements, but let's start with the challenges first.
The challenges still stem from this, a lot of the challenges still have roots in this improper transition from the past government to this government. So one of the challenges was, of course, undoing some of those wrongs that were done. For example, we had a government in the past that focused heavily on using external consultants to run government. Almost the whole of government was being run by consultants. So the key public servants, the civil servants who were supposed to have been driving the administrative structure of government were like taking a back seat. And we had these consultants from outside who were not carrying the civil service along, basically running things. So transiting that control, of course, a lot of, having reviewed the initial processes, some of those contracts were discontinued and some of those. So having to ensure that civil servants are back driving the administrative structure of government was a bit of a challenge, but the governor successfully navigated that. We have a motivated civil service now with civil servants who are excited about career growth. They know that, you can aspire and hope to work and get to, without having to lose that. So that was one, having to sort all of that out. We also inherited some challenges that were not directly related to
Did you inherit any debt?
The financial is obviously debts were inherited, as in there's almost no government that runs without debts. Debts were inherited, but like I said, the Assets Verification Committee also looked in depth at some of these things, and when the scrutiny of that report is concluded, we'll have specific details about what figures these debts are, but there's almost no government that does not inherit some debts.
All right, let's move over to the achievements. Yeah.
Well, he talked something about consultants, and maybe
external consultants.
Yes, maybe some people watching now might think to bring external consultants is always a bad thing. For instance, in Lagos, it worked when it came to tax. This thing had to be put in the hands of consultants, and their taxes went up, and their revenue went up, and all that. So. Are you saying that the external consultants were bad on their own, or it's because of the local content that was not there that you are almost like condemning what the president's administration did?
If you apply the right drug for the right treatment, there's a problem. If you do the right thing in the wrong way, there is a problem. If you do the right thing with heavy consequences there's a problem. Consultants are not negative. Use of consultants are not negative. But there are several sides to it. Should you engage consultants for a problem that can be home solved? Do you engage consultants for assignments that your civil service can? We have.
And of course, there's a cost to this as well.
I don't even want to go into that. The ICT component of the asset verification reports, that close to 70 billion naira, if not or thereabouts. I'm not sure, between 40 to 70 billion naira or thereabouts. I'm not too certain. Heavy sums were committed to different forms of consultancy arrangements. And if you take it a step further to identify some of the entities behind these consultancies, it just makes it a bit ugly.
So let's go into
so like I said, basically the consultants are not it's not bad in itself, but when you have problems that can be solved locally there's no need bringing consultants from outside. If the problem cannot be solved locally within the context of the structure you have, the civil service, are there consultants in the state who can handle that? And we had situations where basic functions that could have been handled by consultants in the state or by the civil service,
as long as there's value.
Yes. So the first and most important thing is, and that's Governor Monday Okpebholo's ideology, homegrown solutions to homegrown problems. When there's a situation on ground that needs to be fixed, you first look around to ensure. If the need comes to have to bring in an external consultant, whatever agreement you're having with that consultant must include capacity building so that we don't call you the second time. After you're done with the first one, you should have trained and empowered the people we have on ground to ensure that we don't need to call you the second time.
How feasible is that? Because
it depends on the contract you sign. It depends on the agreement you have.
Let's go to what Rume asked. What are these achievements?
So what are some of the achievements that the Monday Okpebholo's administration have had in the first 100 days?
Like I said, it's much, but the governor is running on what we call the SHINE agenda. Now, the SHINE agenda, SHINE is an acronym for security, healthcare, infrastructural development, natural resources, and agriculture, with food security, food sustainability, and education.
I love that.
Yes.
I was going to quarrel if education was.
Our slogan is "In New Edo is risen." So as the New Edo rises,
you're shining. Oh, I love that. That's beautiful.
So for security, so much has been done. Let me start from the first few days of office. I'm very sure you agree that Edo State, particularly Benin, has been in the news for one wrong reason that has to do with cult clashes.
Yes. And I was going to say that because I went to Uniben briefly, and I remember in 2008, there was a lot of cultism.
Yes.
In fact, almost every week, someone is dying. But of course, there was that whole thing whereby you would be persecuted if you're found to be a part of a cult.
The advantage he has, let me take it from here. So just before swearing in, we had one of those cult clashes and several lives have been lost. You're talking of almost like quite a number in the tens, and immediately the governor came in within a few days using pragmatic, proactive, and engaging strategies. also adopting the carrot and the stick approach. While we're engaging you on one hand, there's a stick waiting on the other hand if you do not comply. That was able to be brought to a stop. And this anti-cultism and kidnapping law was also reviewed with stiffer penalties, for that punishment. And that solved that. And I dare say that we don't really expect to see those kind of things anymore. In terms of equipping and supporting the security agencies, the governor has provided vehicles and operational materials, logistic materials and let me say something interesting about that. The governor provided brand new Hilux vehicles, the Hilux brand of vehicles, which are the usual operational vehicles you have. The past administration, in providing for security agencies in terms of support, despite the huge security vote that they collected, provided rickety second-hand Sienna vehicles. If you're familiar with the Sienna brand of vehicle, I'm not a security expert, but with the little I understand about security, I know that for security operatives using a vehicle, they must have easy access and entrance in case of an emergency.
Yes.
Then I think of the Sienna vehicle.
How you open the door?
First have to open it. The guy in front has to first come down before the policeman with his gun at the back struggles out. So till tomorrow, I can't understand the rationale behind that. This governor has provided brand new security vehicles for all the security agencies with other logistic materials, and that has really helped with the improvement. A major ceremony where that will be presented to be done very shortly. He has also reorganized the state security network. What we had before, even though good intentioned, even though well planned, at some point became political. And if we remember in the build up to the election, that outfit was responsible in the death of a police officer that was attached to it. And that led to the IG banning that. The state governor has reorganized that. First things that reorganization handled was mopping up of arms. Over 5,000 arms were mopped up.
Fantastic. So how about the other acronyms?
Infrastructure development,
infrastructure, education.
Let's start today.
So you have 2 minutes.
Let's start with the major one, the first flyover in Benin. We don't celebrate because it's the first flyover, but it's critical infrastructure for that particular axis. Where that Ramat Park is located is where the traffic coming from Lagos and Benin diverts to the north and to the east. On one part, you're on Agbo Park going to Asaba or Onitsha. So the heavy traffic at that point has necessitated a flyover in that place to ease congestion and to make commuting time better. Several roads have been flagged off. Several roads are being worked on, across the state, and I could go on and on. Another very key project that has been worked on has been the Benin Auchi Road. That Benin Auchi Road takes you to Abuja, takes you to the north. So it was at a point that road was gone. A journey that you should actually, a journey from Benin to Ekpoma that should take you those days an hour or less was taking as much as 6 hours because the road was there. Through engagement, proactive leadership, Senator Monday Okpebholo was able to engage the BOA group, who came in and as part of their social responsibility, started working on the road from Auchi to Ekpoma, while the state government started working from Benin to Ekpoma. This was the same situation the former administration found themselves, where they put a huge signboard at the road and say, this is a federal road, please bear with us. But the people who suffer the road are the citizens. Governor Monday Okpebholo has worked on that. In natural resources and agriculture, for the first time, we have the highest amount budgeted for agriculture. Just a few days ago, the governor, his deputy, the chief of staff, and the secretary to the state government went into the bush to meet with the farm settlements to tell them what the plan for agriculture was. Over 70 billion has been budgeted for that, to empower farmers. Education schools are being renovated everywhere. The Ambuzali University was in crisis because of this same thing I talked about, external solutions for local problems. In the last administration, the school ran for a long time without a governing council. A contraption called the Special Intervention Team or something was set up to run the university. That created problems with the unions, that created problems in administration. The governor has considered the governing council, ably headed by a statesman, has increased subvention from 41 million to 500 million. Among so many other
these are some really good achievements.
Yes.
So finally, would you say that the people, don't be sentimental.
Yes.
Would you say that the people of Edo State are really happy with the choice of Monday Okpebholo?
Yes, for the major reason that the past government was a government that was disconnected from them. This time they have an empathetic governor, they have a humble governor, they have a proactive governor, they have a governor who drives his policy through engagement with them first. They have a governor who listens. Like I said, he's not into flowery words and
A little thing.
Yeah.
You have said finally. Let me just ask a little thing. With all these lofty achievements and dream for Edo State, we also are wondering what is happening in Edo State. Now, we know that there's still litigations, and we know that the local government chairmen were sacked, and that was something that brought a little problem to Edo State. How are you facing that? How are you ironing that out?
The local government chairmen were impeached by their councillors. So let's correct that. The government did not sack them.
The governor started giving reasons why they were impeached. It means the reason came from him. The frauds and all that.
The constitution gives the governor some level of oversight over local governments, So when the governor came in, there were heavy allegations of fraud and mismanagement of resources going on in the local government. And as a responsible governor, he wrote to them and said, let me have an idea of what your financial situation is. They didn't cooperate, they didn't respond. He wrote a letter to the House of Assembly explaining what was happening. The House of Assembly, in their wisdom, decided, okay, for proper investigation to be done, these people needed to be suspended from office, and that was done. Of course, while the suspension was still on, some of the councillors who probably wanted to align with this new purposeful government went about and impeached those
So how are you guys
chairmen.
finding out, like going on about the litigation and stuff?
Yes, so some went to court, and that matter is still a subject of litigation. So it's not something we'll be able to say too much about. But the governor is ready to work with local government chairmen or local government leaders who are committed, who share his vision of commitment to the people. Governance must be about the people, not an elitist view.
Well, I love that. Governance must be about the people. And I love the fact that, in the first 100 days, there's been quite a number of achievements, even though, you are part of the government, so you would obviously come and rein on the horses and say, yes, we're doing this.
The things I've said are there for verification.
Great. We just hope that, this is what we want to see in Nigeria. So we hope that this continues in Edo State, and not just even in Edo State, other states as well, because what we want is a government that listens to the people, that engages the people, and is for the greater good of all Nigerians.
And respects the rule of law.
Yes, and respect the rule of law, very important. But we want to say thank you, Boogie, for coming. It was a pleasure having you this morning.
Thank you. We look forward to having you in Benin to come and see and have an independent.
We will invite us and we will come.
The outstanding results of practical governance from Governor Monday Okwebo.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Over in Seeking Ways, Boogie Okwemo is a special advisor on media and publicity to the Edo State governor. And we've just been looking at the fact that, they've spent 100 days in office, and we're talking all the achievements, reviewing Monday Okwebelo's Renewing Hope agenda in Edo State. This is where we have to wrap it up on the show today. Thank you so much for having the breakfast with us. My name is Reme Paulson.
And I am Nyamgul Agaji. Let's rejoin tomorrow, or let's meet again tomorrow for the breakfast. What am I saying?
Have a wonderful day. Good morning.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Oroshoki, since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, it was like, they were doing some kind of move And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also, it's me, number one. Like I'm best. So from there, I've made income from it, then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job. If the pay is not okay to me, then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer. I don't entertain. I perform. I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain. They just want to make sure you say wow to what they are doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing. Then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder. and the second one is the Neo, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up, I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own tunes for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own racket and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I will still teach them. So there will still be a time whereby if I see that they have gotten it up to that level, I know I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't do it again. I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, etc. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle right for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, what do you do? I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, oh, dancer. I would say no, I'm a contortionist. And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. It's not dance, it's contortion. So me, I call mine contortion act. So it's an act, I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing? But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, As Trained. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He had a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. When I say it's profitable, okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful, and whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy. You're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that, so I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further more there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
it is very important for us to understand the vows and the ways that these people sexually abuse children. I'm going to tell you a few tips on how to know. When you notice that a particular adult condones indiscipline, anything a child does, the person just look away or doesn't really take it seriously, we need to probe further. When a child tells you, I don't like this person, or I don't want to go to this place, we should not shut the child down. We should try to probe further the reason why that child is not comfortable with that place or person. When a child gets to an environment and the child begins to be very clingy or very afraid, something has happened in that environment. So there's no reason for us to shout at the child or to make the child feel that the child doesn't know what is happening. There are a lot of behavioral patterns as well. When you see a child bedwetting over, we call it reversal age range. What it means is that there are some certain things that children must have outgrown, so they go back to it again, like bedwetting, like thumb sucking. Those things are, you know, traits to show that something is happening to that child. Then when a child suddenly becomes so quiet, a child that has always been active, jumping up and down, suddenly becomes so quiet, and the child is not necessarily ill. So there's something that we need to look into in that child. Or when an adult tells you, oh, I like your child is becoming a big girl, your child is becoming a big boy, those are signs of how sexual predators, how they, you know, how they behave. When an adult constantly talk about the sexuality of a child, then there is a problem. We have a lot of them like that. So we need to consider all these things as parents and caregivers to let ourselves into this education to know that we can, child sexual abuse is not far-fetched, it's just behind us. In fact, research made us to understand that every 2 minutes, a child will be sexually abused. And we hope and pray that our children will not be victims of abuse. So let us get education, let us read books, let us ask questions, and peradventure, unfortunately, if this happens, let us look for people who are professionals, professional psychologists, counselors, child sexual, not to child sexual abuse advocates, people who deal with sexual abuse. Please do not shut the child down. When it happens, calm the child down, let the child understand that he or she is going to get help. Tell the child you believe them, because it is very important for their psychological wellness. When something happens to a child and you tell them, oh, I believe you, I trust you, I know it happened, and this is what has happened, and this is what we are going to do. Let the child understand that there's going to be help. If the child doesn't want to say anything, please do not force the child to say anything. Just take the child away from the environment and let the child calm down. Then seek the help of professionals. Please, this is not the time to pray. I'm a Christian and I pray a lot. But when things like this happen, we should seek professional help. Psychologists, all these people that deals with trauma and anything that has to do with abuse, because we have realized that keeping silent about these things affects children psychologically, and at the end of the day, they may become a sociopath, they may become a sadist, they can become anything in the nearest future, because we realize as psychologists that whoever you are as a child, whatever you do as a child, follows you to adulthood, and your emotional experiences as a child becomes who you really are when you become an adult. So we are so particular about preservation of childhood experiences, preservation of the environments where our children stay and live, so that they can become a better version of themselves when they become an adult. It is very important for us to understand the signs and to know them and how to deal with them. Sexual abuse, according to World Health Organization, has been declared a silent epidemic and is one of the things that causes HIV/AIDS. So we are hoping that parents understand all this, and whenever it happens, you seek for help.
Hi, from Berlin, Germany. There seems to be a conversation going on around within young people. And there's an entire group that think young people need to review bride price payment. What are the gender roles for women in a family unit? What does religion say? How should society respond to these conversations, especially as it concerns women? You have to listen to our debaters and hear what they have to say, the for and the against.
Hello there from Berlin, Germany. My name is Mercy Abba. Welcome to today's episode of Matasa da Imani. We will be talking about gender roles as it affects young people in Nigeria. What does it mean to be female in Nigeria? In 2015, if I recall, women in Nigeria used the hashtag on Twitter to share their experiences of everyday gender discrimination. Across the world, women juggle work with family and care for responsibilities, and Nigeria is no exception. On today's episode, I have guests in the studio. I am not physically present with them there because I got in close proximity with someone who contacted positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I am staying away for the safety of everyone there. I'd like to introduce my guests. I'll start with Pius Ibrahim Onoja, who is a PhD student in Germany. Hello, Pius.
Hello.
Pleased to see you.
Same here.
And there's Kola Akintola. He's also an MBA student in Berlin. Hello, Kola.
Hi, Mercy.
Thank you for coming. I have Abubakar Bello Ismail. He is a Nigerian student as well in Germany.
Hi, Mercy.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi. And we have Victoria Essien. She's also an MBA student in Berlin.
Hi, Mercy.
Before we introduce our colleagues, we're going to start with the conversation with our guests in the studio. Let's talk about patriarchy. This is an issue that concerns women, but more often than not, it comes off as though it's a conversation that sees the other gender being on the defensive. I am excited that we have more men in the studio to talk about this. Perhaps I'll start with Kola. Why is it, can you just, in your own assertion, explain what it means to be female in Nigeria? I know you're a man, but I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Mercy. Based on my experience back in Nigeria, to be precise, I was living in the southwest part of Nigeria, Lagos and Ibadan. So to be a female in Nigeria, though the role is evolving, traditionally females are known to be having a supporting role in the society in Nigeria. So like husband and wife, so you are meant to support your husband. The husband is the head of the house. But due to westernization and how the influence of social media, we started seeing what is coming, because Nigeria, we are largely being influenced by what is going on in America. So we started shifting the roles. So women are taking their place in the society, in the corporate world. We started seeing women into leadership position in Nigeria. But those are educated women, but in terms of those are not educated, that are not in the middle class. So the role is still largely based in terms of male are still largely domineering in terms of what they expect, because there are some things that are expected of women in Nigeria to do, like support your husband, or look after your children, and so on and so forth. So largely they are like second fiddle in terms of how people see them in the society back then in Nigeria.
Thank you, Kola. Pius, I listened to Kola talk and he kept saying, see them. Like it's, it's a gender that is them. Interesting. But I'll take it up with you. Do you think a woman is a second fiddle?
No, I don't think so. I think basically the issue with Nigeria and the relationship between the man and the woman are placed in the society in Nigeria is based on education. The educational system of Nigeria, one, education, two, I would attribute it to religion. Because of the dynamic nature of the religion aspect in Nigeria, some religion accept the role of human showing herself, coming forward to speak the truth, to say the truth whenever she pleases, while others or other religion believe that no, this should not be. Woman is not supposed to talk when the man is talk. While traditionally, again, the woman is not expected to talk when the man is talk. So based on these three factors, the women found themselves in that position whereby they have to fight to get their place in the society in Nigeria. And the major issue there now is how they place themselves in that level that the society will appreciate them, we see them in the light, not being, because right now, so religion will tell you that, no, she's trying to overrule me, she's trying to dominate me, she's trying to take my place as a man, she's trying to take my place as a father, she's trying to take my place as a manager. But all this is based on education, civilization. If the educational system in Nigeria is balanced and people are well educated, then each person will know his place in the society.
Victoria, does a woman need education for her rights to be respected and for her to, for her not to contend with issues like gender-based violence?
No, I disagree. Even if you are not educated, you are not supposed to be seen as a weaker vessel, because let me say like 30% of Nigerians now, they still see the women as the weaker vessels.
Now, if I may chip in, Mercy, Victoria, I will tell you that in that point I will say, if you are not educated, how will you know what is right and what is wrong? You must be educated to be able to say, yes, this is my right as a woman, this is my right as a lady, I need it, this is my right, give it to me.
It is
because if you do not fight for your right, nobody will give it to you.
But
excuse me? I mean, in addition to what they're saying, I think woman doesn't need education before her right.
Thank you.
Before she express or practice her right.
Exactly.
The society should preserve or make a room for their rights.
Education, where does she know that?
Like,
no,
yeah, she needs.
She can't stay her right.
Her rights needs to be reserved for her.
I think the bone of contention here is we have to go back to the fundamentals.
Now let's take it to the north, to Nigeria. In the north, you find out that if you go to the north in Nigeria, you find out that the female there are oppressed. They are oppressed in the sense. I will tell you.
Excuse me. How do you define oppression?
Oppression can be in diverse.
See, in terms of the education, let me say something.
Yes.
I have someone, she's well educated.
Yes.
She did her master's. She was doing so well. Do you know her husband told her to stop working, to just take care of the house, just cook and clean? And she's educated. Why? Because she's seen as an
She can fight for her rights.
Let me just make this point. In Nigeria, we are 90% of Nigeria, I would say we are religious.
Yeah.
So if you look at culturally and religious wise, so that we are being largely influenced by that. But if you want to look at it, we have to look at it based on region. So if you're in Lagos, you can still say, okay, in Lagos, more people are more liberal. But if you go back to...
Why is it that so in Lagos? Because can
I just chip in something?
Yeah.
I heard an argument that suggests that in some parts of the country, or perhaps in the north, the rights of women aren't as respected as it were. Yeah. But across the country, not a northern problem, a Nigerian problem, you can also see that the issue of gender-based violence is still top in almost all the states of the Federation, even in states where the law has been passed. When it comes to implementation, when a problem that concerns a woman, even if it is violence within the home, the priority isn't placed as a human rights issue. This is where I'll probably have to ask Victoria this question.
Okay.
Are you, as a Nigerian woman, and if you're in Nigeria, are you scared about your life?
Not really. Because for example, based on my education, I like doing certificate programs and all that. Yet somebody told me, Vicky, you know all this education, you have to stop and get married and take care of your home. And what if your husband does not even want you to work? That's most of the mentality in Nigeria. That's why I said like 30% of Nigerian men are still thinking that way. They believe as a woman, your role is in the kitchen. Your role is just to take care of the children, not to be in the society, not to take up higher positions. So it is still existing in Nigeria, education or no education.
I agree with her, and we still have to go back to based on region.
All is still based on education and religion. The three factors I mentioned in the first place. I mentioned religion, I mentioned education, and I mentioned the other, I will now call it society factor as well.
I mean, talking of the education part of it,
yes,
I think, education is an added advantage for the woman to know her right.
Thank you.
But she doesn't need education before her right is respected. Thank you. All religion provides, how women should be respected, how man should take care of his own.
Education is not per se for the woman alone. It's both for the both.
That is what I am saying.
It's for the both
an added advantage
now,
for her to know her right.
The man is well educated, you know what is good and what the lady should get, because they said, if you train up a woman, you've trained a nation. Why is it so? Because they believe that she has the tendency of grooming the children to the expected stage in the society.
Okay, let me ask a question.
Yes?
Okay, there's a friend of mine. He was doing so well. Before he got married, the wife was also working in an oil company. And people that work in oil company, they believe, they are influential and all that. And the moment the first child came in, just told the woman, you have to quit. You have to stop working. You have to choose either me or your job. And of course, because she's a woman, she chose her husband and stopped working. And when she stopped working, there was complaint in the house. Oh, all she does is just to watch movies, to do this one. She's not productive and all that. But you told this woman to stop working.
I understand what you were saying. I understand you can be oppressed after marriage, but you have the right to choose the person you want to marry. I know you can't know everything about the man before marriage, but you should know the person you are getting married to.
Can I have Uthman so you could join this conversation?
Thank you very much, Mercy, for having me. I will approach it from two perspectives. From the perspective of religion, which is Islam, which happens to be my religion, and the other second one is from the point of African and Nigeria stereotype. First of all, when you come to Islamic religion, woman is not placed as a second gender in any way. In fact, Islam encourages that you should train women as much as you give priority to men, because when you train a woman, it is as if you have trained the whole nation. And there is no anywhere it is provided in Islam that if you train a man, you have trained a nation. It means that Islam gave priority to women. But I think it is even the women themselves that is getting it all wrong, probably because our society here in Nigeria and Africa has given them that second position. And that is why it seems like when you are not educated as a woman, your rights should not be enforced. And I think this is where I would differ from what is happening in the studio. A woman does not have to be educated before her right should be respected. Her right is a follow-come right. Her right is bet with her, and she does not require education to recognize such right and be respected for it. Because I just noticed that in Nigeria, every enlightened woman in Nigeria is a feminist. What do I mean? If you look at most of the women that are canvassing the support for feminism in Nigeria, they are enlightened women. They are people who go to school. They are people who understand what the world is talking about in terms of education and rights. But those who are really suffering this issue, those women whom those enlightened women are fighting for, calling themselves feminists and feminism concept, they did not go to school. They don't understand what is called right. And then it becomes like a burden for them that because they did not go to school, they do not understand what their right means. And then again, that is on the other side. On one part again is that women, it is time people should understand that women are the future of everything that engender national development and advancement in nation building. Whatever you are doing and you do not carry women along, to my mind, that thing will certainly not have a headway positively. So what am I trying to say? I think it is important that we should begin to rewrite the narrative of all the injustices that have been done against women gender in Nigeria. And I think the scholars of Islam should be hitting on this issue for them to really understand that there is nothing wrong in a woman holding a political position. There's nothing wrong in a woman, leading the men if that man does not have what
Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? Tochukwu, can I take you up on something? You're from the south of Nigeria. You're from an area where bride price is, the conversations around bride price tops the charts. Do you think the culture of bride price is good in terms of how it has gone over the years? Do you think it protects the sanctity of a woman?
Well, I think differently, but if you ask me to speak on this, I may have a kind of biased perspective in the sense that I am a Muslim. If I want to marry today, they will not bring it from the culture of what is obtainable in the Southeast as a whole, Igbo tradition. Igbo tradition may not likely to apply fully when I want to marry. They want to look at it from the Islamic perspective. And under Islam, we have a standard of marriage rights. And I'm bound by such standard because I'm a Muslim, despite the fact that I come from the South. So I may not, it may not be too fair for me.
But in Islam, do you pay bride price when you want to marry a woman?
In fact, that the bride price in Islam is compulsory because that is what gives you a legal access to a woman as a wife to copulate with her. If you don't pay such bride price, whatever you does with her is against the Sharia.
But there are women that are advocating against bride price, the culture of bride price, as it sort of sells of a woman.
Probably because it is exorbitant. On the argument of the fact that it exhausts the woman, you are selling off the woman, I do not think they are correct. I would differ because in Islam, Allah recognizes the payment of bride price, and Allah made it in a way that it is exclusively from that of a woman. Let me make this point. It is important to note that bride price does not necessarily have to be money. Bride price is something that has value, and it must be requested by the woman, by the bride, to the husband. It's not to the bride's guardian or parents. It's the wife that will request it from the husband.
Can I say something? You said it's supposed to be requested by the woman, but that's not the case. As a matter of fact, the woman is never there when it's negotiated.
I mean, this is why I say that. You see, in Nigeria, we are ungodly religious. Ungodly religious, in quote, in the sense that we claim to be religious by being too godly to worship God, but we are playing insincerity in our worship. That is the practice. The practice is wrong. But in the letters, what it provides is that a woman who is going to be married is the person that is going to sit with the husband and say, guy, this is what you are going to pay me for my bride price. Really? During the time of the prophet Messi, some people married with the recitation of some portions from the Holy Quran. The wife will say, he should just come and recite so portion of the Quran or Bible for me, if you are for the Christians, so that you can understand the idea. You just recite it and bride price has been paid. It doesn't have to be money.
Uthman, I would really love to tell a man how much he has to pay without mentioning.
I mean, yes, I'm telling you that is your right. In addition to what he said.
Let's go back to the studio.
In addition to what he said.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Fali will come to you. I know that you're itching to talk. Let's go to the studio. Can you guys react to what Uthman has said? Perhaps Victoria, you want to say something?
Okay.
I wish I can actually say that maybe my husband should pay so amount because it's never done. Where I'm from, I don't even know how much they are going to pay. It depends on my family and the husband's family. So the amount that they pay, I have no idea. I don't even know how much they pay. So it's actually different, very different from my own side. I don't know if it applies to your own side too.
Do you think the culture of dowry and bride price needs to be abolished?
Why would it be abolished? No. Because definitely, if you want it to be abolished, that means they are giving the woman free of charge.
What do you mean?
No, it's not like that. Excuse me, no, it's not like that. See, talking of this bride price, it's not as if you are paying for the woman.
Okay.
You are not paying for the woman.
No, it's just appreciating. Oh, thank you for this beautiful woman that you are giving to me on a platter of gold. Just, you know, it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. I don't think it's supposed to be abolished.
I think in my culture, it's changing gradually. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm from the Southwest. So now if the issue of bride price, so the parents usually they might say, okay, bring 2,000 naira. So once you give them 2,000 naira, and they will hand over the money back to you that we are not selling our daughter. What we are asking from you is just to take care of her. Once you take care of her, you've taken care of us. So we are not asking for bride price. So it's waning gradually in my area from where I come from, because the only thing they just collect from you is just maybe the yam and the oranges and all that, just to share it amongst the family, because we believe that it's not just your parents that take care of you since when they get back to you and all that, so they have to share it. And those bride price thing is not just the parent that will take it alone, it's just the family. It's the whole of the family that will share it amongst themselves.
So what's the difference between the money and the yam and all that? Is it not the same thing?
They are all valid. Okay, from the Islamic perspective of it, you can pay with money or something valuable.
But it's the same thing. Money or no money.
Yeah, that's it. And relating it to the women's rights, in Islam, as you are handing the money, the father of the bride is here to state what they are expected of you to take care of the woman, starting from her clothing, feeding, all has,
You know, it is based even in the Bible. Mm-hmm. Now, I will tell you this. Mm-hmm. Nigeria, we are so carried away by religion and some of the practices we overtaking them to extreme. Now, what is it? What does I mean by that? Now, look at it now. A lady wants to marry. Mm-hmm. The family are looking at it as a means of livelihood. They say this guy is going now. They will even decide, okay, who she wants to marry. Is that man rich? Well, I'm telling you, not only it happens in all culture. No. They decide. I'm ready somewhere.
No, family don't decide.
They have to check even. Some culture, they even tell you the bride price based on the person.
Where are you from?
But do you know that sometimes the reason why they ask if the man is wealthy or not, because they don't want their child to suffer. Imagine me taking care of my daughter, no, wait. Imagine me taking care of my daughter, give her everything, only to give her to a man that doesn't have anything. Come on, no, I won't let that happen. No, I won't let that happen.
Very important. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. I still believe, I disagree with
some parents are capitalists.
The other calling that is saying it does not, education does not, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman. Yes, you don't need education to respect the right of a woman, but you need education to know what is the right of the woman, and the woman also needs education to know what is her right. What is education? Education can mean anything. As I tell you, this is it. It's education. I'm teaching you what it means. So now, if you don't tell the lady, or the lady doesn't know a place in the society, how does she claim a place? She cannot claim a place. We are from Nigeria. We know our problem in Nigeria. Our problem in Nigeria is education and the religion.
No,
the religion and education. No. Because we are far behind in education, and we are
talking of education.
We carry the religion to become our school. We carry the religion to become our code. While we leave the necessary thing that we are supposed to handle in life, we left the marriage.
Going by what you said, it depends on what you call education.
Now, if you
talking about education like qualification, like let's say
nobody's talking about education.
Education is normal as you grow up in the society. You must know your rights. Going by religion and tradition, you have to know your rights.
A lady is being brought up in the north. I was born and brought up in the north. I'm a
the point is you don't need education before you...
I have been to all the 36 states of Nigeria. I have stayed in all the old states not more than 6 months in any of the states in Nigeria. I can tell you fully what is happening in Zamfara as a female lady.
That is what you are getting, I think...
Now I will tell you what is even happening in the East. Now let me tell you, a lady can only claim as place in the society when she is ready to stand on her own, whether be it on the man or on the woman. If a lady can stand on her own, whether you feed me, why do most ladies get married? They get married, one, someone to have children, another one, someone to have, they want to have as a source of living, they want to feed, because of what? The economy is bad, everything is poor in the society. That is why people are being frustrated, people are being left behind, and they use the religion to oppress people, use the education, they refuse to make people to get educated so that they will know their right in the society, they oppress them.
Excuse me,
that is my problem with them.
Who is refusing ladies education? Who is refusing ladies education because of their rights?
We cry for the ladies.
Who is refusing ladies education because of their rights? Who is refusing women education because of their rights?
Why would I leave you?
Who is refusing women education because of their rights? Who is refusing women education because of their rights? Answer that question. Who is refusing them because of their rights?
Can we guys?
No way. Nobody is refusing women education because of their rights. Yes, nobody is refusing them because of their rights. Yes, nobody is refusing them because of their rights. It might be for another reason, but not for their rights.
Nigerians, I know, I am privileged to know. And I'd like her to look at the law and what it says about the place of a woman in Nigeria. And I need her to perhaps also talk on gender-based violence and how it affects women in Nigeria.
Yes, Mercy, thank you so much. And what an insightful conversation. Specifically to answer your question, I think Nigeria as a society or within our legal framework, women have equal rights in terms of the salaries we earn, amongst other things, as compared to other international societies. The challenges women face legally, there isn't that barrier. However, in some societies, there were situations where women were not able to inherit certain landed properties because the customary laws do not allow that. And luckily, the Supreme Court of Nigeria has been able to deem that law unequitable. And in a society where there is natural justice, that custom is not able to stand or be sustained. However, having the law is one thing, but what are the customs and norms that govern each and every society, whether you're in the north, whether you're in the south, wherever you are? And we have critical challenges, and it's not because of our laws, it's because of entrenched cultures we have lived with for so long. So more often than not, the challenges you see women face in Nigeria are usually culturally ingrained, not necessarily provided for in law or provided for in religious doctrines, or perhaps even, we would even say it's not to the extent that the society or the country as a nation does not recognize the value of women. But being that as it may, a critical challenge for women in this, our time, is sexual and gender-based violence. 1 in 3 girls every day is a victim of sexual and gender-based violence. Women in their homes are victims of sexual and gender-based violence. And the challenge we have within the legal framework is because not many states have been able to pass the Violence Against Persons Act. And what that act does is, if for any reason, as a woman or as a human being, someone has meted out some sort of violence against me, I'm able to take action in court as a criminal case. And specifically when it comes to issue of rape and when it comes to young girls, the challenge we're having is there is a dichotomy when it comes to the age of marriage in Nigeria. And this dichotomy comes because there is a disparity between what happens as stated in the penal code in usually the northern countries and what happens in the southern countries. So in the northern states that are usually governed by the penal code and the sayings of the Quran, I think a girl is of age after her first menstrual period, which is an Islamic argument that is consistently going on. But legally, no one can cohabit or have unlawful carnal knowledge of any young girl below the age of 18. And because of the prevalence of this incident, not only in our homes, but even in our schools, where we take number of girls to go and learn, and the teachers are found victims, are found harassing these young girls, and the girls fall victims of this harassment. A number of states have passed the Violence Against Persons Act, and in addition, some states have even passed a law that will cause incarceration for young men who are found guilty of raping young girls and even their wives, amongst other things. But passing the law also is, again, one thing. How do we implement this, and how do we make people within the society understand that women basically have an equal footing with you in society? And it begins with a cultural shift that we have, and we as educated people have a responsibility, not only to just tell people, oh, women should be educated before they understand their rights, but we have a responsibility to create a rethink in society, because we cannot claim to be educated, we cannot claim to be advanced or aware and proclaim that until you have education, you will not understand your rights. Because this is all about morality.
I just want to ask a different question, and I like the input you've given and what the law says and and what not. Can I just can I want to get married now and tell my father I don't want you to to negotiate that bride price thing for me? The conversations that they were having in the studio. Can you just talk more on that?
Okay, so specifically on the bride price, I think the point was made in terms of two perspectives, right? One, when it comes to bride price, it's a completely customary and religious circumstance. And I will speak to the religion that I'm aware of, which is Islam. And in Islam, as I think Tochukwu has beautifully highlighted, the bride price is just anything of value. And anything of value can equally be negotiated between you and your husband as a Muslim or a northern girl if you happen to be practicing Muslim and you're from the north. However, the process of let's say execution of your marriage, which is more or less a contract if you think about it, are usually handled by your representatives, by your legal representatives. And in that case, it will be your father, your uncles, or whoever is appointed to take care of you. But it doesn't mean that you or me as single girls are not able to negotiate with whoever we are marrying what we deem appropriate to be our bride price. And the money is not even given to our fathers or our uncles or whoever those representatives are. The money is for us to do what we feel we want to do with it. This is already stated in the Quran. However, more often than not, there is a misunderstanding and misinterpretation of what the religion says and what happens culturally. Because we're an overly religious society, our culture and our religious doctrines have intertwined in such a way that the lines are even almost invincible.
Thank you, Fali.
So this has created this notion of you can't negotiate amongst other things.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to go back to the studio. Fali talked about sexual and gender-based violence, and I feel like that's a point we're here to really talk about in the studio. More often than not, people do not, the community and the society does not see sexual and gender-based violence as a human rights issue. On a daily basis, a woman, at most 3 girls, out of 5 in Nigeria have been raped or molested or sexually abused at different times. That number is high up there. Perhaps I should throw this to the guys. Why do you think sexual and gender-based violence is not so much, amidst the concerns, the fact that some states are already implementing the VAP Act, but making a law is different, is away from implementation, as it were. We currently have, I think, a sex offenders register that was recently launched. Why is it that when a woman is raped, it doesn't carry the kind of weight it should carry? A police officer might even ask me what I was wearing before I was raped. Perhaps anybody that wants to react to it, please.
I would like to talk about that. I mean, even though dressing is not an excuse for you to be raped, even though your dressing, how you dress doesn't matter. If somebody wants to rape you, I mean, he doesn't look after your way of dressing. But at the same time, I think there's a kind of lack of orientation to the young girls, which we need to. We need to enlighten them on how to you know, we need to enlighten them on how this thing works. Like, if a man looks at you in this way, this is how you should do. And if a man is looking at you or is trying to approach you in this way, this is how you should do. And, you know, you enlighten them. Dressing is not an excuse, but we need to enlighten these young ladies about it.
But why must the body be on the lady? That it has to be educated, it has to be enlightened. Why must the body be on the lady, not on the men that are
This rape thing almost happened to me when I was younger. When I was in, I think, primary 4, I was just a young girl. My parents were not home. I had a neighbor. He's always calling me, my wife. You know, as a child, you just smile. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. And this day, I finished doing my assignment, and my mom was like, you just told me when you're done, go to Big Mommy's house, which wasn't far away. So I finished with everything, and I was just a young girl wearing a T-shirt and a shorts. I wasn't indecently dressed because I was a young child. And I was leaving, and this uncle came, my wife, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Big Mommy's house. He said, I like your hair, thank you. Before you know it, they're showing your favorite cartoon. And I was like, really? I went, and before you know it, I like your hair, I like this. And my grandma has already told me as a child, if a man touches you, you get pregnant.
That is one of the enlightenment I'm talking about. One?
He said, if a man touches me, I'll get pregnant. So I had this issue that, no, I don't want to get pregnant when I'm still a teenager. I want to do this. I want to achieve this. So when it was coming close, I was thinking, my grandma said, if a man touches you, you get pregnant. And this man tried to rape me. And what saved me was because I was still in school then, so they taught us all these rape things that in case anything happened, even if it means breaking the person's head, do anything to survive. And he pinned me down. Luckily, I did exactly what I was taught. I was not indecently dressed. What if I was not able to escape? I won't stand here and be telling this kind of story. Yeah. So I think we need, not the girls, they need to teach these young men when they are growing up all these things. How to behave.
Apart from that,
not dressing, not being.
Let me tell you, the society matters a lot. In Hamburg, because I stayed in Hamburg, when there was complete lockdown, a case of rape was reported in Hamburg. Now, and when they find out, they say, it was because the sex, what do they call, prostitute station, that is, we call the sex center, commercial sex center was locked. So then I said, okay, it may be as a result of the sex center being locked, that is why guys are now raping ladies, because they have wear. So immediately what the Hamburg government did, they now said, okay, let them open the sex center. But the ladies must wear masks, because I read some of the law. The ladies must wear masks. The guy going there for sex must wear masks. Now, this is in Nigeria.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
The analogy you're sharing is that because there's a lockdown,
yes,
the commercial hotels are locked as well.
Yes.
A woman, women are now they're
not prone. Yes, they're not prone to rape.
She's to be raped. Is
no,
that what you're saying?
she's not supposed to be raped. But these guys now, they find out that may be because if, for instance, that there is an avenue, that place is open, maybe that person might not have done it. So it must have. So the government, in our wisdom, decided to say, okay, let's open. Now look at Nigeria now. If you check out some of the Nigeria cases that have been dropped, some of them will tell you they committed the act under drugs. They were under drugs when they committed the act. Why some? I have seen 90 years, 80 years. All these are problems of the society. The society, you can never take away crime from a society as far as we're on this planet Earth.
Why
but you can mitigate
it. Society? It is an individual person. You have to
look at it.
No,
it is the society. The society, because of what? We are lag behind in everything.
Okay.
Now,
what if I was almost raped? Will I say that guy is society?
No, what I mean by the society, I mean by the society in terms of
this thing.
Now,
listen. So, like I said earlier,
there is no excuse for it.
In Nigeria,
yes,
we are religious. So I think the solution to all this problem is government still need to work with our religious leader. Because in church, they hardly talk about rape and they hardly talk about all the social
sex.
advices.
They hardly talk about
so
sex. They hardly even
what we
preach
talk about is money,
in the public.
money,
They find it as a crime
and
to discuss about it.
give your life to Christ.
And that is
so are you saying that it is the church or the government that has to teach these young men not to rape people?
No, society in general.
Even though I said there's no excuse for rape, there's no excuse for rape, even though, like, maybe, like, the enlightenment I was talking about in the first place was this, like, we need to educate the young ladies and even the society in general.
Is it just young ladies?
Not young ladies, the society in general.
It does not apply to ladies alone.
There is no excuse for rape. There is no excuse for rape.
Two ladies attempted to rape me. But I came out of it. So if such
a
thing,
guy that has been raped,
so things like that are happening.
There is no excuse for rape. There is no excuse for rape.
Give them the liberty. You find out that they say no commercial sex. That there should not be a state will tell you that there is nothing like commercial sex. No lady is permitted. People are doing it underground. And guys, it's a feelings that you cannot hide from. And some can control these feelings. Some cannot control these feelings. So when such a thing comes up, it depends if they are well taught, well groomed, and say this thing will come. All borders on education. If Nigeria is well groomed in education, people will learn, people will know how to even address. Ladies will be equipped in defending themselves. The guys will also be equipped in how to distance themselves from such feelings once it comes around. Because sometimes it's a feelings that come. Some people don't have controls. Before you know, they fall into it.
Listen, feeling and whatever is not an excuse to rape somebody.
Yes.
It's not an excuse to rape somebody.
Yeah.
Raping is rape. You could be raped as a man. Yeah. And women are raped like multiple times. Like we have reports of women being raped. So there's no excuse for raping. Whether you are in the feeling or not in the feeling, you have no excuse to rape somebody.
There is no excuse. There must be
there's
a
no
reason
excuse
to
for somebody.
There is no excuse.
That is the enlightenment I was talking about in the first place.
You must be able to address that reason and what causes it. If you are able to address it, you may be able to reduce it, but you cannot eliminate it completely. What I'm trying to say here is that if Nigeria educational system is functioning in the appropriate order, there will be a reduction in crime. Now there is surplus of crime because of what? Lack of unemployment rate. Even the ladies. Even the ladies. What are you saying?
There are a lot of educated men that were caught raping young ladies. So education is not part of it.
I can tell
it could contribute, but not part of it.
In Niger State.
Education is not. There are a lot of educated people that were caught raping.
Education. What do you mean by education?
Education
you are confusing education, I think.
Telling people how to what they need to know before time. You teach them, yes?
The same professor, lecturers from university harassing young ladies.
Yes.
You know, so education is not an excuse.
The same imams, the same ladies.
The point I was making is you have no excuse to rape somebody. There's no excuse for raping. If you rape somebody, you must, there's no excuse. You can't hide behind someone and hide yourself.
You cannot take Thank you for your input. Can we have Sadao too has been itching to speak. Can we have comments from Fali, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for bringing me in. First of all, I want to clarify that when you discuss issues of rape, it has nothing to do with education. We have to get that out of this conversation. It's an issue of morality and how we think as individuals. And it's critical to recognize that some of these rapists are sick. They are actually sick, mentally sick, and they also need help. So the perspective or the conversation that it is a feeling and we should take care of it does not even arise. And you can't comfortably say that the ladies need to be trained. Ladies need to be trained in what exactly? So this goes back to what I was referencing earlier. It's a conversation of the values and morality that we have as individuals, irrespective of the education that we have. Education is just a pathway. It's not a solution to all of our challenges, of all of our problems as human beings. So it will be irresponsible for us, and I think even unfair on our society and our ladies to focus on saying ladies should be educated or should be better focused on how to dress amongst other things and men have feelings. And specifically to mention, I think our target should be now, how do we ensure all of these rape cases, now that we have the legal framework to challenge it, do not end up as hashtags or just mere conversations? Because this conversation line about, oh, there are mere feelings that men have, of course, would almost make the issues seem irrelevant, not only to society, but even more irrelevant to the prosecuting officers who have a responsibility to ensure that our rights and safety in the society is protected.
Thank you so much, Fali, for that. Thank you.
I think she mentioned
Uthman, perhaps you want to say something so we can wrap. Just solutions from you.
Yeah. Solutions. So I think she mentioned something about.
Hold on. Uthman wanted to say something.
Okay.
I think one of the solutions in the first place to combat the issue of rape in our society is for us to go back to the religious institution, and then again to the family specifically. Like one of the sisters in the studio had rightly pointed out how her mom or parent used to tell her that when a woman is touched, she gets pregnant. That culture of orientation, even though it's not the right thing, like it's not the real fact, but then it will build that consciousness in her to know that this is issues that has to deal with her sensitivity and future. The family has a long road to play, as well as the religious institution. We need to have a rethink on the mindset about rape. Rape culture is a mindset. Rape culture, we are what we think. A PhD holder can rape a girl of 6, 7, and to me, that is madness. So you must be psychologically imbalanced for you to do that. So to hold an argument that education has to be given priority in order to combat rape, I think the society and the whole world had gotten enough education, if education is really something that is going to help us in curbing the issue of rape in the society. The society is enough. Because if you look at our society right now, the society are even facing more ills than before when education was not that well known. And everybody can agree with that. So what we should be looking at is the religious institution, because these guys have a lot of activities in shaping public opinions. They have a lot of followers who believes in them, whether true or false, they believe in them. The family also has a lot. Your child will most likely to believe you when you are lying. So whatever you tell her, she's going to believe you. So that orientation must have to start from the family and the religious institution.
Thank you so much. Kola, your final take, please.
Thank you. I just want to corroborate what they were, both of them said, because I mentioned it earlier. Our religious leaders, they hold so much power in Nigeria, both Christian and Muslim. And if government can work with them in terms of orientating the society in terms of morally what is acceptable in the society, what is not, another. But if you look at Nigeria now, I'm a Christian, so what an average church preaches is prosperity, because that is our number one problem in Nigeria. We are so poor. So that's that about religious side. And the other side about mental health. Mental health is real. When I was in Nigeria, I've never thought about mental health, but during this COVID, I knew what was mental health, or what is called mental health, because of when the COVID just started. But back in Nigeria, I wouldn't consider myself saying I'm mentally challenged because of COVID, because when COVID started, the news just bombarded us like, am I going to have COVID? But if I'm in Nigeria, I'll still continue going about my business. I won't even consider myself like, let me go and check myself and see if I'm mentally balanced and all that. So I think culturally, as a society, we still need to go back to our religious leader, because those guys, they hold so much power, because when election is coming, politicians go to them and meet them because they can sway people's opinion. And Nigeria, we are like 95% religious country and other.
The same thing again comes to what I mean by education.
Final takes, please.
Even in schools, if they are well sensitized, the ladies are well sensitized from primary to secondary. The guys are well sensitized. Do you know that some schools don't even talk about sex education? Even in secondary school level, they don't talk about sex education. So how do you teach these people this thing? How do you make them to know? You go. I'm talking from first-hand information that you go to some parts, they don't even want to hear that thing, sex education. They don't want to talk about it. A lady who finished the whole secondary school, she has not been taught on how to manage herself. So how do you expect such society to grow?
I mean, not in all religions.
So you have to teach
them. There is a provision for that
in
Islam.
You have to, excuse me, please. You have to teach them. You have to teach them in the religion. You have to teach them in school. You have to teach them even in the family. Let all this issue come up. Let the children be carried along, and everything will be okay. But one thing I must stand up: you must educate the ladies. You must educate Nigerians, and that will reduce the problem of Nigeria.
My final take, it's not all about the education. Right from the family, right from where you are worshiping, these are already put in place. Like in my house, I have more of the boys. They've been teaching them this, all this sex thing, all this rape. In churches where I worship, they teach the male child against this rape. They do the same thing for the female. So by the time all this thing continues, I think there will be minimal cases of rape, which is already happening, against what you were saying, that they don't teach that. They are already teaching it.
There's provision for that.
So it's a gradual thing. And again, when they teach those people, it is an individual education.
Thank you.
When you teach those people, it is not left to them. Maybe when they are, they are mentally, they still go.
You need to be enlightened.
They are still enlightened.
Morality.
Yes.
Education itself.
It's a
not education, the morality, not education, the morality.
Can we have your final take, please?
Okay, mine. I think if we should go back to the religious belief, I'm a Muslim, and I keep saying it, we have a way we teach the upcoming generation, starting from, let's say, with each year, like from 5 years, 6 years, we have how we impart the knowledge of how to take care of self. Like, for example, the first time you experience your period as a lady, not even before that, we have a way where we educate them on how to take care of themselves. Not only the ladies, even the boys. Like, what you should do in this step, if you experience this is what you should do. So I think we have that in Islam.
Yes.
We need to carry the religion and the religious people.
We're talking about real life.
I'm telling you, we have that. We have that. I'm telling you,
But you cannot tell us that this is it. When you go to the far north, people are being oppressed. Ladies are being oppressed. Ladies do not have the right.
We have it in Islam, is the truth. I am saying we have it in Islam.
The end product is marriage.
All I am saying is we have it in the religion.
And from the north, you have a system where you tell you that the lady product is marriage. So what do you expect? Then we know what
Can we have your final thoughts, please? Final thoughts.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for convening this conversation. I think as we move forward as a nation and as young people, we must recognize that our education only gives us more access. It doesn't define who we are. It doesn't take us away from the challenges that are within our society. And specifically when it comes to issues on rape and sexual and gender-based violence, not just us, but I think our mindset need a radical shift. The mindset of the society needs a radical shift towards understanding that the issue of rape is a persistent problem within our society, and those who are responsible for this act within society must be held accountable. Otherwise, we will keep pushing it as a cultural issue, amongst other things. And then finally, when it comes to the status of women in our society, I think as a country, Nigeria can do better in terms of the engagement and inclusion of women, not only in the decision-making processes, but also in how the affairs of the home are run, because it is at that point that we'll begin to change the mindset and the moral values that of young men and the young people we're raising, for the girls to understand that they have an equal footing in society, and also for the men and boys to understand that the woman is not below you, but an equal member of the home and an equal member of the society with you, who based on her right, her intelligence, is able to achieve anything equally with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sadatu. I want to say thank you to Pius Ibrahim Onoja, who came in all the way from Hamburg. Abubakar Mohammed, thank you so much.
Abubakar
from
Bello.
Kola Akintola.
Thank you.
a big thank you to you for your insight and, of course, your argument as well. Victoria Essien, you are brilliant as well. Thank you so much. Mr. Uthman Tochukwu, are you in Abuja?
Abuja. I'm in Abuja.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in
Okay.
Abuja. I'm in
All the
Abuja.
way from Abuja. Thank you so much. And Fali Hamo Saadatu.
Thank you.
All the way from Abuja as well. Thank you so much for joining us. And thanks to our viewers for tuning in. We'll see you again next time. My name is Mercy Abang from Berlin. We're wrapping this up now. Bye-bye.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
Guys, don't do all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond. Before it's the beat though, but now I think we have to be listening to the lyrics too. Before someone starts singing, help me, and I'm dancing like this, I don't get it. So now we have to listen to the words. When he's saying help me, say, hey, what's going on here?
For me, it's a little bit of both, because sometimes, sometimes I don't even pay attention to the lyrics, and like the beat is like captivating, and sometimes the lyrics just grip me even more than the beat. So it's a little bit of both. I'm indifferent.
Good music. I mean, good lyrics, definitely. I mean, I do enjoy lyrics, and then fantastic melody and rhythm. Yeah.
The beat first, but I love when the lyrics mean something because then you can take something away from it. But once the beat is sick, I'm in.
Definitely the lyrics. I'm more of a lyric listener. When I listen to songs, I want to learn the words of your song first.
I think it's the lyrics. I connect with the lyrics because it inspires people to pursue their dreams. Yes.
The lyrics.
Both. Music, good lyrics, good beat, good rhythm, good melody, good harmony. I mean, all of them are contributive, towards making music wholesomely good.
What makes a music for me instantly is got to be the beats before the lyrics. If the beat is on point, I'm rocking to it.
Good music. It can be both the lyrics, it can be the beats, it can be the music video, whatever music is supposed to bring out an emotion. So whatever the emotion is when you hear it, as long as you like it, it's good music.
What makes good is a combination of both.
The melodies. I'm a melodies guy, so that's what makes good music for me. When I hear some chords, I'm like, ooh! And also the way riffs and runs, when people sing, I'm like, yay! So yeah, that's what makes good music for me.
I think for me it's more about the beats, because the beats will give me the action, the movement, so I think I'm more about the beats.
Something must actually draw me to the music. So I think it's actually the mastering, how it flows, and then I'll now take time to listen to, okay, what's this music saying? Most times it's actually also the beat. By the time I'm tapping my feet to it, I'm like, okay, are they calling me stupid? Let me find out. I'll say both, basically. The beats, the lyrics, everything makes it for me. I mean, the beats, of course, makes it catchy. It makes you want to listen. The voice of the musician also makes you want to listen. Now, the lyrics keeps you. Now, if the beat is good, but the lyrics is not good, it's just sounding back, we move on to the next thing. But if the lyrics is good and the beat is good and the voice is good, it's back, it's just dancing all through. So everything basically. Wow, that's a very hard question because music is part lyrics, part beats. But I can't lie, you see right now, it's the beat. Producers, thank you so much for what you are doing for Nigerian music. We love it and we love you.
Okay. It's the beats. For me, it's the beats that makes the music. Then comes the lyrics.
Yeah.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, one Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny, like. So I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you they go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go. Say, then go come carry you tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, 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 like, upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information. And I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that, no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said, that is what they will tell you. And that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived. But she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her. And eventually that was the person she got married to. And now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They're calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I'm like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and said, I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hilux again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hilux, and then the guys would sit around the hilux. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hilux again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hilux and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I am asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home. And I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And you know, the Hilux, the speed at which the Hilux was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the Hilux and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them. And if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not, the very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of, the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it, I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell, and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like, we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time, we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you are going to, you will have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this boat that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine. I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, now see they begging that please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee you know, no, P wouldn't, and you can imagine P that stayed, the smell, it was awful, he was angry, he went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, you know this spring they use in water closet? Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And you know, for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, you know, bitter tears, you cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything. And I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I knew the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we're in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already I was upset, I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said, they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in the connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But it's very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere, that if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. 2 of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said they were searching, maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. And the man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. Said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier, the better for you. I bluntly refused because that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she knew the work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Manche, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. Said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down, and all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that, that is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her, that she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls, and they run away with them, and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent 1 year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that 1 year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat the hell out of my life. They beat everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me. So I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart. And this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me to wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars. And all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad, that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy. Getting back to my feet like I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
My children to school. A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
My name is Yemi Shodimu, the son of an Egba chief from Abeokuta, Ogun State, and a mother that hailed from Isalofi in Lagos Island. My early days were spent in the serene but beautiful city of Abeokuta. I experienced a community of people that cared for each other and elders that looked out for each other's children. You could not misbehave outside and believe that could be done with impunity. Someone was there to reprimand you, which of course was a better option. 2, you're being reported to your parents. Of course, you knew the consequences of that. This automatically kept us in check. I had the privilege of growing up in the palace in Ake with my late grandmother, Olori Adejoke Gbadebo, who was the wife of late Oba Adeshina Gbadebo, Alake of Egbaland. This exposed me to the way our people celebrated our culture and tradition, even while mingling with people from other religions, such as Christians and Muslims, without any acrimony or rancor. The dignity of labor was also inculcated in us quite early in life. Apart from the normal house chores which I mandatorily did, in spite of the presence of house helps, I hawked old newspapers after school so as to learn the importance of contributing something to the home economy. Abeokuta provided the right ambience for the arts to grow and prosper while creating the desired recreation for the people in a friendly environment. The cinema affair, that is free cinema screening of cowboy and Indian films, was a favorite pastime. There was also the ancient Centenary Hall that was home to most of the Nigeria's traveling theaters. My grandmother was a lover of live theater, so I had the privilege of seeing the Ogun Days, Ogunmola, Duro Ladipo, Baba Salah, Baba Miro, and a host of others live on stage. This later in life influenced my career path. The social celebrations, including family celebrations, could run late into the evening or night without any apprehension about safety. This also afforded me my early exposure to popular music. I haven't seen Ebenezer Obey, Yusuf Olatunji, Ayinla Omowura perform live. I got so sucked in. Much later in life, all I wanted to do after my national youth service was to become a backup singer in Ebenezer Obey's band. In all, life was good then. There was a quest to achieve things in life. Parents pushed us to work hard, but there was also contentment that discouraged greed and avarice. I believe we can get back on track if we collectively decide to bestow on the generations coming after us a sane, dignified, conducive society. Let us talk about a brighter future and not the good old days. I therefore join Shamori in this collective and bold attempt at changing the narrative and doing it right for a better future.
Hello and welcome to Regardless, Nigeria's #1 anti-drug abuse television show brought to you by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministries, KDAM, under the auspices of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. My name is Louisa Olani and I'm your host. Today we'll be talking, why do girls do drugs? And who is in a better position to take us through all of that? That's someone that has seen it all and have done it all. I'll get to show you who that person is. But after this very short break, I'll take you through today's clip and we'll be right back. Stay tuned, you're watching Regardless.
Good afternoon, ladies and girls. You are welcome to this special event put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, specially for women. It has been observed that over time, more and more women are starting to use drugs. And that is why at this particular time, we will want to discuss why girls do drugs. In 2018, the United Nations Office for Drug and Crimes published a report that states that if you take 4 people, 1 in 4 people that use drugs is actually a woman. That is quite worrisome. At KDAM, we have been able to rehabilitate about 3,000 people over the 30 years of our existence. And today, one of them is with us to share her experience through drug use to treatment and rehabilitation, and she's now standing and doing well. She's a beautiful woman now. She works, she's now doing very well in society. So please put your hands together as I welcome Miss Erica John.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you guys for this unusual opportunity to share my experience with drug use amongst young minds, especially girls, because, well, as a teenager, I really didn't have any reasons, or I didn't know my reasons up front for doing drugs. I just knew that I started doing drugs. I couldn't recognize my reasons, not until when I was going through recovery, when I was in rehab, and that is why I started identifying my problems and I was dealing with it.
In my case, and I believe it to be so with most girls that get into drugs, mine started as a case of sexual abuse. And a bit of peer pressure. First, it started with cigarettes. I was introduced to cigarettes by my friends.
Dear, don't worry. You'll soon get over it.
Dad, that's so terrible to say. What if I die?
Keep quiet. Because it's your first time. Just take this. Take it.
I actually needed somewhere to hide, someone to talk to. But right now, today, I think I don't care.
Use this one to shine your eyes. It will keep you smiling and happy. No worry. Make you very smart and give you vibes to the streets. Enjoy yourself.
That codeine and retinol, crack and heroin. And I got addicted to it pretty easily. At that point, I knew I needed help. But then there was no one or nowhere to turn to. How I wish parents would listen to their children and not neglect them.
Through all my struggles, Kadam came through for me, and all I want to say is thank you, Kadam.
It's always a pleasure to welcome you to this TV series, Regardless, a production of Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, a non-for-profit organization that faces the issue of drug abuse in our society. It is, of course, under the auspices of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. And today, we'll be looking at why do girls do drug? I have with me Erica Effiong John, the lady you just listened to in that very short video, recounting her story. And of course, she'll be enacting that and taking us through what really went down, why she eventually did drugs, and what has become of her today. Erica, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for that bold step of telling your stories and also encouraging other young girls that might have fallen a victim, but knowing that regardless of what has happened to them, there is hope in the horizon.
Yeah.
Welcome one more time.
Thank you
and
very
congratulations on your courage.
Thank you.
Now, so take us through. How did that start for you?
It didn't just start like that, you know. There were a series of events that happened right from my childhood that amounted or resulted to me doing drugs. You know, when I was a child, I didn't really, yes, my parents, they didn't have anything marital issues whatsoever, but then they were never really around because mom and dad, they're working. So they weren't really present in our lives, or should I say my life. Yeah, so they weren't really there. So I felt this sense of being alone, like they didn't care about me, they didn't love me, I didn't have friends, I wasn't really associating with my classmates and all of that. So, and then moving on to secondary school, I went to a boarding school, not in Nigeria here. So that also took me further away from my family. And during those years that I was away from my family, I was also sexually abused for 3 years. And I couldn't say anything to anybody because the person threatened me. And this person was meant to be my guardian.
At what age did that start?
It started at the age of 13.
13?
Yes.
How many are you in your family?
We're 3.
Boys, girls?
3 girls.
3 girls?
Yeah.
And you had a full-time working parent?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So I tried to, try to hint my mom, to tell her that I didn't like where I was, that it's either I come back to Nigeria or maybe I'll just stay in school, maybe during the midterm breaks, because that was the reason why I had to be with a guidance. So maybe during the short breaks, that it's not really necessary to come back to Nigeria. I just stay there prior to the time school resumes. So it was during the course of those vacations that all this happened. So I tried to hint my mom about it, but then, she was like, you don't want to walk, you don't want to do this, you don't want to,
Was it before you went to boarding school, or
whilst I was in boarding school?
Boarding school.
Yes.
The abuse was whilst you were in boarding school.
Yes, the abuse was whilst I was in boarding school.
Okay.
So it really affected my academics. It affected me as a person. It affected my social life. It affected my choices because I didn't have anyone to talk to. I didn't have anybody to turn to. So while I was in school, the people that actually accepted me, the people that actually showed me that they cared about me were actually the wrong set of people. You understand? So, when you're alone and someone, Erica, come, what are you doing here? Let's go. And then I'm like, this person really likes me. Have you eaten? Do you want to eat this? Or you don't want the food? Do you want this? So I really felt like, this person actually likes me, this person cares about me.
I want to chill with the big boys.
That kind of thing. So I started moving with them. But there was this bitterness in me. I hated everybody. I hated everything because I felt like people were seeing me, but then they weren't seeing me. So I needed to be seen. You understand? And then there was one thing, growing up back then, one thing that made you a woman was your virginity.
Oh, cool.
And it was taken away from me without my consent.
When you talk about abuse, because I want to go back a bit. Sexual abuse?
Yes, sexual abuse.
Okay, so that was the point you lost your virginity?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then mom didn't,
she didn't know anything about it.
And then she still pushed you away.
Yeah.
So it felt like I had an issue, you've not dealt with it, and you're still
She
pushing
didn't even want to hear about it.
Did you try talking to her about it?
I tried my best because the person in question said if I ever told anybody about it, that he was going to kill me.
That's the lie they always say.
Yeah.
So what was the role of your dad in all of this?
Well, my dad is a very quiet person. I don't know if it's love or because he allows my mom make the decisions.
And then you put all the blame on the mom?
Yes.
You felt like she has the say.
I felt that she had the higher power or the higher hand because even when I told my dad, Daddy, I don't like this place, I want to come back. Like, your mom knows what's best for you. If your mom says you're going to be there, you're going to be there. So that was how it felt. So, and then I remember I had my first stick of cigarette at the age of 15.
15? What class were you then?
I was in SS2.
SS2.
Yeah. So, but I didn't really feel the effect. I'm like, what is this? But because they were doing it and...
What did you start with? What kind of drug did you start with?
Cigarette.
Cigarette?
Yeah.
That was your first stick?
That was my first stick. So when I smoked for the first time, I'm like, what is in this thing? But because I knew that, even before I even started smoking, people thought, like some of the students, they thought I was already smoking because they are a bad girl. So what do bad girls do? They smoke, they drink. So I just wanted to keep up that status
That-
quo.
yeah.
I just wanted to leave it that way. Yes, I think people are noticing me.
So, now
I
let's-
just
let's-
left it that way.
So anything that comes, you're ready.
I'm ready for it.
Why? We're looking at why young girls do drug, and Erica John is giving us her true life experience. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, she takes us through how she got saved for the want of a better world and the role Kadam played in all of this and what she's doing now, more like an advocate for other young girls to say no to drugs. You're still watching regardless. Stay tuned.
My name is Erica F. Young John, and I'm an ex-Kadam beneficiary. Don't do drugs because drugs are for losers.
Thanks for staying tuned. You're still watching the TV series Regardless, an anti-drug abuse TV series put together by Kadam. And of course, before that break, Erica F. Young John was telling us her true life experiences, how she started from being in an abusive, family, going down to boarding school, and then of course from a stick of cigarette to what next? Erica.
Yeah, so in my 100 level, I think first 3 weeks, I started smoking marijuana. Yeah, so from marijuana, I started codeine and retinol. From that, I went into crack and heroin. Yeah, so it was at that point, when I got to crack and heroin, I now dropped the other ones because that was for the big boys and the big girls, and so I just focused on that, and I used to tell myself that I could control it, but which was a lie. You can't actually control it.
Where do you guys get those stuff in boarding school?
No, I had left boarding school.
Oh, you left boarding school.
I
Okay.
was in the university now.
Okay, fine. What level were you when you were in the boarding school? Just cigarette?
Yeah, just cigarette.
Just cigarette. So when you left, you continued in that stead, and then you went into the university, and
Yeah.
your mom never noticed, and it
She
felt like
didn't
you
notice.
were doing good.
Mm.
And at that point, you didn't bother telling her anything. You
At all.
were fine.
I was fine. I liked the life I was living because I didn't have any issues with anybody. Nobody was bothering me, and I wasn't bothering anybody. And even, it got to a point whereby I could stand up to my mom. Was there. You understand? So, but she didn't.
Just came with the age.
Yeah, she just thought it was just those the puberty years. So I dropped out of school. I dropped out in my 300 level in the university. So
As a result of the drug
yes,
use?
as a result of drug use. But my parents still didn't know. They didn't know about it. I was still collecting my school fees, collecting my pocket money, collecting my accommodation fee. I was doing all of that. Even lied to them that, yes, I had graduated. And they even wanted to come. I was like, don't bother. It's going to be stress for you people. Just send me the money. I'll cook rice for me and my friends, and we'll do all of that. So they still didn't know. So it was after, they know I have finished school. I even lied to them about NYSC. I was collecting money, and I've done everything. So the problem now became known when there was no more lies to tell. I had to come back home. So I was home, and then there was no money again. I couldn't lie that I needed money to do this or that. And also, like 1 or 2 occasions, someone, I don't know, has called my mom and told my mom, your daughter is smoking. Your daughter is doing this. And my mom would ask me, and I'm like, me? God forbid. I don't do it. Yes, I've tried it once. It's even only cigarettes. And I used to lie, just to cover up. So it got to a point I couldn't contain it anymore. I was already addicted, so I couldn't stay in the house.
So at what point were you saved, quote unquote? Was it a case of them going out for an outreach, or you just walked there yourself?
Oh, well, I remember one fatal day, they came for evangelism because they usually do that. So when they came, and when I had gotten to that point whereby deep down I was telling myself that if you don't stop this thing, you will die.
So it's a case of self-realization.
Yes. I just didn't know what to do. It's not like I haven't been to a rehab before. I have been to one before, but it didn't really work the magic.
Who took you there then?
My parents.
Oh, cool.
So they took me there. So I didn't really see the relevance of it. You understand? So I just told myself, and I had seen people die because of this thing. It's not like maybe I heard, I've seen with my 2 eyes. So it was just a matter of time. So that fateful day they came and then they spoke about it. It was in January. So like, oh, they're going to admit in March. So we had to come and register and do all of that. I said, fine, no problem. I'll come. They thought I was joking because normally drug addicts, we like to tell people what they want to hear. And I'm sure they're used to it. Kadam is used to those talks. So, and the time came, I came to the office, I registered, and I said I was going to come. They said it was going to be in March. I said, no problem. So the person that was helping me, you know, liaising with me and Kadam, you know, trying to let me know, okay, it's almost time to all of that. So I gave the person my mom's number because my mom hadn't seen me in 3 years. In fact, she didn't even know if I was alive or I was dead. I just lost contact with all of them. Meanwhile, we're all in Lagos. So I told the man to call my mom and tell her that this is what is happening and I'm tired. She thought it was just one of those jokes to get money from her until she came and then she saw me and she started crying. Like, this is not the child she gave birth to and all of that. So on the day when we went, I went to the office with my mom. I went to Kadam office with my mom, and then they told her that she would have to wait till March because that's when we do, there's a process for the whole admission. She started crying that, this girl is going to, I said, don't worry. She said she can't take my time. I'm not going home with you. I actually didn't have plans. I was going to go back to the joint. I was going to stay in the joint and wait till the time. But a mother being a mother, I don't know if any mother would
do what she did.
Would do.
Don't tear up. Don't tear up. Don't tear up.
I don't know if.
Take a breather. Just breathe in. All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll definitely continue this story. Stay tuned. Regardless of what happens, there is still hope. Interesting times, of course. Erica had to just tear up their deep down stories, real life stories here. We tell you right here on the show. And like we always say, regardless of the situation, there is still hope once you seek help. Now, tell us, what did your mother do?
Well, since I told her I was going to stay in the joint, which was going to be like another month for admission, she started coming to the joint every day. She comes and she buys me drugs. She brings me food, she buys me drugs. Not Panadol, she buys me crack.
So that you feel comfortable.
So I feel comfortable. She does that every day for the next 1 month.
Why couldn't you do that at home since she's comfortable giving to you?
The shame, the guilt, my sisters. I couldn't face my dad.
Your sisters knew all of this was happening?
Yes. There was a time my sister came to the joint with my mom. That was the first time before I went to rehab. So I couldn't.
So these joints are not hidden. People coming.
No, they're not. They're everywhere in Lagos.
Nobody comes to raid and everything.
No, they do.
Okay,
they
so
do.
each time they come, you're not even scared of you getting raided. You feel it's just part of the jungle life.
It's part of the hustle.
So what was your experience when it was? You actually did stay till March. When it was March, you went there. So tell us your experience at the Kadam facility.
It wasn't easy because, you know, I don't like authority. I don't like being told what to do. So it was really hard blending in, you know. It took me 3 months to adjust to myself and, you know, really calm down because there are times where I got tired and I'm like, I want to go home. But then I think about it, it's just for me. Nobody was holding me. In fact, in Kadam, they are not tying you down. If you want to go home, no problem. If you want to stay, no problem. The choice is yours. But you just have to think about it, and every choice has a consequence. So I sit back and I think about, I'm not doing this for anybody. I want to get good. I want to get clean for myself. And to the glory of God, I did my full 1-year program, and this is me today.
All right, now, before we go, what are your top 5 reasons why girls do drug, based on your experience and maybe other experiences that you've seen? Because I want to believe that even while you were there, you had other friends that were girls your type that shared similar experiences. Could you please share that with the viewers?
Well, I think one of the things, number one, peer pressure. Number 2, early childhood trauma, maybe family abuse, whatsoever. And then number 3, sense of belonging. Sense of belonging. You just want to feel among. You just want to be known. And you know, there are times where, because of you're dating a boy, and maybe the boy likes bad girls. So because you want the boy to like you, you'll be a bad girl. So what are the ways of being a bad girl? You have to start doing things that bad girls do. What do girls do? They smoke, they drink. So it starts from there. And then change of environment also. Transition, maybe from secondary school to university, or maybe you're moving from one place, one particular location to another location. All this
coming
can
together.
affect.
So if you want to advise someone watching that might, have similar experiences or thinking of going into that, does this pay at all?
It doesn't pay. I wasted 9 years of my life because of drugs. And I have to start all over again from scratch. I'm back in the university. I'm just trying to, in fact, I'm doing double of what I'm meant to do. I'm working and I'm schooling at the same time. It's not
Before
easy.
you're schooling
I
yourself
have
to
to, you
stay around.
understand. So I have to, no, even
I know, I'm
Kadam got me a sponsor, someone to foot my education. So
interesting. Wow.
Yeah,
So
so
some
I
of the
don't
pecs
have to
there.
think about
Wow. So
there are some
after
of-
rehabilitation, the aftercare and everything.
Yes,
and now
that's
you're
part
working
of
with
the
them.
aftercare.
Interesting. So what are you doing for Kadam today?
Well, I'm their front desk officer. I'm like the face of Kadam. If you come to Kadam, I'm the first person you will see.
Imagine, what better way to tell you, I've been there, just calm down, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Let me say the local palace, you go do all right.
You go do all right last. So if you come, if you want to talk to Kadam via phone, social media, in person, I'm still the first person.
This is a case of saying walking in the shoes, having
Yeah.
understanding. So if someone comes and like, I know how you feel. You're right
Yeah.
to say that. I really know how you
Yeah,
feel.
because I've been there.
You've
so.
been there, you've done that. Interesting session with Erika John there, an ex-beneficiary of Kadam, taking us through her ordeal, her story, how she overcame drug abuse. Of course, this show will not end without saying a very special thank you to our partners, Fitson Healthcare, NEM Insurance, CFAX Group. Also, our collaborating partners, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. They are doing a fantastic job in the fight against drug abuse. And also the National Orientation Agency. We say a very big thank you for partnering with Kadam. Until I come your way again next week, remember that regardless of the situation, there is hope. Stay away from drugs. Louisa Olani is my name. See you next week.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host Harrison Kamau in for Jackson Mvunganye. This week on Red Carpet, we bring you the highlights of football's biggest game, the Super Bowl. We take you to the DC Auto Show for a look at the latest innovations in the car industry, plus an art fair in Marrakesh that is bringing Africa art to the global scene. Let's get started. Let's start off with one of the most highly anticipated sports events of the year, the Super Bowl. This year's big game took place at the New Orleans Caesars Superdome, where the Philadelphia Eagles delivered a 40-22 blowout against the Kansas City Chiefs, blocking the Chiefs from making a historic hat-trick of NFL titles. However, history was made when it came to the event's halftime show. Pulitzer Prize-winning rapper Kendrick Lamar became the first solo hip-hop artist to headline the NFL's biggest stage, performing hits like Humble, DNA, and Not Like Us, as dancers dressed in red and white glue surrounded him. Actor Samuel L. Jackson, dressed as Uncle Sam, introduced the rapper and appeared throughout the 13-minute performance, during which singer and songwriter Caesar joined Kendrick on stage for two of their duets, Luther and All the Stars. Award-winning producer DJ Mustard also joined him on stage for his song TV Off, and tennis champion Serena Williams even made a quick appearance creep-walking during Not Like Us, the hit that has recently made headlines as a diss track to rapper Drake amid their ongoing feud. An eventful February for Kendrick, as just a week prior, the rapper won 5 Grammys for his hit Not Like Us, including Record of the Year. In the Rocky Mountain state of Colorado, the National Western Stock Show hosts nearly 30 professional rodeo events. VOA correspondent Scott Stans takes us to a stock show competition for younger riders and sheep.
Here we go, man number 2, Tristan Hansen, number 10 in the world.
Professional bareback riders draw big crowds at Colorado's National Western Stock Show, but there's a different competition in a smaller arena next door, where children ride sheep in a family event called Mutton Bustin', which mimics domesticating a wild animal by breaking or busting it in. Millie Mitchell strapped on a helmet and face mask, pulled on a padded vest, and got her parents to sign a legal waiver.
It was super fun. I was hanging on to the side and I fell off and then someone picked me up and I was okay.
Parker Wilcock held on for one of the night's longest rides.
It feels like an elephant's skin, but it's a little bit softer. And it's also almost like you're riding a big elephant, but you're not. You're just riding a grown-up sheep.
Sedona Abeta's older brothers have been mutton busters, so she says she knew what to expect.
It's a little scary, but it's also fun. And I'm thinking the sheep is gonna just get me off.
Her mom had second thoughts.
At first I'm like, she looks really little compared to that sheep. And then I'm just like praying she doesn't get hurt or get stepped on.
She says it's part of the stock show experience.
It's just part of the ranch life and part of what we do and part of what makes America great. Honestly, it's all these little things.
There have been more than 40 years of mutton busting at the National Western Stock Show, with many medals for this year's junior riders. Scott Stearns, VOA News, Denver.
The 2025 Washington, D.C. Auto Show is one of the largest in the District of Columbia, showcasing the latest and greatest vehicles from top automakers. This is where innovation, culture, and design meet. It is a much-anticipated event for car enthusiasts, industry insiders, and the public. Sandy Shomari has more.
The 2025 Auto Show featured a range of innovative vehicles on display, including electric cars, sports cars, luxury, and exotic ones. The highlights were several new models with classic styles, innovation, and engineering. This is the place to be, and a tradition for some DMV natives as they visit the car show with their entire family and enjoy the design, innovation, test driving, and getting new insights into the car industry. Nat Fletcher from Fairfax, Virginia, attends the show every year on his birthday. It is also a family tradition for him and his family, including his young son. He was amazed by the Volkswagen ID Buzz 2025. He compares last year's show with this year.
Compared to last year, there's a lot more electric cars. Every year I'm here, I come, I see gas cars, hybrid cars, but this year there's a lot more electric. There's a couple new brands that popped up as well, but one of the biggest ones is the ID Buzz.
Volkswagen ID Buzz, fully electric, and showcases several cutting-edge features, including LED projector headlights with illuminated VW logo. It has 12-way power adjustable heated and ventilated front seats with massage. It offers power-operated sliding doors and park assist that includes memory parking and park distance control. It includes wireless app connect for compatible devices.
It is very well appointed. Like the quality of the materials on the interior is just genuinely wonderful. It's something you don't really see from Volkswagen, but I think we're starting to see it now. And it's just very unique look inside and out as well.
People from around the country and from all walks of life visit the show every year. Jay Long and his friends came from the state of New York.
We traveled down, wanted to get the first day of this car show. It's been a great experience so far. All the way from all the exotic cars to the affordable ones, the electric vehicles, everything stands out, really nice. My biggest or best memory of here would be the Bentleys, the Cullinans, the Ferraris. Those are cars that you don't normally see, or not see, but get inside or be able to physically put your hands on. But
another standout vehicle was the Tesla Cybertruck 2025. This vehicle has 223 inches overall length and 73 inches height. It features a four-wheel steering, which means it gives the Cybertruck a tighter turning radius. According to the car manufacturers, another special feature of this car is safety. It has a bulletproof body and windows and provides a smooth ride with luxury features such as the front 8.5-inch touchscreen, navigation, Bluetooth, wireless device charging, a 15-inch speaker stereo, a Wi-Fi hotspot, and in this panel, you can play music through several apps such as YouTube, Spotify, and others. It is also equipped with a 3D camera for safety. This vehicle provides more space, and it has a sliding lockable cover for the cargo area at the back, while the rear seats fold upwards for an interior storage as well. The Washington, D.C. Auto Show is held each January and is the largest annual indoor public event in the District of Columbia. Sunday Shomari, VOA News, Washington, D.C.
And now to Morocco's tourist hub Marrakesh, a contemporary art fair energized a local creative scene, drawing on the famed city's aesthetic legacy to propel emerging African artists into the global spotlight. We have this report by AFP News Agency.
The annual 154 Contemporary African Art Fair has attracted collectors, curators, and art enthusiasts worldwide, showcasing works from 30 galleries across 14 African and European countries. Named in reference to Africa's 54 countries, the fair was launched in 2013 before expanding to New York in 2015 and Marrakesh in 2018. This year's Marrakesh edition took place over 4 days. Cyril Momin, founder of Nosco Gallery in Brussels, shares the significance of the fair taking place in Marrakesh.
We've been working with the I-54 fair for quite a few years now, mainly in London, but also in New York. And for the first time, we're in Marrakesh. Every year during this period, we're at another fair in Mexico. And for the last 4 years or so, we've really wanted to participate in Marrakesh because of its proximity to Europe, but also to be present on the Moroccan front.
Unlike larger art fairs such as Art Basel, London's Frieze, or Paris's FIAC, it operates on a smaller scale, attracting around 10,000 visitors, including 3,000 from abroad. Director of Gallery 38 in France, Canel Harmon-Gillet, says the fair spotlights contemporary African artists.
It's a fair that spotlights artists from the African contemporary scene. As it happens, we've been a player from the outset who truly wants to promote the African contemporary scene. So on one hand, we are completely aligned in terms of our objectives, and on the other hand, our participation in this fair allows us to connect with an audience that we don't necessarily have access to all year round.
Moroccan painter Mahi Bainbain states that African art is booming now.
Africa is on the move. This 154 fair is part of this movement, which is now becoming international, as there is a 154 in London, New York, etc. So African art is booming at the moment.
Among the works exhibited were those of Ethiopian experimental photographer Mahader Haile Selassie Tades and Sudanese Somali ceramicist Dina Nur Sati. Figurative paintings also marked a strong presence, featuring pieces from Nigerian painter Chigozie Obi and Ghanaian artist Adjei Tawiah. Prices ranged from as little as $50 for screen prints to several $1,000s for larger works.
And now turning on to sports, Cristiano Ronaldo fans gathered in Times Square on February 5th to celebrate the unveiling of the Portuguese soccer player's massive 12-foot tall bronze statue the same day as his 40th birthday. Take a look.
The statue, which arrived in Egypt, is Sculptor Sergio Faneri's tribute to the athlete's achievement and global influence.
There's been not too many statues of him around that are like, so it was time that somebody had to do something about it, you know, some monumental thing.
Some fans, like Oaja Dindial, came to the venue by train for some hours and stayed up all night just for the sculpture's unveiling.
I stayed up all night for this. Literally, like an hour train ride to get here. That's right. This is crazy. This is insane. Like, I can't believe it.
Many fans who chose to be at Times Square for this special event consider Cristiano Ronaldo not only the best player in the world, but also a role model.
It's not only because he's a great player, because, well, he did something very fantastic, but it's more because he is like a role model. So he's kind, his work ethic, his values. So it's something that I want for me, and also I am teaching to my daughter.
These were the attributes that Faneri wanted to depict on this larger-than-life Cristiano Ronaldo sculpture.
Because he represents Cristiano. No words. No, he's a cool guy, you know. He takes care of his body. So it's not like when we grow up, it was all about cigarettes, alcohol. With him, you know, with him, he takes care of his body like a temple. This is temple.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. For more information on your entertainment news, check us out on www.voaafrica.com or Facebook, Instagram, YouTube at VOA Africa. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, bye-bye. I'm Harrison Kamau.
Hello and welcome to VOA's The Red Carpet. I'm your host, Sunday Shomari, for Jackson Mvunganyi. Here's what we have got lined up for you this week. We'll look at some African creatives who receives nomination for the 97th Oscars. In the midst of ongoing war in Sudan, a 14-year-old Hani Mohammed uses her rap music to entertain families and loved ones. Plus, a Kenyan tech company has found the use of plastic waste to print 3D models to help students in their learning. Hosted by South African comedian Trevor Noah for the 5th year in a row, the Grammy festivities were revamped to be part awards show and part fundraiser for the people affected by the recent wildfires in Los Angeles area, which killed 29 people and displaced thousands, including many musicians. It was a big night for Beyonce, who became the first Black woman to win Best Country Album for Cowboy Carter, fresh off announcing her upcoming tour for the album. She also won Album of the Year for the same record, the first time she's won in that category despite being the most decorated Grammy winner. It was also an exciting night for Nigerian singer Tems, who took home the Best African Music Performance Award for her hit Love Me JJ, being only the second year that the category highlighting African artists has been introduced. Kendrick Lamar took home Record of the Year and Song of the Year for Not Like Us, a diss track in his feud with Canadian rapper-singer Drake. Pink Pony Club singer Shepa Rawan was named Best New Artist. Meanwhile, Sabrina Carpenter won Best Pop Vocal Album for Short and Sweet, while Doechii became the third woman in Grammy history to win Best Rap Album for Alligator Bites Never Heal. The 97th Academy Awards, also known as the Oscars, are scheduled for March 2nd, and African creatives are among hundreds from different parts of the world who are anxious to see if they will win one of the prestigious golden statuettes. VOA's Mike Hove has more.
Now this year's nominees for Best Live Action Short Film. Alien.
African cinema is being recognized at this year's Academy Awards. Included in the nominees is South Africa's The Last Ranger, which has been nominated in the Best Live Action Film category. The South African film explores the dangers of rhino poaching while highlighting conservation efforts in the nation's Eastern Cape province. Cindy Lee, the director of The Last Ranger, says she's happy that the movie is receiving international attention because it helps expose the threat that rhino poaching has on several South African industries, especially tourism.
We have this huge problem in South Africa, rhino poaching. One rhino is killed every 15 hours in South Africa, and we've already lost over 10,000 rangers, who put their life on the line to try and protect the rhinos. So my brother wrote this beautiful short film. This is based very loosely. It's inspired by a true story. It talks to a lot of things, It talks to so many socioeconomic issues as well facing South Africa.
Studies released by the World Wildlife Fund showed that the population of black rhinos declined dramatically to fewer than 2,500 worldwide between 1960 and 1995. The international group says persistent conservation efforts across Africa have helped increase the black rhino population to more than 6,000. However, the WWF warns that the wildlife crimes, especially rhino poaching, to sell the horns illegally on the international market continues to plague the species and threaten recovery efforts.
Rhinos are about to become extinct. I think the black rhino is like right on the cusp of extinction. So that is the emergency situation we have right now, because if we don't stop this, we won't have rhinos. And if there are no rhinos, that could affect tourism. And if tourism collapses, South Africa could collapse. I mean, you have to understand the importance. South Africa's biggest source of income is its tourism.
African cinematographers are excited about the international success of The Last Ranger. They say the film's a paving way for the world to learn more about Africa and the talent that the continent offers. Lee echoes those sentiments.
The Tunda Choir is a beautiful choir out of Khayelitsha. and they are the vocalists in our film. Now imagine it's a Thundercry, nobody knows who they are. Then this film gets onto a platform like the Oscars, and when people, all these Academy voters are going to go, there are 10,000, I think, Academy voters, they're going to go and watch this film. 10,000 people are going to see the actors, producers, writers, directors. 10,000 potential people who are into music hear the Thundercry, and they reach out to the Thundercry and offer them work, and their lives change. And their lives change, and more people want that to happen. And then the ball starts rolling. So it is, you know, we can change lives one film at a time.
In the 95-year-old history of the Academy Awards, only 3 African movies have won an Oscar in the Best International Films category. The first was Z, an Algerian movie produced in 1969. The second was Black and White in Color, a movie from Ivory Coast produced in 1976. And the last time an African movie won the Golden Statuette was in 2005, after the South African movie Tsotsi received the accolade. Mike Ove, VOA News, Washington.
In a makeshift shelter carved out of a schoolyard in eastern Sudan, 14-year-old Hanim Mohammed is using her rap music to bring comfort to families displaced by the country's ongoing war. Mohammed's love for rap took root for years, but the outbreak of war really brought it home, pushing her to start writing her own lyrics.
At a UN-sponsored space in the shelter, the young rapper known as Nana commanded the stage with electrifying energy. Laughter and claps echoed through the air as women and children swayed and twirled to the beat, defying a war that has gripped the country since April 2023.
I started listening to rap 4 years ago, and a few months after the war erupted, I started composing songs. Most of the songs I composed were for the place I love the most and where I grew up, which is Omdurman. I composed 3 songs about it.
The conflict in Sudan has claimed the lives of tens of thousands, uprooted over 12 million people, and pushed Sudanese to the brink of famine. Nana's fans say her songs resonate deeply.
I like her songs very much. They're all very nice. They make me feel happy. Her songs are very good, and her performance is also really good.
What I like the most is when people start singing, clapping, and dancing with me. This makes me very happy. Even when I play songs other than rap, everybody comes. Everybody, young and old, they all come and dance with me. It's something wonderful, and it boosts my self-confidence.
When the war erupted, Mohammed fled her hometown of Omdurman, the twin city of the capital Khartoum, with her family. Now residing in a secondary school in Port Sudan, she uses rap to articulate her grief and preserve cherished memories of home.
What inspired me the most to compose songs is listening to Sudanese rappers. I liked it. When the war erupted, this gave me an even greater drive. So I started composing rap songs, and now I have 9 songs that I composed myself. Of course, the biggest wish I hope for is for the war to stop. For me to be able to complete my studies and become a skilled surgeon and a famous rapper. To have a balance between the two. To be a surgeon and a rapper. It is difficult, I know, but I think I'll be able to do both. It's not a problem. I like the challenge.
Plastic waste accounts for 10 to 12% of all solid waste in Kenya. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, a Kenyan tech company is using plastic waste to print 3D models that help college students with their learning while reducing damage to the environment. Mohammed Yusuf reports from Nairobi.
These 3D models are made from recycled plastic waste. A 3D image is designed and uploaded into a machine, which then prints the desired model. EcoPrints Generation, a company in Mombasa, produces the models. They start with plastic pellets, which are heated at a steady temperature to produce filaments. The filaments are then fed into the 3D printer to produce various models. The demand for these models is growing, especially in the education sector.
Most of the people who have needed the use of the filament and the 3D printing products use them to teach and educate learners. It's a visual aid which is better as compared to just drawing a diagram on a blackboard or a whiteboard. And another industry which I've seen is people who do in manufacturing. They tend to test out their prototypes. So that is another use which we've been leveraging on as well.
Kenya generates nearly 1 million metric tons of plastic waste each year, according to the Sustainable Manufacturing and Environmental Pollution Program, which the UN Trade and Development Organization, UNCTAD, helps to implement. Less than 10% of the waste is recycled, with the rest ending in giant trash heaps in the ocean or burned up, releasing harmful emissions into the atmosphere. GEL Industries is one of the few companies in Kenya that recycle plastic. The company processes the waste by breaking it into small pieces, then cleaning and sorting it by color and quality. Some of that plastic is then melted and turned into the pellets used for 3D printing. One of the EcoPrint's key customers is Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, a college in Mombasa. Architectural students there use 3D models made from recycled plastic to showcase house structures and surrounding features like trees, cars and people. These 3D models have made teaching easier for lecturers and improved students' understanding of their coursework.
The 3D models, it has really helped us, as every time when it comes in exam, it is really easy for you to remember what to do and what you have been taught by the teacher.
For now, EcoPrint Generation prints only small and medium-sized objects, but they have ambitions to print bigger ones, such as a house that architecture students can use for their studies. Mohammed Yusuf, VOA News, Mombasa, Kenya.
Japanese adventurer Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town at the end of a more than 6,000 kilometers journey across Africa while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki began his African Odyssey last summer in Kenya and has a large following on social media where he has shared regular updates of his adventures.
34-year-old Japanese Yuji Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town to end a more than 6,000-kilometer journey from Kenya to South Africa on foot while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki said it was a very good experience, despite some hairy moments like seeing a lion and a truck hitting his rickshaw.
So the lion on the road, we just came back village. Yeah, and then, so yeah, we are running together, so with any children in Tanzania. And then, so I broke my rickshaw so by hitting truck. Yeah, 2 times, but I'm still alive.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then, so when I was crossing like Namibia, nothing everywhere. That's why it's very difficult to get the water, to get the food.
Yeah.
I sleep outside every time. Yeah, man, that's a very good experience for me.
Suzuki was emotional as he thanked his supporters for their backing during his latest quest, which started in the Kenyan capital in July and took him through Tanzania, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia.
I'm really happy, yeah, to see you guys and then running together until finish line. I just want to say thank you so much.
Among his other journeys, Suzuki has already pulled his 2-wheeled cart from China to India for 2,500 kilometers and 5,100 kilometers across the United States, according to his website.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host today, Sunday Shomari. For more entertainment news, visit voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
Good day, viewers. Welcome to another edition of Cancer with Dr. Denise Ejo, the CEO of Komoot Cancer Foundation, in partnership with Plus TV Africa. Today, what are we going to be talking about? We're going to be talking with advocates, and it's advocates take the lead in changing the story. So thank you, and you all know who I am. I am a cancer survivor. 6.5 years, still taking chemo, still smiling, still trusting God. So together we fight, together we win. With a wide uptake in creating awareness, especially during this month of World Cancer Day, the February orange and white colors, celebrations in Nigeria have also been going on. And I would like to say, I take this opportunity to thank the public for supporting this global drive in Nigeria. On behalf of all of us cancer survivors, we say thank you to you all, and we say thank you for all that you are doing. We know you are trying, and we appreciate you. In the house today, I have two lovely ladies. They are both, in one way or the other, connected with the cancer journey. So I'm going to start with our cancer survivor. Her name is Gloria Oji. She's a patient survivor. Gloria is a 12-year cancer survivor. She's also a patient advocate for better cancer in Nigeria. She believes she can do better if we can do better if we all join hands together and push for policies that will be favorable to the Nigerian cancer patient. As a patient, we believe we can have a good life within and after cancer if you all will support us and drive and change so that we can have access to care. Gloria, welcome to this program.
Hello, everyone. And Doctor, thanks for having me on this laudable program.
Thank you. Thank you. And who else have I got in the house? I have got Tolulope Yola Oladipupo. Did I get it?
Yes, you did.
You may all not realize why it's important to me, but because of the amount of brain scans, brain surgeries I have had, vision can be challenged and coordinating the words can be a challenge. So I sometimes want to celebrate little achievements. You know, they're very important to people like me. Tolu is a public health professional with over 7 years experience in programs management within the non-cancer health space. She is currently the programs coordinator at the Foundation for Cancer Care. Welcome to the program, Tolu, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Ma. It's good to be here.
Good. Now, here we go. Let's start going with our questions, yeah? This time we have a bit more time. We're going to play around with this. So patient advocates are a part of the stakeholders as opposed to having to force ourselves onto the table. And I actually asked this question because I am actually concerned or not happy that on the World Cancer Day event organized by the federal government, I didn't see patient advocates in the center of the whole event. And if patients are the ones that have the disease, why are we not driving? Why are we not in the seat? We're not even driving the seat. At least give us a seat. It was an important day and we were not represented. So that is one thing. And the World Cancer Day was celebrated in Nigeria on the 6th of February this month. So what are your thoughts about the event as it focused on the medical community, Gloria? Because you and I have sat in this chair and you and I know the challenges and you and I know where the pain is. And then to have to sit down and have to watch this, how did you feel?
Well, I felt disappointed, but I have learned to accept whatever the government wants to present in terms of cancer care or in terms of bringing cancer patients along when they are making their policies. So I was disappointed completely, but I have also, what I do in such situations is that when I discover that you don't want to take me along, I go along the way that is open to me. You know, I've attended so many fora and we have been hammering on this, How do you sit down and make policies concerning cancer patients without the patients being there? We said this in 2021 International Cancer Week. We said it in 2022 International Cancer Week, all organized by the Federal Ministry of Health. But even after you have mentioned it, the same story keeps repeating itself. So now I do sit back and I want them to surprise me because I don't really expect much from them anymore. So you can begin to imagine that we are talking about World Cancer Day and the ministries sat in their conference room. They didn't even move out, sat in their conference room and commemorated it. And I believe that if it is a ministry that really knows what they are doing, they wouldn't have done that. It wouldn't have been as if it is a normal thing. There would have been serious preparations towards that, but nothing was done. The information was just out there, and it's not as if it is particular to a person. If they wanted the patients to come, they know where to find us. So they cannot say they don't know where the patients are. They know where to find us. So nothing was done in that aspect. And we sat back and watched them do their World Cancer Day. I think in Nigeria, we plan to fail. That's how I'll put it. We plan to fail because you know that this is a problem you have been having. You know that this is how you have been doing it and failing it, and you continue that way. Then, what else can I say? You're planning to fail, but the patient voices will not fail. So we'll continue shouting, we'll continue talking, we'll continue pushing until we get where we want to.
Thank you very much. You know, you've just made me highlight. I think it's important that we highlight at this point the facts of what's going on, because according to the Union for International Cancer Control, who we interviewed last 2 weeks ago, I think, in January, actually on World Cancer Day, we interviewed the UICC. We interviewed ourselves, and we interviewed UICC, the president, and there was a comment there was a statement that I realized in January that really hurt. And he said, in January 2023, there are an additional 1.8 million people diagnosed with cancer globally. And sadly, in the same month, that is 2023, 900 had already died. 900,000 had already died as of that January. And we have commonized it. Thank you for your comment. But you see, sometimes you have to bring things to the forefront so that people understand why we are having the conversation. Tolu, you are an advocate. You're not a patient advocate. So community engagement is very key for us. This is community engagement because we're three different people. We've never met. We don't know what we look like, but we know ourselves on this community. And the role of patient advocates and your role is very pivotal because we have to combine them together, right? Training and involvement in community engagement as is driving force behind awareness and education. Do we agree? With training and involvement in the community, we will make a difference with education. We have to educate people. We have to train the people that are working with us to get there. How or what strategies? Now, these are very specific because we like to make sure people get the exact points that we want them to get on this one. Strategies where we can use to internalize our issues. Because you heard what Gloria said. I've just given the statistics that is going on for 2023. We've got to educate and create this awareness. So can you give us, even if it's three, just some the things that we can work with realistically and say that, okay, federal government doesn't want to answer us. Okay, well, can we answer ourselves? The community are at least helping us in some way or the other. Cancer communities. What can you say about that, please?
Very much, Dr. Dennis and Ms. Gloria, for some very important points that you raised. So as cancer advocates, first of all, I think it's very, very important, that we continue to stay abreast of, information, in the part of training, because when we have the right kind of information, we know what to tell people. And I would make reference to the statistics that Dr. Dennis shared. We were writing a report in the foundation, and the statistics that we had were 2020. But I remembered listening to the show, one of the shows in the past few weeks, and where these statistics were actually mentioned. So, I was able to push for my team member to actually go and do research to find out what are the current statistics as it relates with cancer care and, cancer deaths as well. So I believe that, training is very important because it helps us to even have the right kind of information. And one of the ways or the strategies is to, number one, always, be engaged in such forums where you can get this information. I think an example would be the NCS, the Nigerian Cancer Society, which, we're part of, and it's actually a hub of lots of information because we have advocates on that platform. There's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of discussion about the pain points, and this actually helps to guide the kinds of programs that we do. It helps us able to identify the needs of people out there. So we're not just doing programs just for the sake of records or photos. No, we're actually creating impactful programs. And there was something that Ms. Gloria actually said. She talked about creating policies without even hearing the voices of the people that are involved, which is very key, because how do you address issues when you don't even know the pain points of patients, of the people themselves, when you don't even know what they know and what they don't know, what are their peculiar needs? And, I always give the example of our survivors group, which the foundation actually coordinates. Before it was just about, let's just have programs, let's bring people together. But we found that the survivors were not, it wasn't producing the kind of results and the kind of emotional support that they should be having. So we realized this and decided that we were going to involve the patients themselves in curating programs, in organizing programs. What do you want us to do? We facilitate, but you let us know what it is, what are the pain points. There are some of them that will tell you, we actually did a survey and found out that one of the issues they had was nutrition. They want to know what are the kinds of foods we should have, what are the kinds of foods we should stay away from. So we bring in experts who talk to them about this, and they get a lot of value. So we saw the feedback was better. For some of them, it was mental health issues. For some of them, it was issues with their finances, because cancer is a very expensive disease. So we were able to create targeted programs that were beneficial to the people. So I think that as cancer advocates, this is really, really critical. Listening to the people, what are the things that they really need, and then creating targeted programs. And it also goes for the government, coming up with policies that really address the core needs of patients who are the focus of this whole cancer space, as well as preventive programs. If we go to a community, what have they had before? What do they need right now? So I think that, these are very simple things that we can incorporate in our planning that will help us actually curate more effective programs and build better community engagement amongst people.
Thank you, Tolu. You actually hit quite a broad place. And you see, it's very nice for me because I intentionally always do this with Gloria. Gloria actually runs also a patient advocate group, where not advocates, a patient group where patients come together to talk about how they are going through the journey. I was thinking about doing it, but I really don't know if I have the time, more because jack of all trades, master of none. It's not for all of us. Some of us, all of us have to learn to support each other and take each other, direct people to the right places so they get the support they need. One key thing that has always bothered me is the finances of a cancer patient, but let's move on. What is the best way for advocates to reach a majority of the population, especially those with limited access to information and modern healthcare facilities? Now, this question is key, and although I want to not go far into technicalities, I want us to look at people that can't afford or have to manage to afford in light of this? So do you get the question? What is the best way for advocates to reach them? People that can't, and they need access. Everybody is entitled to access.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dennis, for that question. And I think it's really, really critical for us to be able to address this particular issue, because it appears that access is restricted to, the urban areas where people can easily find healthcare facilities, maybe the income level is higher and all of that. So what happens to people in low resource communities? How do they get access to information? How do they get access to screening? How do they get even access to treatment, So I feel like we can take advantage of low-hanging fruit, starting first with education and awareness, because, a lot of these people don't even know about cancer, not to talk of seeking, preventive measures such as screening and, eventually treatment. But, there are really some low-hanging fruits that can be taken advantage of. For example, the radio. I think that's one for me, because I find that a lot of these people everybody has access to radio. Everybody has access to radio in their local languages. So if we can take these messages, not just take it to the English-speaking radio stations, but taking advantage of radio stations that actually speak in the language that people understand, in Yoruba, in Pidgin. We have these radio stations and they listen to it in the mornings. So I feel like this is one of the things, because media is very strategic. That's one of the ways we can reach people. I think another avenue that I've found, because I know most of us were part of WhatsApp groups where we see a lot of very funny information going around. You hear a lot of things about cancer, where people say they use ginger and garlic to cure cancer. And these messages are being resent over and over and over, and most people, as much as technology is limited in some of these low resource communities, many of them have access to WhatsApp. You'll be surprised that even some of these people in the markets, they have access to WhatsApp. So the same way these wrong messages are going around, we can begin to push the right message about cancer prevention, about cancer screening, begin to give them pointers as to where to go. Of course, we still have the public facilities, the public hospitals where they can go to, where the cost of screening treatment is relatively cheaper than private centers. So I think we can take advantage of this. And one more, partnerships and collaboration is really, really key in terms of reaching, these people. Because, for example, there's an organization that has a mobile mammography bus. I know that there's always a limit to funding, but as much as possible, when we can collaborate and partner with other organizations, we can actually take this mammography bus to some of these communities and help them even see that this is something that you need. Another thing that we do is that we have educational pamphlets, which are communicated in very simple, easy to understand language with a lot of pictures, drawings, dialogues, such that, a student, even if their parents don't understand English, they can explain what is there to them. With the pictures, you can ask questions. So these simple, low-hanging fruits are some of the places that we can actually start from in ensuring that we reach these low-resource communities.
Thank you. You're not going to be able to, you won't be answering my last question now because you've already answered it. Gloria, closing the healthcare gap was the World Cancer Day celebration, but it's for the whole month and it's our target for 2023, right? We are concerned, and both of us are in this together, and we we are concerned, or we ask, why is the focus always on treatment? Me and you always do that. While multidimensional aftercare is ignored. They forget everything else that is wrong with us is in the dustbin. It's only chemo. Let me continue. An area survivors struggle with, because that is where reoccurrence and disease progression can be discussed. They think that they can be discussed in reoccurrence, the disease, but everything else, they forget everything that we are going through. And the treatment is just a small segment of everything else. What are your thoughts?
I really agree with you. You know, one of my members, unfortunately, I lost her last year. May God rest her soul.
Amen.
She made a comment. She said it was better when she was going through treatment because then there were people around her supporting her and so on. Immediately she finished her treatment, she was left on her own. And that was when depression came in. So here, just like you mentioned, rightly so, we focus only on treatment. Nobody thinks about your emotional and psychological well-being. Even after the treatment, nobody goes there. Nobody asks you anything. So just bring your investigations, check the results. Is it okay? If it's okay, fine. If it's not okay, nobody goes any further. And personally, I believe that chances of survival is high. Is okay, let me say the treatment, it's like maybe 30-40%. The rest of the 60% is based on your emotional well-being, your psychological well-being, your finances, your family, a lot of other things that comes into. And another major thing is the trust you have on your medical professionals. Many of the cancer patients don't even trust their medical professionals. And that is one of the great challenges you face. Because I was at a 4IS today and I told the doctors that doctors have poor communication skills, very poor communication skills, which is what they should go and learn how to do. They don't know that when you communicate and it comes out the wrong way, it makes or mar the patient. Even when the result is bad and you think you're giving up, must you tell that person, just forget about it, go home and be preparing your burial? Must he? It's not necessary. In as much as you're not supposed to give the person a fake hope or a false hope, as the case may be, you can always calm down, tell the person your result is not okay. But if you wish, we can keep on trying. That is better than telling the person, just forget about it. I had one of my members, she's in Lagos. I lost her October last year. She stopped going to the hospital for a long time because she said her doctors gave up on her. She went for consultation, and then when one of the resident doctors, I think, wanted to do physical exam, the other one, I think that should be the chief or the chief consultant, told that one that, don't worry, it's not necessary. So you're telling a patient right in front of her that it is not necessary to even check her. So already you've given up on her. And she said there and then, she made up her mind to go home and wait for whatever. And the whatever came. So communication is a very big challenge. And these are the areas medical professionals are supposed to start training themselves on. It's not just on the treatment. It's not just the treatment. Other things come into play. We are human beings. Sometimes they see the disease, they don't see you as a person. They don't see you as a patient, they just see the disease. And it is, I think that's why in Western clients, I've been attending some of their meetings online, some few have been there in person, and they are talking about personalized care and humanizing care. So they know the implication of seeing the disease and not the patient. They know the implication. And for them to bring it up, they believe that seeing that patient first as a human being is very necessary, and it will help on the long run with the treatment. You are not seeing the person without the treatment. You are saying the person that this is Gloria. Gloria has cancer. We are going to move with Gloria and the cancer. We are going to treat the cancer that Gloria has. not just one statistics or the other. So I think in closing the care gap, we really need to do a lot other than the treatment.
I want to thank you both ladies for a very heart-to-heart conversation. See, a lot of people don't understand this journey, and a lot of people think that it is just a conversation you have without remembering that the people involved are human. And I say to people, we have a right to live the same way every other Nigerian has a right to live. So you cannot close the doors on us as Nigerians because you don't think you want to, or you have decided to give up on us. I have stage 4 breast cancer, metastasis to the brain. I have lived for 6.5 years, but I can say categorically, without missing my words, that if I didn't have a second nationality, I would be dead. I would have died in 2016. So that is what I'm trying to get at. Nigerians have a right to live. So those who are listening out there, always follow your heart, follow your guts. If you know you're not well, push that doctor to the last, but find somebody who can help you to make sure that your positive mindset is the focus of the conversation. And anybody that is negative around you, get rid of them. I want to thank you all for joining us this day. To be part of this, we have to educate each other. We have to learn from each other. You can follow us. Together we fight, together we win. That's our hashtag. Follow us on Cornwood Cancer Foundation, any of our social media platforms. Our website is down. No, our website is down. They hacked it, but we'll sort it out. And then any of our social media handles, Cornwood Cancer Foundation, and you'll find these ladies there. The videos will be out, and you will see them on your YouTube channel. Follow us on our YouTube channel. Like it, share it, because together we will make a difference. Thank you all for joining us. Ladies, thank you for being with me. Thank you for this nice conversation. And thank you because you are awesome. Have a lovely and fantastic day.
You too.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
In today's digital world, smartphones and social media have revolutionized the way we communicate, and dating is no exception worldwide, including Africa. Online dating platforms and social networks have created new opportunities for people to connect, breaking down traditional geographic and social barriers. While technology has made finding love easier in some ways, it has also introduced new risks. Consider the case of Anne, a 53-year-old French woman who was scammed out of $850,000 in 2023 by fraudster posing as actor Brad Pitt. For over a year, she believed she was in a relationship with him. She later said she wasn't crazy, but had been manipulated, highlighting the vulnerability many people face in online dating. While some dismiss her as naive, others sympathize, recognizing how difficult it can be to spot deepfake and AI-generated deception. On the other hand, many genuine love stories have emerged from social media and dating apps, proving that real connection can flourish online. So, in an ideal world where both parties have sincere intentions, what should they expect? Today, we're exploring how love can be found at the click of a button. Hello everyone, and welcome to Our Voices. I am Jeannie Niwa, joined today by my co-host Oriane Tagishaka.
Hey everyone.
And Semini Shekoye.
Hello.
So like I was saying, in today's episode, we'll explore how men and women first connect through digital platform and whether this connection can turn into everlasting love, right?
I love this topic.
Right?
So, I know, perfect for Valentine's Day.
Exactly. Happy Valentine's Day, ladies.
Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Lovers Day.
Right. So do you believe you can actually find love online, you know, in your DM?
I mean, it is possible. I think, you know, people have done it and more people are doing it. But personally, I think I used to be more conservative about it, and I'm getting more, you know, accepting nowadays, because as you said, it offers, you know, possibilities despite the location, geography, and time. And I think it actually, you know, offers options. Sometimes I believe that can be overwhelming, but it does offer, you know, options for people. But at the same time, I am a human person. I believe I am a human person. So it's really difficult to really know someone through these online platforms. Naturally, I think people tend to provide only the positives about them and tend to hide their weaknesses. So it's really hard to know people's real feelings or emotions through keyboards. So, you know, I have my preservations, but I think it's possible.
I'm completely the opposite. I absolutely believe that you can find love online. And I love the way you introduced it, because there's a lot of risk and a lot of rewards, but I absolutely think you can find a mate online, because the world has become a global community. So you widen your scope of range of people who can see you, who you can see. For instance, for me, I was particularly precise on what I wanted when I was looking for a husband, or when, you know, I wanted to position myself to be seen by a husband, right? I wanted him to speak these many languages, this kind of education, this kind of culture, Burundian, da-da-da-da-da-da. And nowadays I'm realizing that apps are actually tailored to what you want. You have like Muslima for people who are Muslim singles. You have like, you know, the different Christian apps. You have Tinder and Badoo that are actually tailored to different culture. So you can actually like narrow in and zoom in into what you want. And when you're looking for, and it's simple, you know, you can just put your name, your picture, and a little bit about yourself. Some people do lie, but
that's where the tricky part is. People present themselves in a certain way.
But eventually you're going to find out.
Eventually, but maybe you'll end up getting hurt, like in any positive.
I like the way she presented. It's so simple.
She made it so simple. I mean, I just try that way.
You know, put your name and your picture. You know,
there is a lot of deception.
What can you lose? So one good thing is, yes, you can customize, but you say you mentioned something where it can be overwhelming. Yes. There is such thing as social media or dating app fatigue.
Yes.
Because, you know, it's always the same thing. It's a huge pool of, you know, people who may be, and it's, you know, a lot of, you know, searching and
matching,
mentally
and,
draining.
You know, a lot of people can match your profile and your personality, but then you don't know which one to go with. So you'll end up talking to all of them, and then you don't know
can get disappointed when you see a guy and then the guy likes somebody else. And
exactly.
Okay, listen, there's a jungle out there.
Disappointment is the word. You know, it's disappointment after disappointment. I was on Tinder for a while. and yes, and it's a lot of you know, you get those candidates, and you think it's gonna work because you put all the, you know, the right features that you want, but it's there's something else, you know, they're human beings.
Well,
so.
yeah, speaking of deception, Divinar Nyangarisa, an online Swahili tutor, thought she had found love in 2014 through an online connection. Believing virtual relationships were safer than physical ones, she soon discovered that digital dating comes with its own set of challenges. Dinivar shares her painful experience with our reporter, Sadia Salwa. Let's take a listen.
Divina Nyangarisa, a Swahili online tutor based in Nairobi, Kenya, describes herself as an introvert. It is for this very reason that she chose to look for love online. Her story began in 2014.
We met 2014 online in a dating site called Craigslist. We dated online for a year. I was in Kenya, he was in the States.
This was her first dating attempt online. Back then, social media platforms such as Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook were not popular yet in Kenya. She decided to check reviews on online dating.
Of course, I was looking at the, you know, the success stories. Though I saw a bit of, you know, people getting killed. But anyway, I said, you know, even in church, you can get a bad person. So
she reached out and connected with a person who she thought was her match. A year later, he traveled to Kenya to meet Nyangarisa, and she got pregnant. They were expecting quadruplets. After the delivery, he left her stranded in hospital with 4 premature girls.
He was like, you know, I got shocked. Of course, he was aware I'm expecting quadruplets. This is something I knew at 3 months. We had already even shopped together. He bought a lot of stuff for the children. So I really don't know what shocked him when I gave birth.
Nyangarisa says she was holding on to the love she had for him. Despite the heartache and the disappointment that came with the relationship, she says she has no regrets.
Never ignore red flags. There were too many red flags even before we even met. He could disappear, you know. He could just get upset over something very small. For example, if he calls you and you don't pick, he will just accuse you, oh, you are with other men, you know.
It's a choice.
Catherine Kithaka, a relationship expert and psychologist, says dating in the digital age may not be completely different from physical dating. What's important in both approaches is setting the record straight from the onset.
What do you want from this relationship? Is it companionship? Is it love? Is it acceptance? So first of all is understand self. Then when you understand self, the person you look out for is the person who will complement your need.
Experts like Kithaka say most would opt for digital romance as a way to lure people for the wrong reasons. However, it seems women fall prey to these tricks more than men do.
There could be some desperation to a certain extent to meet their own needs, but maybe one more. It's about the emotional vulnerability. You know, women tend to open up very easily.
Online dating has its own merits. It is convenient, especially when dealing with long-distance romantic connections. People who suffer from social anxiety find it helpful to use online dating to gradually connect with others from a safe space. On the flip side, online dating attracts predatory behaviors such as catfishing and scams. Catherine Kithaka offers tips to people, especially women, on how to bounce back when they experience such pitfalls.
Look at where you went wrong. So is it the boundaries that you didn't set at the beginning? Reinforce them one more time. Is it the values that were not clear? Pick them up once more time. So just to find out where did the person go wrong and try to reinvent and try and make a difference. And then we are able to know these are our limits. You can't go beyond here, whether it's the online space or whether we are meeting physically in the church, in the mosque, but this is my space.
For Divina, once the wounds have healed from the trauma of her previous relationship, she is willing to do it again, all in the name of looking for romance. For VOA, I'm Saida Swale in Nairobi, Kenya.
Thank you, Saida Swale, for that report from Nairobi, Kenya. Now joining us via phone from South Africa is Ms. Lengiwe Dube, Project Manager of Expression, Information and Digital Rights at the University of Pretoria Center for Human Rights. Hello, Ms. Dube, and welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. So online dating has drastically changed relationship dynamics. Traditionally, families played a crucial role in matchmaking, but now people are making individual choices. How have online platforms contributed to this shift, do you think?
Yes, thank you so much for opening the platform for such a conversation, which I believe is very timely, necessary. So yes, indeed, the way we just relate with each other has changed quite significantly, with the use of the technologies that we are exposed to. And indeed, even in the manner in which we develop and sustain relationships and everything, all the dynamics around relationships as well has also, been impacted by technology. And yes, in the context of dating as well, we see dynamics that are changing offline as well. Things are changing, but also the different set of dynamics in the online space, where now there are more options, there are more preferences. Just like we had in the introduction, that somebody is in Kenya and they are able to date somebody who is in another continent or in another country. So now navigating the whole distance thing has become a bit more flexible when it comes to relationships, and also even when you're looking at taboos, around exploring with different people. I think in the physical world that becomes a bit, people are judgmental, it becomes a bit difficult. But if you're in the online space, you can explore, this profile, this person, and then you can move on to another person. Some can even be exploring different ways at the same time. So
yes,
it does have that whole different dynamic, and the freedom, that personal, the ability to exercise that personal freedom, and also your agency as well in the matchmaking process as well.
Yes, but let me jump in a little bit. I mean, I love the fact of the idea of just dating online and then having the butterfly, like when you're having like a blind date type. But many people struggle to identify red flags online in relationships. Can you share with us some warning signs that indicate that someone may not be who they claim to be?
Yes, so indeed, in as much as we are talking about the freedom, how the dynamics are changing, there are different challenges really that are presented by this whole dating in the digital space, and navigating that also has just become also very, very difficult. But some of the red flags that can be mentioned in this conversation is around when you are having somebody, trying to communicate or link with someone, and you're trying to get their story and who they are. And then, some of the red flags are around some of the inconsistencies, because they're trying to, put the pieces together of what they are telling you to, understand their profile. And if there are inconsistencies and there are details keep shifting and changing, that is on its own, it's a red flag. Who are they? Where do they live? What do they do? So you'll find some people who are not consistent when it comes to their stories about who they are.
Saida, maybe what about from technology point of view? Let's say with AI generated content and deep fakes becoming more sophisticated, how can people really verify the person they are speaking to is real?
Just before I answer that, I wanted to also mention the issue about refusal to meet with the person that you're communicating with in person, or even having a video chat. That's another red flag, which I think is very important to flag. But on the issue of the AI generated, I believe you said AI generated content and deepfakes and all that. And the verification of that person, I think, yes, it's with AI, anything is possible these days. And the verification process can become very difficult. And in order to mitigate that, that you are not talking to just a robot, a video call would be helpful. And if one can insist on that, and if the other person refuses, then that really is a red flag. And there are other apps that one can use, but those ones take somebody who knows how to use them. If, for example, you are sent an image, a photo where you can use your what are they called? Google
reverse image. Yeah, I would definitely ask them for a video call. I'd be like, let's get on a call right now. Well, thank you so much. We'll have to take a pause right now. We'd like to thank Ms. Helungwe Dube, Project Manager of Expressions, Information and Digital Rights at the University of Pretoria Center for Human Rights, for joining us via phone from South Africa. Thanks for sharing your insights. Well, it's time for a short break. When we come back, Siresha Bharat, co-founder and CEO of Boardroom and the dating platform for professionals, will join us to discuss dating trends. We also want to hear from you. Join us on this conversation on Facebook, Instagram, and X at VOA Africa using the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Mudu, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You with Our Voices, welcome back. Today we're discussing the growing trend of online dating. Here with us, over Skype, of course, is Ms. Siresha Bharat, co-founder and CEO of Boardroom, an invite-only dating app designed specifically for busy working professionals seeking meaningful relationship. Hello, Ms. Bharat. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, so tell us what inspired you to create a dating platform specifically for professionals. I'm assuming they want at least the other person to have a job, but what else?
Yes, definitely. Okay, so I think just being an entrepreneur myself, and also being a female that's been single for the last couple of years, it's been really difficult to find love with social circles that are shrinking post the pandemic as well and pre-pandemic. It's been really difficult to go out, still focus on your career. So where else are you actually finding a significant other or a potential companion? So we created Boardroom because we recognize the unique challenges that professionals are faced in the dating world. So balancing career demands while still seeking a meaningful relationship is really difficult. So we are a dating app for professionals that leverages LinkedIn for verification to ensure users are serious about their personal lives, but also finding a balance between love and career success.
Listen, let's hear from women where you are in Johannesburg, South Africa, as they share whether they would use a dating app to meet a significant other for romance or for a long-term relationship. We have Unavi Masango, Elsie Anifo, Gyamara, and Wisdom Fadudze in our Your Voice segment, and we'll be right back.
I don't believe in dating sites. The reason why I don't believe in them is because you never get the chance to get like a proper background of that person you are trying to get involved with. So it's not wise. Before getting into a relationship with someone, you must be clear about them. Like you must have a proper background. You should know everything about them. And then what they do on dating sites is that they don't give you like much of them. They just display their pictures and that's all.
I know people meet their lovers on dating app and then it works well for them. Others too, it doesn't go too well with them, but I wouldn't use someone on a dating app. I want to meet the person in person and then I'll become friends with the person before I might want to date the person.
Dangers, I think potentially it could be catfishing. Someone can pose a false identity. Let's say you're a female. I could present myself as a male, like a good male, like the ideal person you'd want to date. And then the day we decide to link up or see each other, turns out that I'm a kidnapper or something like that. So I think it would be risky in that regard.
Well, becoming friends first, that's a great approach. It's encouraging to hear people's cautious instincts when it comes to online dating. In the report, one woman mentioned that she should have recognized red flags. Ms. Barat, could you point us, and I asked this to our previous guest also, some of the red flags in online dating that you can point out that people should really just look out for?
So I hear everything that individuals are saying about online dating and the risks that's involved, especially within the African continent. But I also feel a platform like Boardroom has been built around these inconsistencies of people's profiles, around what the global dating industry has seen as challenges. Online dating is not going anywhere. It's the type of platform that we're creating and the caliber of individual that's going to change, right? I mean, for us, we're utilizing LinkedIn as a way to verify individuals, and your LinkedIn needs to be 90 days old with 100 connections.
Right, but I'm talking about the red flags that you should tell that this person is not the personality and who they really are as a person is not really what they are. What are some
I'm getting to that now. It's like, do you have the time to actually scam on a platform like LinkedIn as well? So I'm bringing it back to why a platform like Boardroom can actually be utilized within the African continent and has been. If someone's story doesn't match up to what they've said to you online, what you're finding on their LinkedIn profiles, if you're typing them in on Google and nothing is coming up, that's something that you can look out for. I mean, if you've just signed up on LinkedIn just to utilize the app, that's another red flag. Should you not want to do video calls on at least the second day or third day of speaking, that's also another red flag. From a lack of verification and transparency perspective, I think we've ticked those boxes with Boardroom as an application. If your photo, so we ask for selfie verification as well. If your photo does not match what we're finding on LinkedIn, does not match what we're asking you to verify, also utilizing a passport or identification, then we're not allowing you on the platform. So our verification process has become quite strategic, especially coming from the African continent.
Ms. Barrett, I'm so curious. Do professionals approach online dating differently compared to the general population? Why specific to professionals?
Okay, so I'm going to say yes to that. And I'm going to say yes that we do approach online dating very differently because our time is something that we take into consideration. I mean, if you are looking at values, are they aligned to your personal values? Are they aligned to your growth and ambitions? And that's something that you look for within your relationship. I'm not just going to go out and date anyone. It needs to align with my values if it is time that I'm dedicating to dating someone. So we make that easier looking at values early in the relationship and asking those type of questions when you are actually setting up your dating profile on Boardroom.
Right. So how successful have you been so far? Have you seen people meeting and taking the relationship to next levels?
So that's actually a very exciting question for us right now because we had our first proposal that happened in January this year.
So it does happen. Love does happen online.
Thank you, thank you. And we also, I mean, we're a year old and we're sitting at over 35,000 active matches. So just seeing how the platform is growing as well, seeing the success of having people getting engaged, seeing the reviews that are coming in and people actually sharing their success stories as we approach 2025 and the second year of the app. It's just super exciting to see that our online dating platform that is seen as a platform for professionals, that's a safer approach to dating, is working and the success rates of that.
That's
really
beautiful. We wish a lot of marriage and babies.
That's the point, right?
Right. So ladies, dating in a digital date has some challenges, but the outcome seemingly is that love prevails, isn't it?
Indeed, that's what we're hearing.
Yeah. And that's a wrap for today's episode. A big thank you to our guest, Miss Elingwe Dube of the University of Pretoria's Expression, Information and Digital Rights Unit, and Miss Sarisa Barat with us of the Boardroom Dating app for sharing the valuable insight. Last but not least, we thank our editorial and production team on Our Voices. Don't forget to check out